I always come back. What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was the reincarnation of William Afton. Izuku is a normal middle school student that dreams of being a great hero. However, lately things have started to turn on its head. Where is this anger coming from? What is a safe room? And why has he been having strange dreams of a person he's never met? But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Ryu842 for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. Prologue. It was dark. No light could reach where he sat. He could hear water dripping from the ceiling. He cringed in phantom pain. He didn't want to think about the spring locks right now. He sighed and the soft noise echoed around the room. He hated this nothingness. The loneliness, but he was stuck here again. He had no memory of how he was back in this hell. He would even prefer Cassidy's torture over this. Yet, here he was. He missed the phantoms. He even missed that annoying glitch. He would try calling out to someone, but he knew it would do nothing to help him. The safe room was soundproof. He leaned his head against the wall with a soft thump that could be heard through the room. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and his echoes continued to torture him. Chapter 1. Awaking. Izuku woke up with a jerk and started to shiver violently. It was that dream again. The same one he's been having for months. It started right after Kaken gave him a concussion when Izuku was named the #1 student for their junior year of middle school. Izuku had no idea why he would be dreaming something like this. It felt too real. Like it was a memory or something. But that can't be right. Izuku mumbled. "I've never been to a place like that before. I don't know why I'd be sorry. And, who's Cassidy? Why would they send me to hell? How would they send me there? How did I dream of springlocks when I had never heard of them before the dream?" Izuku groaned and tensed as he waited for the dreaded echo. "Idiot," Izuku thought as he face-palmed. It was only a dream. "Izuku." His mother, Inko, called. "Breakfast is ready. Come and eat before you're late for school." Izuku smiled with a strange contentment he neither noticed or would have been able to describe and yelled, "Coming, Mom." Izuku was just starting to put his notebooks away as the bell rang. Why did he have to announce that I wanted to get into UA to the entire class? Izuku thought with a huff of anger. "Hey Deku," Bakugo yelled. "We're not finished here." Izuku inwardly groaned. It was just the perfect way to end the day. A confrontation with Kaken. "Do you really think you can make it into UA, you quirkless reject? Don't embarrass this pathetic school any further." Bakugo growled. "I'm the only one from this pathetic school getting into UA. People recognize greatness early on, and this is how I'll be seen. And, that's not ego talking. I'm just that great." His goons chuckled as one mumbled ego. Bakugo like an animal once again and grabbed Izuku's notebook. "Hey!" Izuku yelled in panic. "Give that back." "What's this?" Bakugo asked as he looked at the title. "Hero Notes for the Future. HMPH. Like you'll actually be needing this." There was a loud boom, and Izuku screamed. Bakugo gave a nasty smirk and tossed the notebook out the window. Rage filled Izuku, and he barely held himself back. Bakugo and his goons laughed and started to walk out the door. Surprisingly, Bakugo stopped and turned back towards Izuku. A noticeable false smile was on his face, and cruelty was in his eyes. "You know," he said in a mocking voice. "If you want to be a hero so badly, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life?" Izuku froze in rage. It was like ice formed underneath his skin. Luckily, Bakugo didn't notice as he and his goons walked out the door in laughter. "How dare he?" Izuku thought as a dark shadow stretched across his face. "He has no right." Izuku still wasn't calm as he gathered his notebook from the koi pond. "What if I was actually stupid enough to go through with it?" Izuku inwardly growled. What would he do then? Izuku pinched his nose and started to walk home. He was so angry lately. And, this was just the icing on the cake. Suddenly, a sewer lid flew into the air with a loud crash right when he entered into an underpass tunnel. Izuku flew around to take in his situation and was grabbed by thick tentacles made of sewer slime. An unsettling laugh filled the air as the villain came into view. He was a puke green color with one giant eye and his body like jello. A medium-sized meat suit. He said with a giant grin. "Just my luck. I needed to get away from him." Slime started to choke him as it was forced down his throat. Izuku tried his hardest to tear the villain's grip over to cough up all the sludge, but nothing he did would stop the suffocation. "Don't struggle, kid." The villain laughed in sadistic glee. "It'll only hurt for about 40 seconds. You really are my hero." Izuku was burning with fear, helplessness, and anger at the villain and towards himself. He felt so useless and weak. As he started to black out, he could swear he could feel springlocks going off and his body lit on fire. His mind felt like it was melting. Izuku screamed in agony. It was dark, but unlike his dream, there was no dripping or echoes. There was a nothingness around him, like a void. "Where am I?" he muttered. Without warning, a video reel like the ones they used to use before the dawn of quirks burst out of his chest and surrounded him. Each reel had a scene playing on it, and Izuku gasped in surprise. "Memories," he gasped. "My memories." He watched as he was told he was quirkless by the doctor, him reaching out to Bakugo when he fell from the log, and then Bakugo telling him to kill himself. However, what was weird was that there was another set of memories that weren't his. There was a man with long black hair, silver blue eyes that was wearing purple, talking to another man who had brown hair and honey brown eyes, his arm around his shoulder. They were standing in front of a dinner. Then, the black-haired man, now with purple highlighted in his hair, was sitting at a table with a woman and 3 kids, his family, perhaps. They all looked happy, and Izuku smiled sadly without ever realizing he was doing it. Izuku cried out in despair as he watched as the youngest son was lifted up to a huge animation's mouth and it bit down. His tears increased when he saw the purple-haired man bent down, alone in a little girl's room, crying over a hair bow with missing posters of the little girl littering the floor. Then, a memory of the man and women fighting and his wife leaving, only for the scene to switch to him receiving a call about his wife's death. He watched as he became distant, started to drink, cutting, and descending into madness. Then, he watched as the man played a game his friend designed. There he met a yellow bunny with cold purple eyes. There he made a deal. William felt a sap on his cheek and he woke up. Chapter 2. Pro Heroes and Disappointments. William woke up to someone tapping his cheek. He groaned in pain and annoyance. "What's the number of the train that hit me?" he asked sarcastically. William rubbed at his temple as the other man started at him in confusion. William turned to him and blinked blankly as his vision blurred. "So I'm still partially blind, eh?" he thought as he sighed. "Darn it, it must have been all of Kakin's explosions." "Are you okay, young man?" the man asked. "I'm peachy," William muttered. "Great," the man bellowed. So William drawled. "Who are you?" The man seemed to be flabbergasted by his question if his incoherent babbling was an indicator. "Are you going to answer my question or just gap at me?" William asked as he started to pad around for his things. "You're blind," the man yelped. "Not completely," William muttered. "I can see blurs and some colors. But my vision is mostly impaired. I seem to have lost my contacts too. Darn it. How do you get around?" the man asked as he jumped to help him with his things. "My hearing is sharper than usual to help compensate. Plus, I'm not completely blind. My contacts actually make it where I can see pretty well." "I see," the man said, and William could just imagine the man posing with his band holding his chin while he nodded. The image made him smirk. "So, your name?" William prodded with an amused smirk. "Oh, right," the man said with a nervous chuckle. "It's All Might." A shot of resident excitement flew through William. While everything still felt off-kilter, he still recognized that name, or at least a part of him did. A pro hero. William stuttered in surprise and slight concern. What type of crap did he land himself into this time? "That's right," All Might said cheerfully, clearly missing the fact William wasn't excited over the fact that the pro was there. "Well, screw me," William thought with a groan. "Are you sure you're okay, young man?" All Might asked as he glanced over at William. "Just sore," William muttered. "Are you able to get home?" All Might asked nervously, to William's surprise, as he glanced at his watch. "I'm partially blind," William deadpanned. "Ah," All Might squeaked. "Right. Sorry. I'll walk you back." William froze. While he doubted he could make it back at the moment without help, that didn't mean he wanted a pro to follow him home. Especially with his memories in a jumbled soup. "Are you sure?" he asked. "I bet you're really busy." "I wouldn't forgive myself if I stranded you," the pro said. William held in a groan of annoyance. Stupid heroes and their morals, even if he felt warmed by the genuine concern. "Alright," he said, and he gave the pro his address. All Might then took his arm, and William flinched so badly that he smacked All Might and then fell to the ground. "Young man," All Might cried out in shock. "Are you alright?" "Yeah," William said, groaning as he struggled to his knees. "I just don't like being touched without warning or my permission." "I'm sorry," All Might said, and William was caught by surprise by the pro's genuine regret. "I didn't mean to startle you." William was flat-footed in shock, but he managed to stutter out. It's alright. Is it okay if I lead you?" All Might asked gently, and William gave a hesitant nod. All Might gently took his arm and started to guide him to the street. "By the way, young man," All Might said. "I never got your name." William bit his lip nervously. Well, he recognized that he must be the both of the people within the sets of memories. The memories were still disjointed as they began the process of merging. He wasn't sure how they will end up settling. Will his personality stay in control, or will they merge completely with his new personality? His thoughts spun in coils until he decided that no matter how the memories settled, people will still recognize him by his new name. If he wanted to later, he could say that his name is a nickname. Midoriya Izuku. William stated. It's nice to meet you, young Midoriya. All Might said. You too. William muttered, he couldn't believe that his other self was such a fanboy. So, young Midoriya? All Might asked. What are your plans for the future? With that, it was like a switch was flipped. Where once William had control, Izuku now took his place. He hunched in on himself and his hand started to fidget. Young Midoriya? All Might asked in concern at the confusing and startling switch. I actually have a question for why you, All Might. Izuku stuttered. Okay. All Might asked confused. You see, I always wanted to be a hero, but I'm normal. Izuku said with his head down and tears in his eyes. I can someone plain and without any powers be someone like you? All Might sighed in sadness and slight panic as he could feel his time running out. He mentally apologized to the young man as he picked him up and jumped to the rooftop. Izuku screamed in fright and grabbed onto the pro for dear life. I'm sorry, you man. All Might apologized as he sat him down and he deflated. What's going on? Izuku asked, confused and worried as he felt the difference. Here. All Might said as he gently grabbed Izuku's hand and guided it to his stomach wound. This happened 3 years ago during a battle with a villain. I lost my stomach and one of my lungs. The battle with Toxic Chainsaw? Izuku asked in surprise. Wow. All Might said in surprise and slight amazement. You really know your stuff. But, no, this fight wasn't published. All Might sighed in sadness and Izuku braced himself as his body tensed. Now, to answer your question. He said, and despite himself, Izuku perked up. You seem like a good kid, but I just don't think someone quirkless can be a hero. It's dangerous. All Might grabbed his wound at that, unconsciously, then he continued. Why don't you aim to be a police officer? They have ways for you to advance even with your partial blindness. I know people pick on them because heroes fight most of the villains, but they still do good work. Izuku didn't hear him anymore, however. He went cold and old voices and doubts filled his head. I'm sorry Izuku. You should just give up. Pray for a quirk in the next life and take a dive off the roof. With each line he remembered, Izuku grew colder. Then suddenly, William was back in the place Izuku just left. And here I thought he was different. William thought in disgust. Young man. All Might asked in concern when he saw how emotionless the teen went. Just take me home. William said, but All Might winced when he noticed how flat his voice was. Young Mid. All Might started, but William's cold eyes stopped him mid-sentence, and he coughed up blood. So All Might nodded and asked for his arm which William reluctantly gave and started to lead him down the fire escape. They were silent as they walked. All Might kept taking glances at him, but William's face remained like stone, his eyes dead, and body tense. All Might started to feel guilt coil in his stomach. While he stood by what he said, he should have said it more gently. An explosion rocked the air from the way they came, and they both jerked around. Come on. William demanded as he walked towards the explosion. What are you doing? All Might asked as he struggled to stop William in his weaker form. We need to get you out of here. Are you a hero or not? William growled as he turned his hard glare on the pro-hero, a cold fire burning in his gaze. Or are you just a coward? All Might's jaw fell, and William took the opportunity to start dragging him once again, All Might unconsciously making sure he didn't trip. Who is this kid? All Might thought as he stared at the teen. He seemed so cold and closed off one minute and a nervous wreck the next. Plus, there's fire burning in him. I've never met anyone like him before. Who are you, Midoriya Izuku? Chapter 3. Heroic tongue lashings. William was tense as he walked with All Might through the streets. He didn't know why he was walking towards the danger. Even the part of him that was Izuku didn't know what they were doing. Even though both love analyzing quirks in people, William has more self-preservation, and Izuku was still reeling from All Might's rejection. Soon, William could see what the commotion was all about. There in the middle of the street was the sludge villain. And, this time, it seemed that he had taken Bakugo captive and was in the process of suffocating him. The teen's muffled yells and explosions were deafening. Hell. William cursed as he remembered hitting All Might in his panic and All Might's jump to the rooftops. This is my fault. Both thought in perfect sync. In his head, he saw Chris begging him for help, holding out his hand to a younger Katsuki, Michael crying over Chris's plushies. He didn't even think before he ripped his arm out of All Might's grasp. Young Midoriya? The pro asked, startled, but William couldn't hear his cry. All William could process were Katsuki's cries and his son's tears and phantom cries for help replacing them. Michael Chris. He thought, his heart aching, as he leapt forward. Not again. This time I'll save you. William leapt out of the way of All Might's attempt to force him to stay back as he blurted out his cries for him to listen, the other pros' demands to stay back, and the civilians' terrified screaming. In his mind, he was debating a plan of action. He could do this. He's William Afton, springtrap. He survived worse. His foot hit a hard metal object and he quickly bent down to pick it up. The pipe. He thought. This will help. He smirked and his mind slowed down. He breathed deeply and reached out his senses. Sounds started to sharpen and blurs became slightly more recognizable. His gaze locked on the villain and he threw his backpack at his weak point, his eye. The tentacles coming at him faltered as the villain screamed in pain, momentarily distracted, giving him time to move closer. When he was in reaching distance, he smacked the pipe across his eye. The villain once again cried out in pain, but this time, some slime came off Bakugo, giving him a chance to regain his breath. William took the chance to smack him one more time for reassurance and then dropped the pipe. With strength he didn't know that he possessed in this new body, he thrust his hands into the sludge to grab Katsuki. "What are you doing?" the explosive blonde demanded. "Saving your ungrateful hide," William hissed. "Now shut up and help." Katsuki fell silent in shock, but his eyes hardened as he gave a slight nod and he created explosion right as William pulled. To everyone's surprise, he came free. "No." The villain yelled and started to direct more tentacles at them. William was prepared for this and immediately threw Katsuki away and he bent down to grab the dropped pipe. However, his actions weren't needed as just as he was ducking a tentacle and preparing to swing his pipe, an unexpected wind pressure blew the slime away. "I am here." A familiar voice shouted as All Might dramatically entered the scene, causing William to drop his pipe and face palm. "All Might." Everyone around William cried in relief. "I told you today what it takes to be a hero, and yet I couldn't follow through," All Might said to William. "I'm sorry, young Midoriya. So let me help you now." William smirked and gave a slight nod. In the next moment, a great wind pressure rose and it started raining. Civilians and pros cried out in disbelief. While everyone marveled at the change of weather, the wind pressure scattered the villain. Soon, cheers of victory started rising. William started as he was pulled to the side by the pros. They started lecturing him, but William was too on edge and fed up to listen. He gave them a dark glare and the idiots finally backed up. "Now listen," he said with a dark growl. "1. Don't you ever touch me without my permission again. Kid." Kamui Wood started. 2. William continued, cutting the pro off to his frustration. "I don't give a crap about what you're about to say." "Excuse me?" Death Arms asked angrily, taken aback as he was by William's blunt disrespect. "You see, I know the prick who was captured," William said with a shrug. "That doesn't give you the right to." Backdraft started, but William once again cut the pros off, this time with a cold glare that sent shivers down their spines. "And, you were going to let him die," he said in an emotionless deadpan, death in his eyes. "That's not true," Mount Lady tried to say, though she, like the other pros, was starting to shiver in fear in this teen's gaze and black aura. "Shut up," William growled. "Don't deny it. We didn't have the right quirks to help." Kamui Woods tried to excuse their actions. "I didn't even use one." William mocked the pro, his voice dark and mocking. "Some heroes you are. A middle school student fighting quirkless did your job better than you." The pros glared at him, but William just smirked, his teeth showing and his eyes darkly lit by a cold fire. They couldn't help but shiver in fright. Who was this kid and how did he have such a dark energy? "We're done here," William spat in disgust. Death Arms opened his mouth to protest, but one look at William's scowl had him backing off. William huffed and walked away in clear dismissal. "Cowards," he thought. "Fossa kids were tougher than these idiots." It didn't take William long to figure out that leaving without All Might was a bad idea. William groaned in annoyance as he stumbled for the 4th time in as many minutes. "Darn it," he hissed. Bakugo shouted and William's head snapped in his direction. "Bakugo," he said dryly, and Bakugo flinched back at his unexpected address. "What the hell, Deku?" he growled once he recompassed himself. "Be more specific," William said with a raised eyebrow and amused smirk. "I didn't need your help." Bakugo yelled in frustration at his previous situation and William's new attitude. "I beg to differ," William said flatly, and Bakugo growled. "But..." Bakugo froze at this. He didn't know how to handle this different Deku. "I don't need your thanks," William continued. "Then why the hell did you do it?" Bakugo growled. "You," William said softly, and Bakugo started to calm down and really look at him. It startled him to see how sad and broken Deku looked. Did I do that?" he asked himself, horrified. A knot of guilt built up in his gut. He asked weakly when Deku didn't continue, and the teen looked at him. Bakugo's breath was knocked out of him when he noticed Deku's pale, blind eyes. Deku? He thought weakly. You, William said, and then he coughed a lump out of his throat. You reminded me of them. Bakugo's eyes scrunched up in confusion. Them? Bakugo asked confused. William started and retook in his surroundings. That's none of your concern. William said sharply as his walls started to rebuild themselves. Bakugo started to protest, then changed his mind when he took a good look at him. Bakugo nearly flinched. Deku didn't look so good. His hands were burned from the explosion, he was swaying on his feet, there was ashes on his clothes, his knees were scraped and bleeding, and there was an emptiness to his expression. Bakugo's shoulders fell. Come on, nerd. Bakugo said with a strange gentleness. Let's go home. William looked at him in surprise. He expected more fighting on the blonde's part. He was almost being nice. Fine. He agreed wearily, not yet forgiving the blonde for his offense earlier in the day. But, you're going to have to lead me. Bakugo grunted and grabbed his arm, and like with All Might before, William flinched so strongly that he ended up falling to the ground. Nerd. Bakugo yelled in concern. What the hell? Warn me first. William growled defensively and Bakugo stepped back in surprise. Sorry. William pinched his nose and struggled to his knees. Let me help. Bakugo huffed and held out his hand. William smirked and then held out his own hand. Bakugo blushed in embarrassment at his oversight as he helped William to stand. Come on, nerd. He mumbled. Let's go home. Chapter 4. Conversations with Yourself. That night, when he was finally alone and his mother stopped fusing over him and Kitsuki, William sat alone in his room. It was amazing that less than 24 hours ago he didn't know who he was. That he believed his own memories were just weird dreams. HMPH. Henry always said I could be obtuse. William muttered. Henry, oh my goodness Henry. His heart ached and tears gathered in his eyes. He couldn't believe how far he had fallen. And the worst part is that I'd do it again. William spat, disgusted at himself and his own selfishness. If I could get them back, I'd do it. Hell, I'm a horrible person. I'm so sorry Henry. This time he let the tears fall as his shoulders shook silently. It took an hour for the tears to stop falling. By that time, he was exhausted, but he knew he had to settle the memories. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let his mind quiet. When he opened his eyes once again he was in his mindscape. Hello. He called out. Hello. A nervous voice answered back. William turned around and standing there was Izuku. The teen was fidgeting nervously, rocking back foot to foot. His hands were wringing together and he was biting his lips. William's heart melted for this part of him. It reminded him of Chris. Izuku. He said warmly. I don't know if you know this yet, but my name is William Afton, and I'm you. Izuku looked slightly startled, but accepting. I had guessed. He said mumbling. I mean, having two sets of memories is too weird, right? Plus, the dreams fit too well. And, it explains why I've been so angry. Is that what Kakin always feels like? I don't like it. Anyways yeah I guessed, but I didn't think. Izuku trailed off with an embarrassed blush when William started to chuckle. Sorry. Izuku squeaked. Wow. William said with a playful smirk. You remind me of me. Oh really? Izuku asked with a cute puppy dog head tilt. Yeah. William said as he sat down in a randomly appearing chair which made Izuku startle. I was always mumbling when I was younger. Drove my parents crazy. I got better when I was older, but I still did it when I was caught up in a project. How did you do that? Izuku asked. William asked tilting his chair back and raising an eyebrow. The chair. Izuku said pointing at him. Oh. William said. It's our mind. We can do anything here. So, I can just think of it and it'll appear. Izuku asked eagerly. Basically. William said. Yeah. You have to want it to appear. Izuku's nose screwed up in concentration and then a chair appeared out of thin air. His eyes lit up in triumph. Great job, kid. William said, proudly. Now we have to discuss what's gonna happen. What do you mean? Izuku asked confused. Our memories, brat. William explained. They're a tangled mess. Oh. Izuku said nervously. Does that mean I'm going to disappear? Well. William said as the chair changed into a plush lounger that he swung his legs over the arms of. Depends on what you mean by disappear. Can you explain? Izuku asked and he suddenly had a notebook and a pen in his hands. Sure. William drawled. Either we merge completely and our personalities completely blend together, my personality takes control, or your personality takes control. So, by taking control. Izuku said as he chewed on his pen. Do you mean we would keep some parts of the other? Exactly. Willem said, pleased. We'd still have both sets of memories, we'd just be influenced by the dominating set. Izuku nodded his head in understanding. I think I get it, he said. But I have a question. Shoot. William said as he started twirling a knife between his fingers. What if we didn't merge? Izuku asked and William sat back in shock, barely catching his knife. Why would you ask that? William asked. Well. Izuku stuttered. We're both lonely so. So? William asked with a confused frown. What if we didn't do it? Izuku asked. William sat back with a sigh. I don't know. He said and he threaded his fingers while the knife disappeared. You don't? Izuku asked surprised. This is the first time this has happened to me too, kid. He said amused. I am you, after all. Izuku blushed and William's smirk grew. Well. Izuku asked embarrassed. What do you think might happen? William hummed as he tapped his chin and thought. Mind you, he said, his foot tapping absently. This is only guesswork. I don't mind. Izuku said leaning forward unconsciously, his foot tapping out the same pattern as William's. So, William said in a drawling tone, his hands gesturing while he spoke. I'd gather it could either work out fine, there would be small consequences, or we'd be thoroughly screwed. Explain. Izuku said as he made his chair into a green replica of William's purple lounger. Well, William said. Like I said, it could go well. We might be able to switch between us, like I used to do with Glitch and Spring. Boo. Izuku asked confused, his brow furrowing. I thought you said you never had this happen before. I didn't. William said giving Izuku a look. Didn't you watch my memories? Izuku blushed and said. Yeah but, not all of them, and not in order. Ah. Izuku nodded in relief that he hadn't disappointed this older version of himself. Glitch is a computer virus that gained consciousness. William explained. His full name is Glitchtrap. The computer virus. Izuku asked. Well, yeah, I guess. William said. He's hard to explain. He's a glitch, simply. He was a part of a game that my friend, Henry, made and then trapped. How did he get out of the game? Izuku asked wide-eyed as his hand flew across the page of the notebook as he took notes. I let him out. William said as a shadow fell over his face, his body stopped fidgeting, and he became tense. Izuku's eyes winded in surprise. You? He whispered. Yeah. William whispered back, head lowered. Why? Izuku asked. You said he was locked away. Your friend had a reason, right? Oh, there was a reason, alright. William said with a slight hiss. So, why? Izuku begged. William sighed with a bone-deep tiredness and agony. My children. He confessed, and Izuku started crying and shared pain. Chris. He whispered. Elizabeth. William finished, his shoulders shaking with his pain. I think I understand. Izuku said softly. I was half mad already. William said. It was too much, too close together. I still hadn't processed Chris being gone. I had just found out Clara cheated on me and was going to leave me. Then she died. Not to mention that she blamed me for Chris's death and Lizzie going missing. Michael was a mess and I couldn't really help, so I grew distant. I wanted to die. And then you met him. Izuku said in understanding. And then I meet him. William agreed. And he told me that he could bring them back for me. I know I should have been hesitant. I knew that he was locked away for a reason. Henry wasn't that lax about safety. But at that point, I just didn't care. They were both quiet for a few moments, then Izuku cleared his throat. So, who's Spring? He asked. He's another version of me. William said. My alternate. So you have split personalities? Izuku asked. Yeah. William said with a dry chuckle. When I found out what Glitch had me do and I was spring-locked, my mind broke. I called him Springtrap because I was trapped in the Spring Bonnie suit after being spring-locked. What do you mean by trapped? Izuku asked warily. I died in the suit. He continued. My soul possessed the suit. But I deserved it after what I did. You mean him, right? Izuku asked. But I let him. William said firmly. It still wasn't your fault. Izuku argued. Finish watching my memories and then tell me that. William snapped. Izuku bit his tongue to keep from arguing. So, what are the consequences? Izuku said instead. It took a couple minutes, but William got back on track. Well, again, it depends. William said. We're meant to merge, so our mind might force it. We could just become alternates sharing a body. We could gain actual physical characteristics due to humanity's new genetics. I could even become a quirk, or we could go the other way by losing memories, randomly switch control, getting a mental disorder, etc. And that's only the minor consequences. Izuku swallowed. Some of them weren't bad, but the others. And what's the worst that could happen? He asked. We could go completely insane, our mind could break, we could go brain dead, or we could die. William said, dead serious. Izuku froze in shocked horror. Again, these are only speculations. William said. I don't actually know what's going to happen. Perhaps we'll just merge naturally as time passes. William shrugged. So, basically, we have a lot to think about. Izuku muttered. Chapter 5. Explanations. The morning sun glowed a brilliant gold as it passed between the blinds. The sleeping teen groaned as the light irritatingly hit his eyes. He yawned and started as he got up, still half asleep. Last night felt like a dream. If he hadn't been up half the night deep in thought, he wouldn't have believed it had actually happened. This is weird. Izuku said quietly to himself. And, I can't believe I'm saying this when quirks seem to defy reality. He ran his fingers through his hair and tilted his head back in thought. I wish it was easier to speak to William. He thought. I have so many questions I want to ask him. Izuku quickly went through his morning routine and put in his contacts. He winced in memory at the tongue lashing his mother gave him for hiding the injury from her. She even threatened to stop giving him his allowance, so he'd never try to pull a stunt like that again. Once he finished, he sat at his desk and took out a new notebook. He didn't label this one so that no one could guess what was inside. He flipped it open and then labeled the first page merging and wrote down what he knew and William's theories on the topic. On the next free page, he wrote down William's name. This one was going to be trickier. He still hasn't watched the complete memories yet. He sighed and wrote down what he knew. William Afton. Age, at the time of death, 33. Years as an animatronic, 30 plus. Children. Chris, the youngest, deceased, Elizabeth, middle child, missing presumed deceased, Michael, eldest, unknown. Job. Co-owner of Fazbear Enterprises, robotic engineer, night guard. Relationship status. Widower separated. Wife. Clara, deceased. Mental illnesses. Depression, dissociate identity disorder, DID, possible anxiety. Known injuries. Partially blind, died from spring lock failure, does it still affect him? Alter. Springtrap, is he the only one? Crimes, he killed at least 6 kids, that I know of, one of them the daughter of his former best friend Henry Emily. Personality traits. Sarcastic, blunt, fidgets when distracted in deep thought, has deep trust issues. Extra. He made a deal with an AI being known as Glitchtrap, who was created by Mr. Emily. What the deal entails, I still don't fully know, but what I do know is that Glitchtrap forced him to kill those kids and promised to bring back William's own children. William seems to be extremely distrusting of most people and take deep offense to slights against him because of it. He trusts me because, well, I'm him. He has a bad relationship with his parents. And, so far, this is all the information he really knows about his former self. Izuku bit his lip as he turned the page and made sections for Springtrap and Glitchtrap and the scarce information he had for both. Izuku, honey. His mother called. Are you up yet? You're going to be late for school. I'm up. Izuku yelled back as he slipped his notebook into his backpack. Oh good. Inko said, relieved. Come have some breakfast before you leave, sweetheart. Izuku nodded with a happy hum and sat down across from his mother. How are you doing today, Izuku? She asked worriedly. Do you think you can make it through school? I can call you in sick. I'm fine, Mom. Izuku said with a small smile. I see you're not wearing your colored contacts today. Inko mentioned in an innocently light tone. Yeah. Izuku said, looking away sheepishly. I lost the last pair yesterday. Are you planning to get more? Inko asked with a small frown. You don't have to hide it from me now. No. Izuku said with a sigh. Kitsuki knows too, and everyone will see today anyways. It'd really be pointless to hide it further. Inko gave him an understanding nod. You never did explain to me how well you can actually see with them in. Inko said. Izuku hummed in thought. It's slightly hard to explain. He said, and his mother looked at him in confusion. These contacts were made with somebody's quirk, so they work differently than non-quirked lenses. How so? His mother asked, curiously. Well, I can see, but not like other people. He said. I see everything in a shades of red. From dark red to shades of pink. I see the outlines of people and objects, thought I can't see any small details. Luckily, I can feel the difference in ink patterns to read and hear how my pen moves across the page to write. I can't read through lamination though. Inko looked at him in surprise. That was actually way better than she feared. She thought her baby would never see again. It wasn't too long after class that Bakugo cornered him on his walk home. Izuku sighed in annoyance. He didn't feel like dealing with him after everyone stared at him and whispered about his revealed injury. Some people were even saying he deserved it for being a quirkless freak. And, while he appreciated Bakugo exploding at people when he heard that, he still didn't forgive him for yesterday. He had known his relationship with the blonde was unhealthy, but William pounded into his head how unhealthy it actually was. "Boy, nerd." Bakugo growled as he stormed towards him. "What is it, Kitsuki?" he asked, sighing. Bakugo flinched at the name change. He still wasn't used to that. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" the blonde asked. "Home," was Izuku's blunt reply. The blonde sighed in annoyance. Why didn't the nerd get it? "Let me lead," he demanded to make it clear. Izuku looked at him taken aback. "I have my contacts in," he explained slowly, deciding not to question the blonde. "I can actually make my own way home." Bakugo gave him a look and once again said, "Let me lead." So, he wanted to talk. Izuku inwardly groaned. He wasn't ready for this yet. But, knowing the blonde like he did, he wouldn't let it go until he was well and truly satisfied. "Alright," he agreed, unhappily. Bakugo smirked as he had gotten what he wanted and grabbed Izuku's arm. Izuku flinched at the contact, taking a hasty step back. "Sorry," Bakugo said so softly Izuku sensitive ear just managed to pick it up. "Just warn me first," Izuku said defeated. Bakugo nodded as he started to lead his former friend away from the school. They were quiet for a while, and Izuku's nerves started to rear up, but he knew the blonde would only talk when he was good and ready to talk. Izuku started to fidget. His fingers were tapping his arms in an unconscious pattern. He could tell Bakugo was getting annoyed with him, but the more he tried to calm down, the more nervous he became. "Will you stop that?" Bakugo snapped. "Sorry," Izuku squeaked. The blonde sighed in annoyance. "What's going on, Deku?" he demanded. "What do you mean, Kitsuki?" he asked innocently. "You know darn well what I mean, nerd," the explosive teen snapped. "What the hell has been up with you?" "I really don't know what you mean," Izuku denied, trying to dodge the question, but that made the blonde even angrier. "Why did you try to save me?" he yelled at the nervously fidgeting teen. "How are you blind? Why do you flinch when I touch you? Who are they? Why did I remind you of them? What is with your mood swings? One minute you're a nervous reek and the next you're standing up to me." Izuku cringed and curled into himself the more the blonde yelled. He didn't want to answer these questions. "Well," the blonde prodded. I, Izuku stuttered. "You," the explosive teen pushed. "I don't know what to say," Izuku said crying. "Just answer my questions," Bakugo growled. "How are you blind?" Izuku bit his lip and gave Bakugo a nervous look. "Nerd," Bakugo growled out in warning. Izuku could feel the teen's hands heating up with his rising frustration. "They're explosions," Izuku squeaked out in fear. Itsuku's hands immediately went cold as he stopped in shock. "All the explosions near my face made my sight disintegrate," Izuku explained. "I was lucky you used small explosions and that the sound wasn't actually close to my ears." Bakugo's whole body felt cold. He was the one who hurt Deku so badly. Enough to give him a permanent injury. "Is that why you flinch?" he asked gruffly, still not completely aware. "Kinda," Izuku said warily. "Mostly. Other students like to push me around too." The blonde took a shaky breath. He needed time to think, but he wanted answers to his questions as well. "Kitsuki?" Izuku asked softly. "Dang it," the blonde thought. "I must have been silent too long." "Look, nerd," he said gruffly. I'm sorry. I never knew I hurt you so badly." Izuku just looked at him. He appreciated the apology. He really did, but that doesn't really help when he actually did, intentionally, set out to hurt him, even if not permanently. He tortured him for 10 years for something that he couldn't control, and then, just yesterday, told him to kill himself. "Nerd?" Bakugo asked and Izuku was amazed to see him nervous. "I don't know what to say, Kitsuki," Izuku said. "I mean, are you really sorry?" "How can you even ask that?" Bakugo asked. That struck him cold, and righteous anger flooded his veins. Izuku could feel his control slipping, and he welcomed it. Maybe William could knock some sense into the Pomeranian. Once again, the blonde was amazed at the complete switch in the nerd's demeanor. The nerd's aura turned from nervous to cold in a split second. He slowly raised his head, and Bakugo shivered when his dark eyes met his. "Tell me, Bakugo." The person who was and was not the nerd said in a low drawling tone that actually made chills run and down his spine. "How could I not?" Chapter 6. You can be a hero. William was angry. He knew he deserved hate and the torture he went through. But this new him, this innocent version of him has done nothing to deserve his fate. And William blamed and hated himself for the bad karma he must have heaped upon the poor teen. But not anymore, William thought. He'll protect the kid and teach him how to protect himself. If he wanted to be a hero, he'll darn well make him one. William was a force to be reckoned with, and he'll show everyone that he's not to be screwed with. "Hey, Bakugo," he growled as he ripped his arm out of the blonde's grip. You tortured me for 10 freaking years, scared me, partially blinded me, and told me to kill myself. And here you are asking me why I don't believe you. Are you freaking kidding me? You didn't even apologize for bullying me. You just said that you didn't mean to blind me, not for wanting to hurt me. Bakugo backed up at the teen's rage. The words stung, more so because they were true. He didn't know what to say, and it was starting to make him angry. I'm sorry, okay? He yelled, finally lashing out. I'm so freaking sorry. I don't know why I did it. You always just got on my nerves. But I never meant to really hurt you. To make you flinch when I touched you. But you did. William said, fiercely. I can't forgive you. And how those words burned worse than overusing his quirk. Kind, nervous forgiving Izuku was so fed up with him that he couldn't forgive him. Not yet. William said, and he hated that he was saying this. He could diffidently hold his grudges. But he would be a hypocrite if he didn't give the blonde a chance to redeem himself. Goodness knows he didn't deserve forgiveness. Plus, Izuku somehow still cared for the prat. Bakugo's head snapped up to look at the teen in front of him. He studied his pale eyes in wonder. He still had a chance to rid himself of this growing guilt. Prove to me you've changed. William said as he turned around and started to walk off. Bakugo stood there long after William had left, frozen in thought. Prove myself? He questioned. How the hell did he do that? William was still fuming as he walked down the street. That prat. Who the actual hell did he think he was questioning him like that? Demanding answers and then giving such a weak, pathetic apology. William breathed deeply through his nose. He needed to calm down. People were starting to give him weary glances. William pinched his nose and took a few more deep breaths. He could feel people's relief when the air warmed after he rained in his aura. I need to blow off some steam. He muttered. Where was that beach the brat was talking about last night? William cursed to himself for not paying more attention to the kid's memories. It's just that so many of them ticked him the hell off. William finally dug up the direction of the beach and started to storm off in that direction. Hopefully destroying some mindless junk would help him cool off. William sighed in relief when the junk piles came into view. While he appeared calm on the outside, all his rage was knotting in his gut. He almost wished to be at Fazbear Frights so he could torture the night guard. He jogged onto the beach and searched for a good heavy pipe. Luckily, with all the junk around, it wasn't hard to find. He began beating on an old broken car. Shattering the window shields, denting the doors, and taking out the head and tail lights. He let his mind get lost in the mindless violence. Slowly, his shoulders started to relax, his breathing labored, and sweat started to soak his clothes. Young Midoriya. A voice said, startling him. He spun around and swung his pipe before he processed who it was that walked up on him while he was unaware. After the sludge villain incident, All Might was prepared to speak to Midoriya once again. He was not only deeply moved by his actions, he was also impressed he actually managed to free the hostage, quirkless, while his fellow pro heroes floundered. Even he, himself, was just sitting idle onto the sidelines at first. But this fierce young man, without any hesitation, rushed into action. His aura, while cold, was awe-inspiring. The way his eyes hardened in determination and his mind flew so quickly through plans, he had misjudged the boy greatly. He was going to get away from the press to talk to the young man, but he saw that the other pros grabbed him to pull him to the side. He frowned in concern and stayed to make sure the boy was alright. Like he thought, the teen had an adverse reaction to the contact, and while he agreed Midoriya was reckless, he didn't like the fact that the pros were being so harsh. Then, Midoriya started to speak, and All Might was in a mixture of awe and disbelief. Never had he heard a civilian speak like that to a pro. While Midoriya was surely being hard and disrespectful, what he was saying was also true. At the moment, he reminded him of Izawa. Direct, harsh, but also concerned in his own weird way. It was at this moment All Might made his decision. He was going to offer young Midoriya one for all. However, Midoriya stormed off before he could get away from the press. And, when he escaped from the vultures, he couldn't find him. He debated going to his house. He still remembered the address, but then he remembered what Midoriya said to the pros. You see, I know the prick who was captured. All Might faltered for a bit. Didn't the blonde with the exploding quirk disappear after young Midoriya stormed off? If they know each other, maybe he went after young Midoriya. All Might nodded to himself. He could go in him tomorrow. All Might sighed as he stepped onto the beach. He wanted to go see young Midoriya, but he wasn't sure how he'd go about asking him to be his successor. Would he even want to be his successor after his terrible misjudgment? Everything seemed so clear yesterday. He still wanted to approach Midoriya, but how? It was as if it was fate had heard his woes as Midoriya walked onto the beach. However, he seemed troubled. It wasn't readily apparent. However, All Might was a pro hero, and he had time to study the young man yesterday. All Might watched as he picked up a pipe and started destroying an old beat-up car. This startled the pro hero. Even while angry, he seemed so in control. All Might decided to stand back and watch while the teen slammed the car with surprisingly strong, precise strikes. It was amazing to watch. While he seemed to be lost in his mind, it was like his body was aware of its surroundings. There were no wasted movements in his swings. His body flowed naturally like running water. All Might was impressed, despite being worried about the young man's current mental state. "Young Midoriya," he called out as he walked up in greeting. Just in time, he realized his mistake as the unaware teen spun around and swung his pipe. All Might had just enough time to catch it in his palm, and to his surprise, it actually hurt. Just how strong was this kid? Didn't he say he didn't have a quirk? He looked like a twig. William blinked away his red haze as his pipe hit the flesh of somebody's palm. "All Might," he said in surprise as he took in the pro's weakened form. "What are you doing here?" William was immediately suspicious. Was he following him for some reason? Did he give something away? Was this about yesterday? "I could ask you the same thing," the pro said playfully, and William frowned. The pro hero seemed to sense his unease and changed tracks. "I actually already happened to be here," he explained. "This place used to be a beautiful place for everyone to enjoy until one day people started to dump their garbage here. It's a good place to think." William noticed the somberness in the hero's eyes and calmed down. "So, he lost someone too," William thought. "My condolences," he said softly as he turned to the sunset, thoughts of his kids filling his head. All Might looked at him in surprise, but nodded gratefully, nonetheless. "I actually wanted to speak to you," All Might said, and William tensed again. "I wanted to apologize." "Huh?" William said in confusion. "I misjudged you," All Might explained, and it only confused William more. "Yesterday, I told you that you couldn't be a hero, but I was wrong." William's breath hitched, and he could feel Izuku stirring in his mind. "I saw what you did yesterday," the pro continued. "You rescued that boy when the pros gave up. Anyone could have done it," William said in denial, and Izuku agreed, though he was extremely proud of William's actions. "But, you did it," All Might said. "When even I stood on the sidelines worrying about my time limit. I also heard what you said to the other pros." "I'm sorry," he said as Izuku took control for that brief moment. "But, you were right," All Might said. "Yes, the way you said it was rude, but you were right." William was stunned in disbelief. What was happening? "Do you see?" All Might asked, and William shook his head. All Might looked at the young man and couldn't believe his eyes. The teen looked to be struck dumb. He was wide-eyed and shaking. His hands were white and blood was leaking through his fingers. Tears were gathered in the corners of his eyes, and his bottom lip was held tightly in his teeth. As no one ever told this young man that they believed in him. All Might thought sadly. "Young Midoriya," All Might said kindly in his gentlest voice. "You can be a hero." And, with those words, the young man fell to his knees with heart-wrenching sobs. Chapter 7. Training Start. The dying light illuminated Izuku as he sobbed. He could feel William in the back of his mind as he tried to give him support, but he was just as shaken. In his mind, he could hear everyone who told him his dream was pointless, that it was worthless echo around him. "It's never going to happen. I'm sorry, Izuku. Don't embarrass this pathetic school any further. If you want to be a hero so badly, go jump off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life." He cried harder, and his body bent forward as he crouched on the ground. He could feel the sand burning his fingers, but he didn't care. "It's okay, kid," he heard William say in the back of his mind. "I'm here. I believe in you too." This seemed to strengthen him, and he finally looked up at the pro hero. His eyes were soft as he took Izuku's form in. "I guess that answers my question," the pro thought sadly, his heart clenching for the young man on his knees, tears still glistening in the light on his face. "I'm sorry to spring this on you," All Might said gently. "But, that's not the only reason I wanted to speak to you." Izuku looked up at him in confusion, and he could feel William's wariness in the background. Izuku took a deep breath and gave a signal for William to take control. While he trusted All Might, he sounded serious, and William has more experience. William did as asked, however, he gave Izuku a passenger seat. The teen did have more knowledge about heroes. All Might observed the change in fascination. He hoped one day the teen would trust him enough to explain how he could change his presence so suddenly. It was like he was a completely different person. "Why?" William asked. "So, he's back to being wary," All Might thought. "I guess I do deserve it. I actually want to ask you something," All Might said. William's gaze sharpened as he stared at the pro in calculation. "Go on," he said as he stood. "You know about my injury, but I never explained my time limit," All Might said as he gestured the teen to sit with him on a couple washers. "You mentioned that earlier," William said, looking at him in speculation. "With that injury, you probably can't handle your quirk long. How long do you have?" A couple hours. All Might blinked in surprise. Dang, the kid was smart. 3. He admitted, hiding a wince though William noticed it. William nodded in acknowledgement. So, what does this have to do with me? The teen asked, crossing his legs and grabbing his chin in thought. My quirk is special. All Might said. You see, most people think it's just strength enhancement. They debate about it a lot on the news and online. Izuku said, briefly taking control, and then William continued the thought. But, you always avoid answering the question by joking around. Is this secret dangerous? All Might sat back in shock by the deduction. How does this kid keep on surprising him? It's definitely something to be kept secret, All Might admitted. So why are you telling me? William asked as he narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Because my power can be passed down like a scared torch, All Might explained. And I want you, young Midoriya, to inherit that flame. Me? Izuku asked in disbelief. Why? Why did you rush to save that young man? All Might asked instead of answering. I don't know, Izuku answered. My legs just moved on their own. You see, young Midoriya, All Might said. Every hero has a story, and when they start, they all say the same thing. My legs just moved on their own. Once again, both Izuku and William were speechless. So, young Midoriya, All Might asked. Will you inherit my power? It's your choice, kid. William said as Izuku went to ask the older man's opinion. Izuku closed his eyes briefly in thought, and then he said. Yes. He was in a dark room. He thought it might be Freddy's pizzeria, but it didn't look right. The pizzeria never looked this creepy. He was in the security room and he was looking at the cameras. He had no idea why he had the lights off. It was 2 a.m. He was sweating through his uniform. What happened to the air conditioning? Why was he using such a small fan? Suddenly, he noticed that Bonnie and Chica were no longer on the stage. What the hell? He didn't program them to do that. He quickly flipped through the cameras and heard Chica in the kitchen. He cursed under his breath in confusion as he continued looking for Bonnie. He couldn't find him. He put down the tablet and checked the doors. Bonnie was right outside. He screamed in fright and slammed the doors closed. What the actual hell was going on? Did Henry reprogram them without telling him again? Izuku woke up in fright. He really needed to go through William's memories. I agree, William said when he pulled Izuku into his mindscape. It's almost been a month. Izuku grinned sheepishly up at the man. It wasn't like Izuku wasn't curious, it's just that between training with All Might and school, he hasn't had time to look at them. However, William said as he gestured Izuku to sit with him. I know you've been stretched thin lately, so I have a solution. What is it? Izuku asked, eagerly. I'm going to start filtering them in through your dreams, William said with a smirk. Was that what happened tonight? Izuku asked. William shrugged and said. It wasn't one I sent, but it was one of my memories. Izuku shivered in fear. He never seen anything like that. Anyways, that's not the only reason I brought you here, William said as he crossed his arms. Is something wrong, Will? Izuku asked in concern. I noticed that All Might has only been giving you strength training, William said. Izuku nodded. Flashback. Izuku jogged up the beach. He was almost bursting with excitement. He was going to get a quirk. It was like all his dreams were coming true lately. First he found a friend in William. And, wasn't that strange that he befriended himself, even if it was a separate part of himself? He was then told by the #1 hero no less that he could become a hero. And, although he felt guilty that he was getting praised for William's actions that day, William told him that he was crazy enough to do the same reckless thing. The words may seem harsh, but Izuku knew that William was actually complimenting him and showing that he would be worried for his safety. It made him feel warm that someone was finally in his corner. He loved his mom, make no mistake about that. But, he felt that she gave up on him when he didn't develop a quirk. She's too overprotective and she treated him like he was glass. It was like if he didn't have a quirk, he couldn't function normally. But, William didn't believe that. Even though he ended up becoming extremely powerful when he possessed an animatronic, he still lived a normal life. A life before the dawn of quirks. William was fascinated by his mind and the way he broke down quirks. He actually believed that he could be a hero without All Might's quirk. No one ever believed in him like that before. Izuku really hoped that they didn't completely merge. He felt like he would grow too dependent on William. He was already starting to become like a brother to him. Good, you're early, All Might said jovially. That's what I like to see. Now, I know that you were prepared to receive my power today, but you're not ready yet. Disappointment flooded Izuku, and he could feel second-hand anger pour out of William who was listening in. Had All Might changed his mind? Don't look so down, All Might said seeing the young man's face. It's only your body that's not ready. You see, my quirk stockpiles the strength of its previous wielders. And, well, you're already above average in strength than your body portrays. Your body is still too weak to handle the presence of my quirk. If I gave it to you now, your arms and legs will blow off." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, and William's curiosity piqued. What type of quirk could do that? They both thought. "We're going to have so much fun experimenting," William said to Izuku. "Yeah," Izuku sent back to William. "We are." Then flashback. "The schedule is for the whole 10 months before the UA entrance exam," Izuku said. William nodded. "And, while I agree that getting your body prepared for the quirk is important, I also think you're going to need more training," William said as he held Izuku's gaze. "Being a hero is going to take more than a quirk. We've both studied pro heroes. Now, we need to study villains. We need to up your analysis. But most importantly, you need a fighting style." Izuku looked at William in awe. "You've been thinking about this for a while, haven't you?" he asked the man. William nodded and studied his younger self. He was starting to build muscle, which was good. He was lean, but his shoulders were starting to become stocky. He needed to adjust his exercises so the teen would develop a runner's build. He had the right size to become extremely swift. He also wanted to teach him how to wield knives. And, after that, dual blunt weapons or maybe a staff. "Yeah," William finally said. "You're not only relying on your fists." Izuku gulped at William's calculating gaze. William was a hard taskmaster. "I'm also teaching you robotics," William said. "Really?" Izuku gasped in wonder. "Yep," William said with a grin. "You'll eventually gain my knowledge, but I want you to have your own style and creativity. Plus, that means we can design your own weapons and gear." Chapter 8. Changes. Izuku was right. Training with William was torture. He's never been so exhausted. William was ruthless, and he demanded perfection. Yet, at the same time, he's never had so much fun. William had an odd way of training him. Yes, he did certain exercises and katas to learn how to strike, but he would also throw in trivia, pop quizzes, or lecture him while having him do the exercises. He would also engage in surprise attacks while in the mindscape, randomly ask how he'd proceed in a crisis situation or mission during conversation, and he frequently had him practice situational awareness by counting exits and profiling people on the streets. He would even manipulate their mindscape in the likeness of one of the Pizzerias or Fazbear frights and make him survive the night. And, while it was terrifying, he was learning a lot. William even sparred with him. He never knew a man could be so terrifying. While he's far from cuddly on a good day, his normal sarcastic calculating personality never seemed so dangerous than when he was fighting. He wasn't a one-trick pony either. He could take you apart with a glance, and he knew how to use his environment against you. The original should be grateful his madness and the surprise of them coming to life made him sloppy. He would have dismantled them otherwise. "And, we're through for the day," William said as he pulled Izuku up to his feet where he was flipped onto his back for the 5th time, and Izuku groaned in relief. William took a good look at him and gave him one of his rare smiles. Izuku beamed knowing that this meant William was telling him good job. Izuku had learned that while William was charismatic when he wanted to be and prone to tangents, William never expressed his feelings or affection through words. He showed it through his actions. Izuku thought it was hilarious that William acted like a typical tsundere. "How are you holding up, brat?" William asked as he created a couch for them to sit on. He's noticed that Izuku was a physical person, and he liked to casually lean against him when they talked. And, although he was usually a prickly person who didn't care much for physical contact, William found that it helped ground the teen. "I'm doing okay," Izuku said as he leaned against William's shoulder. William looked at him critically. Izuku had a tendency to overwork himself. Though, William would be a hypocrite if he didn't admit he was the same way when it came to his work. William watched as Izuku's eyes fluttered in exhaustion and took notice of his dark eye bags. "Dang it. He's been going too hard on the kid. We're taking tomorrow off," he declared. "What? No," Izuku cried. "You can go to see All Might, but we're not doing anything tomorrow," William said in finality. Izuku sulked. He knew that when Will used that tone he wouldn't take no for an answer. "Fine," he muttered. William snorted in amusement at the teen's tone. "Don't teens usually want to go out to do something fun?" the purple-haired man asked mockingly. "I think training's fun," Izuku argued. William laughed and Izuku pouted. "You really are a little me," William said, snarky grin in place. "I used to have the same argument with Henry." Izuku's eyes twinkled with suppressed amusement. He saw one of their arguments in his dreams of when they were in college. William is a dramatic little snot. "Oh, I don't know," Izuku said in a breezy teasing tone. "I didn't threaten to move into the workshop yet." William mock scowled at Izuku, and the teen started to giggle. "You mentioned fun," Izuku said when he got himself back under some semblance of control. "Did you have something in mind?" How would you like to start building your first animatronic? William asked, eyes twinkling. Yes. Izuku yelled out in glee. Do you really think I'm ready? MHM. William hummed as he ruffled Izuku's hair. You're far enough in my memories to go for something small. Plus, I'll help of course. Izuku started to vibrate with repressed excitement. He was going to build an actual animatronic. He had so many ideas. He's already started a new notebook for them. Calm down. William said, and Izuku settled once again. I know it's exciting, but you need actual rest so you can focus. Izuku nodded, significantly chastised. Good. William said in approval. So, by your comment earlier, you're now experiencing my college days. Yeah. Izuku said, tilting his head to look at William. It's actually making my school life really boring. William nodded his head and said. I expected so. The rest of the year is going to be hell. Izuku groaned. William bumped his head against the back of the couch and hummed. He didn't want him to get bored. That would waste his potential. However, how should he go about giving him more difficult assignments without getting him in trouble or giving the game away? After a little time and thought, a mischievous smirk crossed his face. Izuku caught it, and his blood started to race. William may be insane, but he was a genius. He had a way around everything. Izuku found his insane ideas exhilarating. How well do you know Latin? William asked with an evil grin, his eyes glinting with mischief, and Izuku's grin stretched to meet his older selves. It has been 3 months since Izuku started training with All Might, and he was flourishing. All Might was amazed with his progress, and even questioned if he was adding to his training. Sheepishly, he admitted he showed the schedule to a friend of his that was a genius, and he recommended alternate exercises to complement the plan All Might had him on. William was impressed by Izuku's manipulation. He admitted he'd have a hard time seeing through it if he didn't know Izuku. All Might, of course, was proud that Izuku decided to get help before changing his routine, but told him to ask him first next time. Izuku hurried to agree, and William laughed in the back of his mind. If only he knew. Izuku's studies also took a turn for the better. While Izuku learned Latin, William had him write all his extracurricular assignments in English. William had him designing animatronics, games, learning advanced programming, chemistry, and languages. He also had them going over pre-quirk history. Izuku was becoming proficient with his knives, and he was no longer clumsy. William even praised him by comparing him to a cat on the prowl. No longer was he a newborn kitten. The only disappointment Izuku had was that he wasn't one a single spare. But, Will assured him that it could take years before he gained enough experience, and it wasn't because Izuku wasn't good enough. Or in Will's words. You're 10 years too young to give me a scratch, brat. Give yourself time to learn how to use that brain of yours to take advantage of your surroundings. Fight smart, not hard. Izuku snorted at the memory. William was a mood unto himself. He also started construction on his own animatronic. William had him drawing designs and writing out the program all these months. He also had him use the newer technology to test out how the design would work and if it would be safe using higher level math. Of course, the only way to be sure was to actually build it, but it did help to find flaws in the programming. Izuku fidgeted in his seat. He couldn't wait until the bell rung. He was starting to get hooked on building animatronics. He was actually starting to love his days off training. However, the bad part of all his progress was that people started to notice. Namely, Kitsuki. Well, he stopped his bullying, he's kept a close eye on him. He knew his ex-friend was suspicious. He's changed too much, too quickly, and it wasn't only when William took control. He was more confident, graceful, and his aura darkened slightly. Not to mention, he got snarkier from hanging out with William. His mom noticed too. And, while he could tell that she was happy to know he was happier, she was also concerned to know where it all came from. She started to ask pointed questions. Asked to meet his new friends. And, Izuku was starting to worry about how he was going to keep dodging her questions. Hey, nerd. Bakugo called out. Izuku held in a groan when he noticed that they were the only 2 people left in the class. Kitsuki. He said with a sigh. He knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Come on. He said. Class is over. Izuku raised an eyebrow in a resemblance of William. He was sure that the blonde would immediately start questioning him. What? The blonde snapped defensively at Izuku's look. Nothing. Izuku said breezily, an amused smirk adorning his face as he gathered his belongings. I suppose you wanted to walk home together? The blonde twitched at Izuku's accurate assumption. Izuku noticed and his eyes twinkled. Alright then. Izuku said and Bakugo's eyes widened. Let's go so you can ask your questions. Bakugo's hand started to fist and release in nerves. Deku changed so much in the last 3 months. They were both silent as they made their way through the school. Bakugo kept glancing at Deku as he gathered his thoughts. It surprised him how little the nerd fidgeted now. He still did it, but it wasn't nervous fidgeting now. So? The nerd said, and Bakugo was jerked out of his thoughts. You have questions. And that was a statement. Yeah. He admitted. What's going on, nerd? Explain what you mean by going on. Izuku threw back. That. Bakugo exclaimed, small explosions going off with his frustration. You've changed, nerd. I barely recognize you. You're more confident. You don't pay attention to the lessons, yet you're doing better than me. You're gaining muscles. I've seen oil stains on your clothes. And don't think I haven't noticed you started writing in Latin. Bitsuki. Izuku said, voice calm. Before I answer your question, let me ask you one. Why do you care? Izuku gave the blonde a blank look that he mirrored off of William. He could tell that his new confidence had the blonde off his game. He figured if he mirrored William, he could keep the blonde from questioning him. Finally, the blonde seemed to regain himself, and he looked at Izuku. Look, nerd. He said as he looked away from the boy he once knew, and for the first time, he felt a hint of regret for their lost friendship. I know that we're not friends. Izuku snorted at the comment, and Bakugo frowned. And, I know that it's my fault. He continued, and Izuku's gaze snapped to the blondes and Bakugo felt a pang of regret at the wariness in the nerd's eyes. I've been thinking about what you said to me those months ago, you know. Prove myself. How the hell do I do that? But, dang it, nerd. I've known you since we were babies. It's disturbing to see you so different. What the hell have you gotten yourself into? This caught Izuku by surprise. Was Katsuki actually worried about him? Chapter 9. Fear and Agony. Katsuki. Izuku said gently, surprising the blonde from the change from his emotionless tone. I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine. I haven't gotten into anything. I've just found people who believe in me. Who are these people? Bakugo asked, worriedly. Are they villains? Izuku burst out laughing, worrying the explosive teen further. Izuku couldn't have it though. The irony with William and the thought of All Might being thought of as a villain was too much. Hell no. Izuku said. That relieved the blonde, at least. Really, Katsuki? Izuku said. Everything is okay. Bakugo gave him a look that Izuku took it explain, nerd. He gave a tired sigh. One of my new friends is a genius that likes building things. Izuku said. He saw how bored I was with school and started to teach me how to program and build things. Bitsuki's eyes widened in surprise and he asked. So what's with the Latin? To protect your projects. Izuku explained. The blonde nodded in understanding. The muscles? The blonde asked. Heavy equipment. Was Izuku's quick reply. The blonde tilted his head back. It all seemed to fit, but something seemed off. Yet, he also knew he couldn't push. At least he wasn't involved with villains. Alright, nerd. He said, giving the other teen a hard look. I know you're not telling me everything. Izuku gave him a blank look in return. However, the explosive teen said with a tired huff. I'm not gonna push. A small crack appeared in Izuku's mask, and the blonde smirked. Just don't do anything stupid. Katsuki snarked. Izuku snorted in amusement. Izuku woke up to darkness. Slow echoes of water dripping filled the air. A cold shiver of fear rose in him when recognition hit him. He was in the safe room. Words clung in his throat as the panic hit. He reached out towards William, but there was no answer. Dread filled him and his panic rose further. His heart was pounding, and it was hard to breathe. Why wasn't he breathing? Tears filled his eyes as he choked on a sob. It wasn't until he felt the agony of metal tearing up his insides that he realized he was in the spring Bonnie suit. That was also when he realized he was sitting in a pool of water, but the water was sticky. The realization that he was sitting in a pool of his own blood hit him like a bag of bricks. He woke up with a terrified scream. His mom rushed in soon after, and he calmed her down the best he could. However, he couldn't stop the shaking of his hands. He knows she noticed and was thankful that she didn't push him for more answers. He didn't know how to explain it to her. Plus, no matter how much he loved her, right now he needed William. William understood this pain, and he had a solid presence that Izuku found reassuring even though he knew others found it creepy. Once his mother left, he immediately dove into his mindscape. William? He cried out as it came into focus, and he felt a gentle pressure on his shoulder. He spun around and buried his head into the man's shoulder, his tears finally falling now that he felt safe. Brat? William asked in surprise. He knew Izuku was tougher than this. He didn't even cry when he nearly died. I was in the safe room. Izuku sobbed, and William winced in empathy. I was sitting in a pool of my own blood. William's breath hitched and he wrapped his arms around the teen. He just felt the aftermath of being spring-locked. Oh, kid. William said softly as he ran a hand through the teen's growing curls. They stood there for several minutes as Izuku sobbed into William's purple shirt. It wasn't until Izuku's shaky breath steadied that William even dared to move them. That day, William declared was an off day. No training, no building, nothing but fun and mental rest. He even had him call off his training with All Might threatening to take control and do it himself if Izuku dared to argue with him. And, while Izuku was mildly annoyed, he understood why William decided this. His training and building animatronics was dangerous. And, Izuku knew that he wouldn't be able to focus right now. So, he decided to suck it up and take a walk instead. The air was nice and cool in the early morning hours. He was happy that it was the weekend. It was hard enough to pretend to care about lessons on a good day. Izuku took the back roads to stay away from the morning rush. He tried to focus on clearing his mind. However, just as his mind calmed, he was jerked back to reality by someone roughly pulling him into an alley. Well, a cruel voice taunted. What do we have here? It's the quirkless freak. Izuku felt his gaze harden as anger flowed through him. He took a quick stock of his surrounding and cursed. There were 4 boys from his school surrounding him, no available weapons, and the alley led to a dead end. What a wonderful situation to find himself in. He thought sarcastically. Aw. One of the guys cooed mockingly. Is the waste of space scared? Izuku didn't answer, but his gaze hardened. The other both with him laughed. Izuku discreetly got in a position to better defend himself. He wished he had a weapon as he let his senses run free. He wasn't sure what one of the boys' quirks was because he was in a different class and he recently transferred. Izuku took a deep breath and the world turned into a blazing red, sounds sharpened around him, and he took notice the heartbeats and vibrations of the boys that surrounded him. We should show this bug he doesn't deserve to even be allowed to kiss our boots. The boy with extended fingers said nastily. The others cheered. Extended fingers went to jab at him, but Izuku was ready for it and dodged. This, however, made the other boys mad. The boy with wings, Tsubasa maybe, flew at him. Hearing the flapping wings and feeling the slight air pressure, Izuku dodged to the side and slugged him in the face. His friend yelled in anger and spikes extended from his knuckles with a slight hiss. Izuku saw his red frame lunge for him, and Izuku caught his arm dodging the spikes and used the boy's momentum to swing him into the boy that was once again lashing out at him with extended fingers. They slammed into the alley wall with a painful slap that echoes around the alley. Tsubasa once again flew at him, his attack once again broadcast by the sounds of his wings. Izuku quickly spun on his heel and kicked the flying boy in the stomach. Tsubasa cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, no longer able to consider it on staying in the air. That was when the 4th boy came up behind Izuku and tapped him on the back. For a moment, he was confused, but then Izuku screamed in agony as he felt springlocks go off. The other boys looked on with horror as he fell to his knees crying out with soul-rearing pain. He actually felt like he was dying. What the hell? One of the boys gasped in horror. What the hell did you do to him? This wasn't supposed to happen. The transfer cried out in shock. It's only supposed to show your worst fear, not this. Come on. Another boy said in fear. Let's get out of here before a hero comes. And leave him here. Tsubasa cried out in disbelief. Do you want to go to jail for unlawful quirk usage? The first boy asked. The 4 looked at each other and then at Izuku, who was still screaming in agony. In the end, they ran away from the scene. Izuku was crouched on the ground, crying with agony. He's never been in so much pain. He could feel jagged metal pierce through his chest and stomach. He felt blood clogging his lungs as it slowly suffocated him. Fire seemed to be burning in his veins as it lit his brain ablaze. His mind felt like it was melting. What was worse was that he could feel that William was feeling it too. They kept trying to reach out to each other, trying to save each other from the pain, but each attempt hurt them further. Help me. Izuku cried mentally. Please. Anybody. His mind was breaking. He could feel it as he lost the fight to stay awake. He didn't think he could make it much longer. With one last pain-filled sigh, he passed out. The alley was silent as he lay still. Chapter 10. Interrogation. Eraserhead usually didn't work early in the mornings. He was an underground hero for a reason. However, Yamada was sick, so Izawa ended up covering his patrol. The pro sighed as he stopped on a roof above an abandoned alley. There wasn't much going on today. And, while he was thankful there were no crimes being committed, he was also incredibly bored. What he wouldn't give to go home so he could curl up with his cats and sleep. Being both a teacher and a pro hero was harder than most gave credit to. Just as he was getting comfortable on his perch, he heard a loud cry of someone in unbearable pain. His head flew in that direction, and Izawa launched his scarves and began to swing towards the scene of the crime. To Izawa's surprise, it took nearly 10 minutes at his stop speed parkering over the rooftops to avoid the crowds to arrive at the scene of the crime. His heart broke as his normally cool gaze landed on the teen laying still in the alleyway. To feel so much pain that the pro could hear him several blocks away was horrifying. However, ever the pragmatist, Eraser had pushed back his feelings and he immediately began checking the team for signs of life. He sighed in relief when he felt a pulse, though it was weak, and felt labored breathing. Next, he checked for any injuries. The pro was confused to find nothing but minor bruises. There were obvious signs of a fight, however there were no indications of why he would have screamed in such pain. Was it a quirk? The pro pondered. The pro contemplated what type of quirk could do this as he called the incident in. As he waited for an ambulance and the police to arrive, the boy groaned. "Hey, kid," he said, and the teen's eyes slid open. Izawa was used to seeing odd features on people due to quirks, but his eyes didn't seem to match the kid at all. They were completely black beside a white pinprick of white. They didn't seem human at all. "William?" The kid groaned, and the voice seemed like a mixture of youth and mechanical. "Eraser?" Detective Namasa called as the police gathered into the alley. "What's the situation?" The pro sighed and said, "It looks like the kid was hit by a quirk. He's alive and he has no major injuries, but I could hear his screams from at least 5 blocks away. I'm surprised no other pros turned up with how loud he was." "Did you not see the paratraders?" the detective asked. "No sir," Aizawa said. "It took me 10 minutes to arrive at the scene. It seems like they ran off when they realized what was happening." The detective frowned. Hopefully the kid could identify his attackers. "Is it safe to move him?" he asked one of the EMTs. "Yes sir," the man said. It was just as Eraser had described. "Good," Namasa said. "We'll finish up here and then we'll meet you at the hospital." "Yes sir," the EMT said with a salute. It was dark and Izuku could feel pain spiking through his body. For a moment, he thought he was back in the safe room, however he could see that William was right across from him. That must mean that he was in his mindscape. "William?" Izuku inquired with a pain-filled groan. They were both laying on the ground with what looked like blood surrounding them. William groaned but didn't wake. "Will?" Izuku screamed in fear. "Be silent." An unknown voice growled. It was a deep bass and it sounded mechanical. "Who are you?" Izuku demanded. "And how did you invade our mindscape?" The figure stepped out of the shadows. He was a tall animatronic bunny animatronic. His body was a yellow-green with mold, its eyes were a bright piercing gold, and it looked to be broken down. "Our mindscape?" the man asked with a suspicious hiss. "Springtrap." Izuku gasped in recognition, and the bunny glared at him. "Who are you?" Springtrap growled in warning. "Me?" William said with a pained groan as he sat up. The animatronic looked at Will in clear confusion. "He's my reincarnation," William explained. "But, we haven't merged." Springtrap blinked dumbly at his altar, but he calmed down. To Izuku's surprise, the animatronic changed into a more anthropomorphic form. He looked like William's twin, but he had sickly pear-colored skin, olive green hair with blood-red highlights, bunny ears, claws, and a bunny tail. It was Izuku's turn to blink dumbly and Springtrap smirked at him, a fang showing. "So?" Spring said, ignoring Izuku for the moment. "The kid's you? He doesn't look like much." "Don't judge him too harshly, Spring," William said with admonishment. "He almost took out 4 boys his own age with ease and they had superpowers. The only reason he lost was that one of the brat's opponents had a power that made us feel like we were being springlocked." Springtrap raised an eyebrow, reluctantly impressed. "How'd this happen?" he asked, changing the subject. "Honestly," William said, shrugging. "We have no idea." Springtrap started to laugh, and they both gave him mirrored blank looks, making the bunny man laugh harder. "Now I see it," he said, with a hearty chuckle. Yeah, William said with an annoyed huff. "Now, we need to evaluate our situation. All this chit-chat can wait. Brat, give me a rundown." "We obviously passed out," Izuku said, and Spring snorted. "No crap, Sherlock," he said mockingly, and Izuku gave him a dry look. "The weird part was the quirk affected both of us," Izuku said. "Why?" "Will mental quirks always affect both all of us?" "That's a good point," William mused as he tugged on a lock of hair. "We only have experience with physical quirks." "Quirk?" Springtrap asked, lost. "A superpower," Izuku explained. 80% of the population has one now, and most of the 20% who don't are from the older generations. "What's yours?" Spring asked, curious despite himself. "Quirkless," Izuku mumbled. "But," William said with a proud smirk. "We impressed a pro enough that he'll pass down his quirk to us. Apparently, it's special enough to be top secret." Spring whistled impressed and said, "Dang, you always amaze me by getting into some weird crap." "Anyways," Izuku continued, "our combined agony must have been enough for my mind to split and bring back Spring here, I'm guessing. I'm not knowledgeable on remnant and quirk biology to cross that bridge yet." "It's a good theory," William said as he tapped his chin. Izuku shrugged and decided to continue. Our screams should have been loud enough to alert the pros, the teen said. So we should expect an interrogation, William said, eyes flashing with alertness. Yeah. Izuku said, nodding in agreement, his eyes just as determined. Then let's get our answers straight, William said with a calculative smirk. Izuku woke up right as the door opened. He's stable and relatively uninjured, a doctor said as he led a detective and the pro hero Eraserhead into the room. However, he hasn't woken up yet. We think it's because the quirk set off his pain receptors. It's like he was injured, but it never happened physically. I doubt he'd be awake. Izuku cleared his throat, interrupting the doctor, and all eyes turned to him. Izuku blushed and said, "Hi. Hello, young man," the detective said. "I'm Detective Namasa. And that's Eraserhead," Izuku said without thinking, and both of the men the doctor leaving without the others noticing blinked in amazement. Like heroes. Apparently. Eraserhead drawled, and Izuku grinned in amusement with how similar it was to William. Eraserhead looked at him in confusion, but then his face went blank once again. "We have a few questions for you," the detective said. "Do you mind answering them?" "Okay," Izuku said with a small shrug. The two men pulled up chairs to get more comfortable. "Do you remember who attacked you?" Namasa asked. "Yeah," Izuku said with a small frown. "Some guys from school. I don't remember all their names, but I think one is Tsubasa, he has a wing quirk. One had spike that came out of their knuckles, one had fingers that they could extend, and the last one was a transfer. From what I could gather, his quirk can affect the mind. Maybe playing on our fears. He'd never have known about what happened to me, and if you're asking me who did it, that means he himself doesn't affect what fears are used or he wouldn't have ran." The detective looked at him with his jaw dropped, and Eraserhead looked at him with interest. "That's really smart, kid," the pro said, and Izuku blushed. "I like analyzing quirks," he explained. "It's a hobby." "Do you have an analysis quirk?" Namasa asked. "No," Izuku said, fidgeting. "I'm quirkless." The detective's eyes widened. "So, that analysis was all natural?" Eraserhead inquired, looking impressed. "Yeah," Izuku said, confused. "I've been doing it since I was 4. It's nothing special." "Nothing special," he says. The detective muttered to himself in disbelief. "I know several officers that couldn't do that." "Dang, kid," Eraserhead said. "Remind me to never introduce you to Nezu." "UA's principal?" Izuku asked, surprised. "MHM," the pro hummed. "Anyways, to get back on track," the detective said. "How did the fight start?" "They pulled me into the alleyway," Izuku said dryly. "They wanted to show the quirkless freak that he doesn't deserve to lick our shoes." The two men winced. "I see," the detective said. "I have a question," the pro said. "Go ahead," the detective said, relieved to move to a new subject. "You said you don't have a quirk, and I believe you," Eraserhead said. "It would be pointless to lie with the detective here anyway." "I'm a human lie detector," Namasa explained at Izuku's confused look. Izuku was immediately wary, but tried not to look worried. "Anyway, when I found you, you opened your eyes for a brief moment and they were black with a white pupil," the pro said. "Now I see they're an extremely pale green, almost as if you were blind." Izuku became extremely confused, and the two men could see that. "What?" Izuku asked. "Do you not know?" Eraserhead asked in surprise. "No," Izuku said. "I mean, I can explain the paleness. I'm actually partially blind, but the other that's never happened before." "You're blind?" the pro asked, stunned. "Partially," Izuku said. "I have special quirk-made contacts that allow me to see people and objects in a red outline. Think of it like inverter heat vision. The evidence show that you were winning that fight," the pro said, secretly impressed. "And, you're telling me that you did that mostly blind and quirkless?" "Yeah," Izuku said, straightening his shoulder defensively. "So?" Izawa gave him a maniacal grin and asked. "Do you want to be a hero?" Izuku's eyes widened. "What?" he asked weakly. "You heard me," the pro said evenly. "Yeah," Izuku said. "Always have. You have more potential than my whole class this year," Izawa said bluntly. "Oh really?" Izuku asked, mind reeling. "Yeah," Izawa said. "Now, I have one more question." "Okay," Izuku asked. "Who's William?" Izawa asked. "You called me that when I found you. Was he there? Was he one of the boys who attacked you?" "No," Izuku denied with a defensive yelp. "Will would never hurt me." Izawa was relieved at that. "Okay," he said. "I believe you. But, I still have to ask who he is and why you called me that." "He's my best friend," Izuku said vaguely. "You actually kinda remind me of him." "Oh," the pro said in his normal dry tone, but Izuku noticed he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Yeah," Izuku said with a small nod. He has long black hair, he speaks very bluntly, and you use similar dry tones when you're speaking. Namasa snorted in amusement and said. Look, Shota, he found you a twin. Izawa gave him an unamused look and Izuku giggled. Right. The pro said. Thank you for your time. We'll be in touch in case we have any more questions. The two men walked to the door and Eraserhead stopped and turned around. By the way, kid. The pro said as he stopped by the door. I'd go see a quirk doctor about the eyes. You may have a quirk you never knew you had. Izuku nodded and the two men left. He needed to speak to William. Chapter 11. A Mother's Worry. Izuku was released from the hospital an hour and a half after he was interrogated. However, his mom did show up to fuss over him and drive him home, as she was contacted as soon as he was admitted due to his student ID being in his wallet. As soon as they got home, she sat him down for a talk. Izuku, she said, giving him a searching look. I'm worried about you. Mom? Izuku said. I'm fine. Izuku, Inko said in a warning tone. Talk to me. What's been going on lately? You've changed. Izuku felt defeated. He knew this conversation was come someday. He just wished it didn't have to come so soon. He knew this conversation wouldn't end like the one with Kitsuki. She was going to push. Izuku? She asked worriedly after several minutes went by when he hadn't said anything. Have you gotten into something bad? No. He said firmly. Okay. She said. So, why can't you tell me what's going on? Izuku said, trailing off before huffing in frustration. How did he explain things in a way she would believe and yet not think he was insane? Honey, his mother said, fidgeting. You're worrying me. I have an idea. William said. Let me take control. Izuku had to refrain from showing any outward emotions. While he usually liked William's crazy idea, this was his mother. He had no idea what Will might be planning. Trust me, William said, and Izuku did. Izuku sent him a mental sigh of defeat and handed him control. Inko was starting to get very worried. Izuku has never acted like this. She really hoped he wasn't involved with anything dangerous. She's been on edge for the past 3 months. Izuku has become distant with her. He didn't talk as much as he used to. He used to tell her everything, well, at least she thought he did. Now he's been extremely secretive. He's even taken to writing his notebooks in other languages, including his old ones. There are oil stains on his clothes. He's designing things he won't let her see. She swears she's heard him talking to himself and it wasn't his usual muttering. It sounded like a conversation. Tears flooded her eyes as she looked at a son she didn't recognize anymore. How can someone change so much in so little time? She watched as he opened and closed his mouth, floundering for words. In the past, he would have already been muttering a word vomit she was proud to say only she could understand. Then, he closed his eyes and she straightened in her seat. Has he finally decided to share what's going on? She focused her full attention on him. His eyes snapped open and his whole demeanor changed. It was sudden, just like a witch being flipped. She was so startled, she nearly fell out of her chair. Izuku smirked in amusement. No. She thought. This isn't my son. His eyes were too dark, his aura too cold. The way he held himself was wrong too, it was forcibly casual, like he was pretending he wasn't on a knife's edge. No matter how much has changed, Izuku still had his regular tics. For one, his hand would twitch for a pen when he thought, like he was just waiting for a chance to take notes. This person that took her son's place had none of the tics she's become so familiar with. It was jarring in a horrifying way. You're not my son, she said with a glare. The imposter's smirk widened and he crossed his legs. He rested his head on his palm, his elbow on his knees, and tilted his head. His profile may have been calm, but the air around him was charged and calculating. Her senses were on fire, and her mind was screaming that he was dangerous. Hello, Inko. His voice was a smooth baritone, a distinct difference from Izuku's youthful tenor. Who are you? Inko asked, and she never thought she'd be afraid of her son. My name is William. The person in her son's body answered her. And, I'm your son's alter. Alter? She asked, confused. What's that? What did you do to him? Nothing. William said with a glare. I haven't hurt him. Technically, I am him. No, you're not. She yelled. You're not my Izuku. No. He agreed breezily. I'm his split personality. Inko reared back in shock, like she's been slapped. What? She breathed. No. He has to be lying. As if he knew what she was thinking, he gave her a mocking smirk, eyes cold. I'm his alter. He repeated. I'm a part of the brat's mind. My name is William. I'm 33, and my purpose, you could say, is his defense. Inko started to cry as she came to the realization that this man in her son's body was telling her the truth. How did this happen? She cried. Are there more of you? Does Izuku know about you? Is that why he's changed so much? How long has this been going on? Why didn't he tell me? He's been severely bullied. William said as he stared at her coldly. Don't worry, I took care of his main tormentor. Did you hurt them? Inko asked, paling. William scat in disgust and said. No, but way to care more about his bully instead of your son. Inko flinched at his cold tone and accusation. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but William gave her a look and her mouth snapped closed. To continue answering your questions. William said in a mocking tone. Yes, there is another personality. His name is Spring. He doesn't have a defined age and he's not completely human. What do you mean he's not completely human? Inko asked, completely overwhelmed. He's a humanoid bunny. William explained bluntly. He's our vengeance. Our rage and animal instincts. Inko gulped in nervousness. Her innocent baby had enough rage to create a whole personality around it. Don't worry. William said as he waved his hand. He doesn't come out much. That at least made her feel a little better. Izuku know about you both? She asked, trembling. To her surprise, William smiled warmly, but it vanished behind his blank mask as soon as it appeared. Yeah. He said. We, to which I mean the brat and I, me 3 months ago. Inko's eyes widened. So that is why he changed. It was actually after the sludge villain attack. William explained. You're the reason he's changed. She said accusingly. For the better. William said in a tone that dared her to argue with him. He was proud of the kid and dang it, no one was going to degrade his accomplishments. Mother or not, if she made the kid cry, he was going to show her why he should be feared. Inko took the warning to heart and asked. What about the other one? William's eye became hard, as cold as ice. He told her they were a part of Izuku and she was treating them like parasites. Whether or not he lied about them both being the result of dissociative identity disorder, also known as DID, didn't matter. It was true when he said they were all a part of Izuku. Izuku met Spring just recently. William said with a growl. Inko flinched and William sighed, running a hand through Izuku's growing locks. Inko? He said, and William's voice, while still cold with dislike born of protectiveness, was warmer than earlier. Inko took notice of this and paid close attention to this hijacker in her son's body. Frankly, I don't like you. William said, and Inko became defensive. I don't like the way you treat the brat like glass. I don't like that you seem to think he's less capable because he doesn't have a quirk. I don't like how you either ignored the fact that he was bullied or are so blind that you never saw it. Izuku said it took at least a couple months to get used to being partially blind. How the hell did you miss that? But right now what's ticking me off is that you're dismissing a mental disorder that your son has. That you're treating Spring and I like a disease. We're still your son. We're just a different part of him. Inko got angry then. How dare this stranger say that she's not a good mother? She opened her mouth to give him a piece of her mind, but his eyes turned a cold, dull gold. Don't argue. A deep bass voice growled. We all live in this body. You're going to have to get used to us. Trust me when I say we always come back. This cruel being gave her a manic smirk, and then the gold faded from Izuku's eyes, and her son was once again in control. The disappointed look he gave her broke her heart, and she sobbed as he got up and walked away. Chapter 12. What defines me? Izuku stormed into his room and let the door slam as he fell onto his bed. While he was angry that William acted the way he did, he was even more angry with the way his mother reacted. She acted like he was possessed. Tears started to pool in his eyes as he started to sob. Her rejection hurt. Brat. Will said as he ran his fingers through his hair, voice soft with empathy and guilt. Did he cause this? Izuku jerked in surprise as he took in his current surrounding. He was no longer in his room. He was on a green and purple plaid couch laying in William's lap. Spring was in a yellow lounger across from them, protective anger burning in his eyes. One of them, likely William, must have pulled him into the mindscape while he was unaware. Are you alright, brat? William asked, fingers once again combing through his now shoulder-length hair. Kinda. He said as he relaxed from the contact. I can't believe she reacted like that. Yes, you could have been nicer. Here he gave William a look, and William gently pulled a curl as his face softened as an I'm sorry. Izuku smiled to show he forgave him and continued. But, she was cold before you went off on her too. She didn't even try to understand. Why? William shut his eyes in shared pain. He didn't know what to say. He's never had a relationship with his parents. His dad was extremely abusive and his mother was addicted to pills and neglective. So, instead of saying anything, he pulled the broken teen into a hug. When Izuku finally calmed down, William tilted his chin up so he could look him straight in the eyes. Brat. He said seriously. We both know I'm not good with emotions. Izuku snorted in amusement and William flicked his nose. I've never had good parents. William said. I don't even remember having a role model. I can't tell you why she's acting like this. But, unlike my parents, she does love you. I may not like her and the way she treats you, but I can tell that she cares about you." Izuku studied him for a moment and then smiled. William wouldn't lie to him about this. "So, we just have to show her how great you are." Izuku aided with a bright, hopeful smile. "Both of you?" "What?" William asked, taken aback. "I agree," Springtrap said, gobsmacked. "What the hell?" "Come on," Izuku said with a pout. "If she get to know you both, she'll have to like you." "You don't even know me," Springtrap exclaimed. "You're a part of William," Izuku said with a shrug of dismissal. William chuckled in amusement as Spring started to splutter in confusion. "Well, I don't think that's how this works," William said, and Izuku gave him a pitiful look at this. "For you, brat, I'll try." "Thank you," Izuku yelled in happiness as he gave the older man a hug. "HMPH, get to know me first before you subject your mother to me," Spring said with a dry look. Izuku nodded with a smile. They both agreed. The next few days were awkward to say the least. While Izuku wanted to make up with his mom and have her get to know William and eventually Spring, he was still hurt and angry. And, it didn't help that she's been walking eggshells around him and watching for any sudden changes in his demeanor. So, when he hasn't been training with All Might and doing more training with William, he's been focusing on getting to know Springtrap. Spring was very different than William. He was much colder and easier to anger. He was also much more reclusive, spending several hours a day alone. He hated to be touched and will go out of his way to avoid it. However, they did have some similarities. For example, Spring also spoke through his actions, though he was more open with his thoughts. Spring had a dry wit like Will, however, it was more sardonic and morbid, and he also appreciated his dramatics. Springtrap was harsher during training. Izuku has never been more thankful that wounds he got in the mindscape didn't transfer out of it. He really didn't want to explain to his mom why he was a bloody mess. However, the more he trained with Spring, the more respect he saw the man give him. "So, twerp," Springtrap said. "What did you want to talk to us about?" "It's about something Eraserhead said in the hospital," Izuku said. "I meant to tell you when we got home, but, well." William nodded in understanding, and Spring gave a protective growl. He seemed to like his more less than William did. "So, what's up, brat?" William asked as he sat in front of the teen. Eraserhead said, "When he found me, my eyes were completely black with a glowing white pupil." The teen said, giving them both a look. He thought it was a quirk, but it sounded more like an animatronic. Both of the men said in surprise. "How?" Springtrap growled. "You haven't died. You've never even been near a completed animatronic." William, however, was quiet. He hit his hat on his chin, while the other grabbed his elbow. His foot was tapping out a familiar pattern as possibilities ran through his mind. "It could be because of us," he mused. "What?" Spring growled in warning. "Are you saying we're killing him?" Spring's eyes glowed wide as he glared at William at this accusation. "No, you dumb bunny," William said in a dry, annoyed tone. "Remember what I said about the merging, brat." Izuku's eyes widened. "You said we could become actual alters, gain psychical characteristics of each other, or you could become my quirk," Izuku said. "So are you saying that this is how we're merging?" "It's a likely possibility," William said. "And, with Spring now here, as well as your mind going through being spring-locked, you might actually have become an animatronic." "But, that's not possible," Springtrap yelled. "He's not dead." "But, he might have a quirk," William said with a manic grin. "Humanity has evolved. Maybe his mind thought he died, and his untapped genetics took our soul's memories of being dead and gave him a new form." "That makes no sense," Springtrap growled as he angrily paced the floor. William snorted and said, "Does anything we went through make sense?" Spring stopped pacing to give William a heated glare. "So?" Izuku asked, defusing the tense as he looked at William in hope. "You think I have a quirk?" "It's either that or you died without one of us noticing," William said with a shrug. Izuku's eye shined in happiness. He had a quirk. Then, reality set in as he bit his lip. How was he going to explain this? "Brat?" William asked. "How will I explain this?" he asked. "It won't be like either of my parents' quirks and to gain it so suddenly." "Well, you did almost die," Spring said sarcastically. "Blame that. Or you can say it was the mental strain from this recent attack." Both William and Izuku looked at him in shock. "What?" Spring growled in annoyance. "I'm smart too." William just smirked and turned to Izuku. "Hey." Spring growled, but he was ignored. "So, now we just need to see if you can change forms," William said, eyes glowing in anticipation. The next day saw Izuku out on the beach before the sun came up. They wanted time to find their new form before All Might arrived. All three of them were excited and curious to see Izuku's form. Would he look like Springtrap, or would it be different? Okay, brat. William said. Are you ready? Izuku took a couple shaky breaths and said. Yeah. Izuku was a bundle of nerves. He almost felt like the anxious mess of a teen that he was before William came into his life. Yet, at the same time he was extremely excited. For years he's wanted a quirk. Prayed for one. Before William, he thought it would make him normal. And, even though William showed him that he didn't need a quirk to be normal, he still wanted one. If only to be able to help save people better. To study and better himself. Or maybe it's just that he's wanted one for so long, he'd forgotten how to not want one. As he stood there, he thought about William's praise, Spring's respect, and he hesitated. Will having a quirk make him lose who he was? He's made so much progress without one. He's been quirkless his entire life. I guess I did let being quirkless define me. Izuku thought sadly. Brat? William asked in concern. You alright, twerp? Springtrap growled softly. Will this change me? Izuku whispered. Change you? Spring asked confused. Change you how? William, however, understood, and he sent his empathy as comfort to the teen. No. He said. You'll always be you. We'll always be us. This power will just be a tool for us to use. A new skill. Just like your knives are learning a new language. It won't define you unless you let it. Tension bled from his shoulders as he calmed down. William was right. Once again, he was worried for nothing. Thanks, Will, he said. No problem, brat. William said, tone warm. Izuku took a deep breath. This time, he was ready. What do I do? Izuku asked. In the mindscape, William looked at Springtrap for direction. He never had multiple forms or a quirk. He could make an educated guess, but he wanted the opinion of someone who had actual experience. Well, try thinking about changing forms. Springtrap said. That's how I do it. It might help if you get angry. Spring gave William a helpless glance. He wasn't sure how to help either. I have no idea how this works. The bunny admitted with a shrug. I just know how it works in the mindscape. William cursed then sighed before he said. It's worth a shot, brat. Izuku nodded and cleared his mind. He imagined changing into an animatronic. Then he opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Nothing. William thought for a moment, then opened his eyes. Remember, brat. He said. You have to want it. Izuku nodded and tried again. Once again he cleared his mind. This time, he acted like he was in his mindscape and willed the change to happen. He felt something happen this time. He looked down at his hands, but nothing changed. The hell? He whispered confused. What's wrong, brat? William asked in concern. I felt something different that time. Izuku explained. But, nothing's changed. You must be on the right track then. William said. Try again, and focus on that feeling. Izuku blew out a breath and focused on the feeling. He cleared his mind except for that feeling. Then, he thought about changing forms. This time, he could really feel the change. It felt like a charge flowing through his whole body. It didn't hurt, but he could definitely feel as his body changed shapes. This time, when he looked down, his hand was metal-plated. Izuku grinned at his success. He couldn't wait to see his full form. Young Midoriya? A familiar voice asked weakly. Izuku's high crashed down in flames. All Might. Chapter 13. Altars. Young Midoriya. All Might asked again. How? You said you were quirkless. Izuku started to panic. All Might. He's early. He wasn't supposed to be here. He saw. How was he supposed to explain this? Brat, give me control. William demanded. Izuku calmed at his tone and immediately handed over control. William was an expert in situations like these. William could handle this. All Might stared at the young man. He felt disappointed in him. He never thought he'd lie to him like this. He watched him as he seemed to panic at his presence, and then, once again his demeanor changed. This time, the change made him wary. All Might. The teen said. You're early. I am. The pro agreed. Now, are you going to explain? William closed his eyes and breathed out. To both his and All Might's surprise, he changed forms again but not in the way William meant to. William looked down and his breath hitched. Scars littered his arms. He clenched his fists as he resisted the urge to check his torso. He knew what he'd find there. Young Midoriya? All Might asked weakly. Is that really you? Yeah. William said, his voice rough. What happened? All Might asked, and William could tell that he was more concerned than mad now. William gave a weak broken chuckle as he looked down at his arms. It's a long story, he said roughly. All Might looked at the boy in concern. He was slightly taller and more lean. His hair was longer and straight. Instead of the green it was before, there were purple streaks through raven black hair. His eyes were a pale ice blue instead of the pale green of before. He looked older if only slightly. And the scars. Goodness, the scars. They were awful and they covered his arms. What happened to this young man? I have time. The pro said, his voice rough with his concern. He felt like he was about to cry. William looked at the pro and sighed. He could explain away the animatronic form, but this was something else. Izuku? He asked through their connection. William? The teen asked, terrified. It's your choice. He said. Wait. Springtrap snapped. Are we really thinking about telling him? Well, we could always go the alter route. William said. But it might not explain everything. Tell him. Izuku said. What? Spring snapped. Not everything. Izuku said quickly. But we need to tell him something. William forced down a maniacal smile. He thought he understood where Izuku was going with this. So how was he going to pull it off? Alright, All Might. He said. But, not here. Why? All Might asked warily. You have your secret. He said with a look. I have mine. All Might winced at the reminder, but he understood. Is this dangerous? He asked in remembrance. William gave him an amused smirk and answered. Only to me. All Might's eyebrows scrunched up as he frowned in concern. Come on. The teen said. We can go to my place. Mom's at work. Does she know? All Might asked worriedly. Partly. William admitted. All Might let himself relax some. Hopefully he could still trust his chosen successor. It didn't take long to get to his apartment. William could feel all their anxious worry building in him. He tried to block it out so he could focus. He couldn't mess this up. Izuku had to become a hero. Tea? William asked as he moved to the kitchen and took out a teapot. Please. All Might agreed, and William could see he also wanted to stall. William nodded and went about making the pro tea and fixed coffee for himself. All Might gave him a curious look, and William smirked in reply. I'm addicted. William admitted. You don't want to know how many cups I drink a day. All Might snorted and said. You remind me of Izawa. You're not the first to say that. William said with a snort of his own. All Might raised an eyebrow, and William said he'd explain later. At that moment, the teapot rang with steam, and the anxious energy charged the air once again. William sighed and fixed All Might's tea and grabbed his black coffee. They sat down quietly for a moment, just staring at one another. William sat down his coffee and said. I know you have questions. How about we start there? All Might nodded in acceptance. You said you were quirkless. He said. I was. William said, and All Might tensed. And how? He asked. I can't be completely sure. William started, and All Might narrowed his eyes in confusion. We think. We? All Might asked and William cursed. All Might raised an eyebrow in surprise. He's never heard the young man cuss before. Then, he narrowed his eyes again. Why didn't he want to say we? Explain. All Might demanded. Okay, William said with a sigh. I guess it's a good thing I was planning to tell you anyway. Then why were you surprised? All Might asked in suspicious confusion. It's because if you were anyone else, that would have been a bad slip to make. William explained. I didn't realize I said we until you pointed it out. All Might nodded in understanding. Now, try to stay calm. William warned the pro. Why? The pro asked, immediately on edge. William gave him a look and All Might sighed with a nod. First off, I'm not Izuku. He said. What? All Might jumped up in anger. Where is young Midoriya? What have you done to him? Calm down. William demanded and the pro glared at him. I haven't hurt the brat and I don't plan to either. Then, where is he? All Might demanded. I'm going to explain. William said as he crossed his legs and tilted his head back. Just sit down. All Might reluctantly did as he was asked. Now, the brat is perfectly fine. William said. I'd never hurt him. All Might gave him a searching look and then nodded in relief. My name is William. William said. I'm a part of Izuku. What? The blonde pro asked confused. How? Are you a quirk? Maybe. William said dismissively with a shrug. We're not sure how the merge is gonna turn out yet. Merge? All Might squeaked out in concern. Yeah. The purple-haired man said with a nod, leaning back in the chair. You see, the brat and I share a soul. All Might felt faint. He was so confused. How is that possible? He asked. Well, we told the brat's mother that I'm one of his split personalities. There's more of you? All Might asked. Yeah, Springtrap is my split personality. William said. But, I'm his reincarnation or we believe so. We don't actually have all the memories. And here is where the plan started. They needed All Might not to think too highly of the reincarnation theory. At least, not yet. Good one will. Spring said. That'll make him doubt it. So, you're not sure. All Might. Hey, don't judge. William said with a reproachful look. It's not like it's happened to us before. We do know that I'm part of Izuku. Both of us are. Now that I think about it, you do sound familiar. All Might said thoughtfully. I should. William said with an offended huff as he tossed his hair back. We've met before. You just thought I was the brat. Was that the mood swings? The pro asked as his eyes widened in understanding. William smirked and nodded. Yep. He confirmed as he popped the pea. The only one you haven't met is Spring because he came recently. How? All Might worried for the young man. Alter don't just develop for no reason, right? We were attacked by some kids at school. William explained. The brat was doing well until one boy used his quirk on him and we went through a mental springlock failure. Springlock failure? The pro asked and he saw young mid William wince again. Yeah. The teen said with a sad sigh. That's how I died. What? All Might asked, voice breaking. I built animatronics robots. William said and All Might nodded in understanding. I designed a suit that could be worn and turned into a free-roaming animatronic. But the springlocks are what made it possible. They're tiny metal pieces that you turned to hold back the metal endoskeleton that allowed the animatronic to move. However, they could come loose under varying conditions and were extremely dangerous. One day, I wore it and they failed. It was brutal. All Might winced in sympathy. He couldn't even imagine not that he wanted to. So, how do you have a quirk? All Might asked to change the subject. We think it's because we nearly died. William said with a shrug. Or, maybe, the mental strain from being springlocked again tricked our mind into think we were dying and we developed it from memory. Who really knows? We only knew it was possible because Eraserhead saw our eyes change while we were practically unconscious. You met Izawa? All Might asked surprised. The brat did. William said with a nod. He was with Detective Namasa at the hospital. You meet Namasa too? All Might asked. Once again, the brat did. William said with a snort. Sorry. The pro said with an embarrassed chuckle. I'm so used to you saying you're young mid Izuku, do you both go by that family name? No. William said with a small, hidden smile. Only the brat. Spring doesn't have a family name or a defined age. My family name is Afton and I'm 33. And, you're taking all this way better than our mother did. All Might's eyes widened. No wonder you sound older. He muttered and then he winced. Did she take it badly? At the moment. William said with an emotionless tone that broke the pro's heart. Spring and I are parasites. I'm so sorry William. All Might said. Is it okay if I call you that? Yeah, I'm American. William said. It would be weird if you didn't. And, don't worry about any honorifics for Spring either. You can call him either Springtrap or Spring like me and the brat. Why do you keep calling young Izuku that? All Might asked. William shrugged and said. I just do. He doesn't mind. And then, to All Might's utter fascination, Izuku took control. It was amazing seeing his green hair bleed from the black, his eyes darken slightly to his pale green, and his freckles dot his once blemish-free cheeks. I think it's because he's at Sundeer. He said. Hi, All Might. I'm sorry for not telling you before. You see, we were afraid no one believe us. All Might gave the teen an understanding smile and said. I understand, young Izuku. I'm just glad you trust me enough to tell me about it. Izuku held back a wince. He hated that he couldn't tell All Might everything yet. Maybe later. All Might took a closer look at Izuku and gaped in surprise. Izuku had changed slightly. He still looked mostly the same, but there were a few small changes. His hair was longer and more manageable though it was still curly. There were also purple streaks running through it. He also had faint scars on his arms. All Might's heart ached when he recognized what they were, the springlocks. All Might? Izuku asked worriedly. Your arms? All Might whispered brokenly. Izuku looked down at his arms and paled. Will? Izuku whimpered and All Might's heart broke at the sound. Once again, there was a change. This time, however, he didn't recognize the person in front of him at all. He looked like a warped twin of William. Though, his skin was a sickly pear, his hair was a dark olive with blood-red streaks, and he had bunny features. Are you Springtrap? All Might asked. No duh, Sherlock. The man growled, and All Might was taken aback by the unexpected hostility. Will young Izuku be okay? The pro asked. This time, All Might could see faint warmth in the cold humanoid's eyes. Yeah. Spring said. He was just surprised. Will's with him though. That's good, at least. All Might said, relieved. Springtrap smirked. All Might fidgeted as the silence stretched. Springtrap seemed unapproachable, and he was completely different than the other two. To be honest, the man seemed like a villain. So are you going to talk, or are we done here? The bunny man growled in annoyance. How's Izuku taking all this? The pro asked. I just told you. Springtrap snapped in annoyance. I'm sorry. The pro apologized placatingly. I meant with the split personalities and his mother. How's he doing with school? Does his I'm sorry, I can't think of a better word at the moment, situation affected? How can I help? Springtrap sat back in shock. No wonder Will and the twerp like the pro hero. He's too genuine not that he'd ever admit he could get used to the man. The twerp's fine. Spring said with a snort. He took to having us around well. Will and him get on like a house on fire. He's doing well in school. Will actually has to give him harder lessons in private or he'll get bored. He's a genius just like Will. As far as for affecting his life, well, we have some control on when we switch. But an ex-friend is suspicious and the brat's mother hasn't accepted us yet and, to be honest, I'm still new to this situation, so you'd have to ask Will or the twerp about doing anything. I see. All Might said. Those are all my questions at the moment. Is there anything else I need to know? You and the twerp's mother are the only people who know about us. Springtrap said. We don't want anyone else to know yet. All Might nodded. He could keep this a secret. Okay. The pro said. But let young Izuku and William know they might need to let the principal and at least their homeroom teacher know about you when he gets into UA. Will do. Spring said and then he smirked. When, no if. I trust in all of your abilities. All Might said as he got up to leave. Tell William and young Izuku thank you for all of your hospitality and I hope you all have a great day. Call me if any of you need anything, okay? Springtrap's heart warmed slightly as he nodded. He was too speechless to do anything else. Goodbye Springtrap. All Might said. I'll see you 3 tomorrow. Springtrap said, unconsciously. I'm sorry. All Might asked as he turned to look at the humanoid bunny. It's Spring. The bunny said with a gentle growl. All Might smiled as he watched the man look away from him and said. Okay. Have a good day Spring. Bye. Spring growled as the pro walked out of the apartment. Chapter 14. A hell of a tongue lashing. William was through with it. That woman was driving him mad. The brat has been trying to get through to her for 2 months. Izuku was almost inconsolable these days. William was officially ticked the hell off and Spring is at the point that he's planning murder. If Izuku couldn't get through to her, he will. He planned his attack for 2 weeks. He studied her habits and emotional responses to various stimuli. He made sure to take everything into account. He even roped Spring into his plan, not that it took much to do. All he had to say was that he was going to give her a verbal beatdown. Now, he was waiting for her in the living room with the lights off. She's been waiting for Izuku to go to bed to come home for the past couple weeks. A growl stuck in the back of his throat at the thought. It didn't take him long to hear the click of the lock and quiet footsteps around the room. Going somewhere? He asked with a bored drawl. Inko jumped at the unexpected noise as she spun around. You? She said as he flipped on the light and leaned back in his chair, legs crossed. Me? William drawled and his ice blue eyes flashed with his hidden anger. What do you want? She snapped. You already stole my son. William froze as anger boiled under his skin and a deep dark growl reverberated from deep in his chest at her words. What? He hissed. Inko flinched, but she stood her ground. William laughed, but it was a dark laugh, one that reminded him of when Glitch made him kill those poor kids. Inko shivered in fear at this man using her son's body. There was no way her Izuku would ever be this. Listen here, sweetheart. William drawled with a false honey voice. I'm done with your crap. Give me Izuku back. Inko yelled, crying, and William snapped. I am Izuku. He yelled. Izuku's me. We're the same. Dang. Person. And, you're hurting him. You're not my son. She yelled. Well, you certainly remind me of my mother. William hissed. Are you going to start popping pills? You certainly have the neglect down. Inko stepped back as if she had been slapped. What? She asked, faint. Or are you going to be like dear old dad and smack the brat around? William said, pressing his advantage when he saw the crack in her armor. No. She yelled. I would never do that. I love him. And act like it. William yelled as he stood up and slammed his hand down against the table. Izuku thinks you hate him. What? She asked with tears in her eyes. He thinks that you believe that we're a freak. William hissed. He thinks you've abandoned us. You treat us like parasites. Get it through your thick skull before you lose your son. We are the same person. We're just different part of one whole. We share the same body. We share the same soul. If you reject me in Spring, you're also rejecting Izuku. William stopped to breathe and looked at the woman, panting. She stood there shell-shocked. Tears were in her eyes, and she was shaking. William refused to feel any pity for her until Izuku forgave her. Well, William drawled in impatience. Does he really think that? She asked, and William sneered. Of course he does, idiot. William snapped at her. How would you feel in our situation? Inko flinched and looked down, her tears finally falling. I don't want to lose my son. She cried. Then tell him that. William snarled. Tell him you love him before you lose him. Don't let him become me. Inko looked up in shock at that. He didn't want her baby to be like him. What? She asked weakly. William sighed as he ran his hand through his long purple streaked hair. Inko gasped at the sight of his scars and ran to grab his arm. William jerked back with a hiss. Don't hiss at me, young man. She snapped, now in full mother hen mode. Let me see your arm. William raised his eyebrow with a derisive snort, but he let her see anyway. Maybe it would help him get his point across. Inko raised his sleeve and gasped in horror. The scars were much worse than she first thought, and she gently traced them, taking notice of his tensing. How? She asked, her heart aching. I was spring-locked. William said, his voice rough with sadness. She looked up at him in confusion, and she saw the pain that was hidden behind his eyes. How broken he was. It broke her heart, and she instantly felt so guilty. She couldn't look at him in the eye anymore, so she looked down and froze. Her breath caught in her throat, and then she started to sob. William looked at her in confusion for a moment, but she grabbed his wrist and in broken sobs, and he understood. Don't worry. William said gently. Zuku's not suicidal. Then why? She asked brokenly. I did that. William said. I was in a really bad place. I lost my kids. Inko's eyes shot up in surprise. You had kids? She asked in disbelief. 3. William said with a sad nod. Chris was 6. His brother Michael and his friends used to bully him. One day, they went too far with a prank, and Chris died. Inko's eyes welled with tears once again and her grip on his wrist tightened. Lizzie was 8, it was barely a month after Chris's death. William continued. My wife went out and I had to take Liz to work with me. My business partner, Henry, pulled me into a mandatory meeting and she went missing. She was presumed dead. Inko's knee bulked and she ended up leaning on William. I was next. William said. I was springlocked by my own suit. But, I lost Mikey before that, I think. I found out Clara, my wife, cheated on me. Then she died in a car accident. This was a couple weeks after Lizzie went missing. It was too much, too fast. Mikey blamed himself for Chris's death. I couldn't help because I was too depressed. I ended up doing stupid things like drinking and cutting. I was lost in my own mind. I bet he hates me. Inko, don't be me. Don't let Izuku become me. Why you're William right? She asked after a few moments of silence. Yeah? William asked confused. Can I? She asked stuttering nervously, just like Izuku used to. Can I give you a hug? William's eyes widened as he was thrown through a loop. You want to hug me? He asked confused. I know you probably don't trust me after well. She said nervously as she wrung her hands. But, you just seem so sad. William shook his head in disbelief and she let go of his wrist. You two are too kind. William muttered under his breath. Excuse me? Inko asked confused, not really hearing him. You hear my sob story and immediately want to hug me. William said chuckling brokenly. I wish HMPH. Wishes are useless now. Inko was amazed the tears were actually pooling in his eyes. Inko's poor heart couldn't take it anymore and she immediately pulled him into a hug. William? She whispered. I'm so sorry. I misjudged you. In all honesty, ma'am, he said. Probably not. She hugged him harder at that and William gently pat her shoulder. Tell your son you love him. He whispered and he let of control. This time, she watched in fascination as the change took place. How the black faded to green, how blue eyes bleed into green, and those familiar freckles dotted round cheeks. Mom? Izuku asked warily and Inko pulled him into a tight hug. I'm so sorry Izuku. Inko yelled. I love you no matter what. I didn't mean to hurt you. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. What did William do? Izuku asked in complete amazement. Inko blushed deeply embarrassed. He gave me a tongue lashing. She admitted. What did he say? Izuku asked suspiciously. William had a mouth on him when he had the mind to use it. Exactly what I need to hear. She said as she brushed stray looks out of his face. He's not just an altar, is he? Izuku couldn't hide a slight flinch and Inko closed her eyes in pain and regret. Tell him I'm sorry. She said. Both of them. Tears pooled in Izuku's eyes as he nodded. I love you, Mom. He said in choked sobs. I love you too, Izuku. She said. That morning, Inko made sure to make all of the three's favorites and pack their lunch too. When Izuku left for school, she made sure to hug all three of them before they left. It confused the hell out of Spring until everything was explained to him. Hell, Will. He said with a low whistle. You don't pull punches, do you? William shrugged and looked nervously at Izuku. I want to be mad right now. Izuku said with a sigh. I really do, but thank you. Really? William asked in surprise. Yeah. Izuku said with a dry chuckle. I got my mom back. Plus, it seems like she needed to hear it. William nodded his head in understanding. Just don't do it again. Izuku begged. Or ask before you make a plan like that. Alright. William agreed. Chapter 15. With great power. Izuku was sitting on the now clean beach, a thermos of coffee in his hand. William had succeeded in his mission of getting him addicted to the stuff. By his side sat All Might. Since the day All Might had found out about Izuku's altars, he had them meet up with him just to talk. Izuku thought it was nice, even if Spring thought it was tedious. And, once in a while, William would take control to talk to the pro as well. How are you doing, young Izuku? All Might asked. I'm doing well. Izuku said with a bright smile. And, how's your mother? All Might asked. She's doing better. Izuku said. I think she's finally starting to get over her guilt. At least she's calmed down on her mother healing. I thought Spring was going to blow a fuse. All Might chuckled and said. That's good to hear. How's your transformations going? I can finally switch with both Spring and William without transforming into them. Izuku said with a relieved sight. However, sometimes when our emotions are high, our eyes will flash. William said we should try to be careful still until we get that under control. We don't know if we still might accidentally transform during periods of high emotions. All Might nodded. And, how about your animatronic form? He asked. It's going well. Izuku said. Spring's been helping me adjust to it. All Might gave him a bright smile. That's great. He said with 2 thumbs up. You've been going plus ultra. Haha. Izuku laughed as he ran his hand through his hair. William's and Spring's training is brutal. At least you'll be prepared for UA. All Might said with a secretive smile. Yeah. Izuku agreed. I can't believe that the exam is in 2 weeks. Are you ready? All Might asked curiously. Am I going to have to build a rocket, design my own pain pills, or ride in druidic runes? Izuku asked with a deadpan stare. All Might winced in sympathy as his eyes widened in disbelief. No. He squeaked. Then I've been ready since Christmas. Izuku declared. Oh, they really do go hard on you, don't they? All Might stuttered. That. Izuku said with an amused smirk. Was just William and it wasn't even his physical training. That made All Might pale. And, I thought Gran Torino was bad. The pro thought horrified. What kind of monsters are they? So, you're diffidently prepared. All Might said. Yeah. Izuku said with a sigh. Though I still can't help but feel nervous. Crazy, right? Not at all. All Might said with a kind smile. This has been something you've hoped for your entire life. It's normal to feel nervous. Even when you're overprepared. Izuku laughed and All Might smiled at the small victory. Speaking of being ready. All Might said. I think it's time for you to inherit my power, that is if you still want it. Izuku smiled at the pro and said. I'm still honored that you chose me. I'm ready when you are, All Might. All Might grinned and jumped up in excitement. Then, let's not waste time. He exclaimed as he pulled a hair from his head. Eat this. Nani? Izuku exclaimed in disbelief. You see, young All Might started to explain, but Izuku cut him off. Now I have to eat toast for breakfast for the next 3 months. Izuku cried. That's so not fair. Huh? All Might asked as he deflated, literally and metaphorically. William and I made a bet on how your power was passed down. Izuku explained. Will insisted it was DNA based, and I thought it would be more solar spirit based. All Might shook his head in disbelief. Those 3 were going to be the death of him. So, I'm guessing William has already worked out how this will work. All Might asked sighing. He has his theories. Izuku said with an eye roll in quotation marks. Which turn out right about 99% of the time. All Might muttered and Izuku gave an exasperated nod. I have no idea why I still bet against him. Izuku muttered in agreement. All Might snorted in amusement at their antics. Anyway, young Izuku. The pro said, getting back on track. Eat this and receive my power. Izuku grabbed a strand of hair and braced himself. This was going to be disgusting. He took a deep breath and quickly swallowed the piece of hair. He choked in disgust, and he could hear William and Spring laugh at him. We never speak of this. Izuku growled at them mentally, which made the 2 jerks laugh harder. Great. All Might said jovially. Now, in a few hours, you'll be able to start using your new quirk. William predicts it'll be in about 3 hours. Izuku said as he tapped his chin. And, knowing him, it'll be right on the nose. All Might nodded in agreement. William's predictions were scary accurate. Izuku still questioned how the originals weren't more terrified of him. Even watching Will's memories didn't help. Well. All Might said as he got up and stretched his lanky form. I'll see you tomorrow, young man. Are you training with William today? Izuku flinched and nodded. Yeah. He said. William's been really excited about studying my new quirk. All Might looked at him in sympathy. Just don't let him work you too hard, he said in warning. Wish me luck. Izuku snorted in response. Izuku decided to walk around while his body digested the DNA in All Might's hair. William figured it would be better not to train, so he wouldn't accidentally activate the quirk if his timing was off. He didn't want them to get hurt because they overdid it in a stressful situation. He and Spring agreed with the reasoning, though they both heavily doubted William would be wrong. So, for the past hour, Izuku has been wandering around randomly. It felt odd to not be training or working on his animatronic. It's been forever since he's acted like a normal teenager. He snorted as he walked into a park. It's not like he really missed it. He was finally happy with his life. And, he actually had good friends in Will, Spring, and even All Might. He'd give up having a normal life for this contentment any day. Hey, freak. He heard and he tensed, ready to defend himself. Though, when he took in his surroundings, he saw that he wasn't the target of the bully. It was a boy his age with long fluffy purple hair and dark eye bags. The bully, a burly boy with blue hands emitting frost rolled into fists, stomped over to the lanky teen. What do you think you're doing here? The bully demanded. Don't you know villains aren't welcome here? The purple-haired boy tensed up, but he didn't say anything. Izuku watched the confrontation, and he started to get angry. How dare that jerk pick on that boy? Oh, does the villain have nothing to say? The bully mocked. Good. Then you know your place. People with quirks like yours should be locked up. This made Izuku snap, and he stormed over to the two boys. Hey. He growled. Hasn't your mother taught you to shut your mouth when you don't have anything intelligent to say? The bully growled, and Izuku stood in front of the purple-haired boy who looked at him in disbelief. Who the hell are you? The bully growled. And, don't you know who that is? He has a villain's quirk. The purple-haired teen flinched, and Izuku glared at the bully harder. 1. I don't give my name to schoolyard scum. Izuku said mockingly. 2. I don't really care who it is. No one deserves to be tormented for something they never had a choice with. And 3. No quirk is inherently evil. It's a person's choice that makes it so. You're an idiot. The bully scoffed. I guess I'll just beat you both. I'm sorry. Izuku said, and the bully grinned thinking he got Izuku to agree with him. Have you not seen a mirror lately? The purple-haired teen behind Izuku choked back a laugh, and the bully growled in anger. You'll regret that. The bully threatened Izuku as he lunged. Izuku took a deep breath and the world sharpened around him. He could hear the heartbeats of the people around him, and the world went blood red. Izuku dodged to the right as he heard the punch coming, and he tripped the bully. The bully tried to grab his arm, but Izuku twirled on his heels and kicked him in the gut. The bully grabbed his stomach and backed up. You're no better than him, are you? The bully choked out. You're just a villain who's never going to matter to anyone. Suddenly, Izuku froze and his hair darkened to a dark raven. His frozen ice blue eye burned with frost as he glared at the bully, and his aura turned freezing cold. The bully shivered in fear, and the purple-haired teen stepped back. Run. William said simply, and the bully took off. William took a deep breath to rein in his aura and turned to the teen behind him. You okay, kid? He asked and the teen stared at him. William sighed in annoyance. Kid. He said more sharply, and the teen blinked. You okay? The purple-haired teen nodded. Can you speak? William asked and the teen nodded. Alright. He said and ran his hand through his long purple and raven hair. Are you able to get home? The teen flinched, and William immediately was on guard. He knew that body language. Hell. Are you safe at home? William asked, voice warmer. Who are you? The teen asked, and then flinched. William's eyes narrowed at this strange behavior. My name's William. He said, and the teen's eyes widened in surprise, like he expected him not to answer. What's your name? William asked gently. Shinsu. The kid answered. Shinsu Hitachi. Shinsu? William asked. Are you safe at home? Shinsu looked down at the ground and didn't answer. William pinched his nose in indecision. His father's senses were screaming at him to do something, but he couldn't help unless the kid let him. Hey, kid. William asked. Can I show you something? Shinsu looked up at him in surprise, but nodded. William turned around and lifted his shirt. Along with the scars from the spring locks, there were scars made by a belt buckle. Shinsu gasped in horror, and William turned back around. My dad did that to me. William explained, and Shinsu looked at him with understanding. My mom was a drug addict that didn't care what happened to me. Please, let me help you get you out of your situation like I wish someone would have helped me. Tears filled the teen's eyes, but Shinsu refused to let them fall. He was going to be a hero, and heroes didn't cry. My parents hate me because of my quirk, Shinsu said. They never actually hit me, but I'm not really welcome there. William's eyes filled with empathy. Want to come home with me? William asked. The brat's mom wouldn't mind. She'd be ecstatic, actually. The brat doesn't have friends his age. Who are you talking about? Shinsu asked in confusion, reeling that someone wanted to help him and offered him a place to stay while barely knowing him. Ah, sorry about that. William said with a small smirk as he checked to make sure they were completely alone. Forgot you couldn't know. Let me introduce myself again. My name is William Afton. I'm 33 and I'm an alter. Shinsu's eyes widened. You look just about my age. The purple-haired teen exclaimed. And, what's an alter? I'm a split personality, you could say. William said. Or, at least we figured that now. Is your other self safe? Shinsu asked, worried. Yeah. William said. That's why I said now. I was once another person. Really? Shinsu asked, doubtfully. William nodded and said. I lived before the dawn of quirks. Shinsu's jaw fell open. How? He asked. The hell if we know. William said with a shrug. We still can't be sure. So, have you decided? Decided what? Shinsu asked, trying to process everything. William rolled his eyes and said. Are you coming with us? Shinsu bit his lip. While he knew what he was planning on doing was going to be extremely dumb, he couldn't stand the thought of going home. He wasn't being entirely honest with William, and he dreaded the though of what would happen if he went back. Especially when he found out he applied to UA. Okay. Shinsu said, hoping he didn't make a grave mistake. Chapter 16. New friends, new family. Shinsu was sitting on a neat bed with a diamond quilted comforter in dark green, royal purple, and blood red. Accent pillows of the same colors littered the head of the bed. The room was filled with designs for some type of robot written in a language he didn't understand. Books on programming, chemistry, and even physics lined the walls and bookcases. There were also knives hung up on one of the walls and a staff in the corner. The only normal teenage things in the room was an All Might poster and figurine. Sorry about the mess. William said as he sat in the rolling chair. We don't get visitors often if at all. It's okay. Shinsu said. You have neat interests. William chuckled and said. Yeah, well, I majored in robotics, chemistry, and programming when I was alive and the brat gets bored in school. So, you're both geniuses. Shinsu said with a low whistle. Are you going into the support course? Nah. William said with a proud smirk. The brat's going to be a hero. Is he in the hero course? Shinsu asked jealously. Not yet. William said with a dismissive shrug like it was only a matter of time before that changes. But, we've been training. Shinsu nodded and let the subject drop. He didn't want to accidentally offend his host because of stupid jealousy. So, when am I going to meet this brat you keep talking about? Shinsu asked with a bored tone, but William could still see the curious and hopeful glint in his eyes. Whenever you want to. William said with an amused smirk and a teasing tone. Are you tired of me already? No. Shinsu hurriedly denied the accusation. I just thought I should know all my hosts. William nodded inwardly laughing at the teen and let go of control. His hair faded back to green, as well as his eyes, and freckles dotted his cheeks. Hello, Shinsu-kun. The teen said with a warm, sunny smile. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm 14 and I want to be a hero. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Shinsu said. I'm Shinsu Hitachi, and I also want to be a hero. Izuku's smile widened, and Shinsu was blown away at how bright it was. No one has ever smiled at him like that before. That's amazing, Shinsu-kun. Izuku said. Are you applying to UA? Yeah. Shinsu said. Me too. Izuku said. What's your quirk? Shinsu tensed. He knew this question would come up eventually. He better prepare for the worst. Brainwashing. He muttered, and his heart sunk when Midoriya flinched. I'm sorry, I leave. No. Izuku yelled and Shinsu froze. I'm sorry for my reaction. Shinsu's breath hitched when Izuku bowed in apology. It wasn't you. The teen frantically explained. William was hurt by someone who mind-controlled him. Shinsu's heart clenched. There goes this possible friendship. How is his luck so bad that the first people who were genuinely nice to him were hurt by a quirk like his? It's not fair. He just wanted a friend. But, you're not Glitch. Izuku said. I'm sorry if I accidentally hurt you. You don't hate me? Shinsu asked weakly, disbelief coloring his face. How? How could that be possible? Does he still have a chance? Can these people really be his friends? No. Izuku said fiercely. Your quirk is really cool. Just because Glitch was evil doesn't mean you have to be. Shinsu hunched over and he couldn't stop himself from crying. Shinsu-kun. Izuku asked softly. Do you think I can be a hero? The purple-haired teen asked as he looked up at Izuku with wet eyes. Izuku couldn't help but think about his first two meetings with All Might and the overwhelming need to hear that someone believed in him. His heart went out to this teen who is just as lost as he once was. To think he'd be in the reverse position just a few short months from when he asked this exact same question. Shinsu-kun. Izuku said as he looked directly into the teen's eyes. Of course you can be a hero. And, with that, Shinsu's walls fell down. This teen who doesn't know him from Adam. This teen who had been hurt by a quirk like his, yet didn't hate him. The teen who believes in him. Shinsu felt so overwhelmed. No one has ever believed in his dream before. Ever since he got his quirk, everyone, even his own parents, labeled him a villain. Yet, this teen he just met says he can do it. Hey, it's okay. Izuku said softly. Just take deep breaths. Shinsu followed his instructions and got himself back under control. When he felt calm again, he looked at Izuku. He actually looked worried about him. You really think I can do it, don't you? Shinsu said, still floored. Of course I do. Izuku said as he leaned back in his desk chair. Why? Shinsu asked. Izuku's eyes went soft and he said. Because you remind us of us. You feel lost, yet you desperately want to save others from that feeling. Shinsu's eyes widened. How could this boy read him like that? I think we'll get along. Izuku said with a playful smirk. The next week was a whirlwind for Shinsu. He genuinely thought the three of them were insane, but he loved their antics, not that he'd ever admitted. Living with them was like living in the middle of a war zone or in the middle of a giant storm. However, studying them was fascinating. He wished he could actually see into their mind to be able to interact with all of them at once. Though, it would be exhausting. Somehow, he was pulled into their little family. It wasn't even 2 full days of being there when he woke up in the guest room with boxes of his stuff from home on the floor. How they got them, he had no idea. He never even told them his old address. When he went to question them, he found Inko chuckling and William smirking smugly. It was at this point he found out he was stuck with them, and he couldn't find it in himself to actually regret it. After that, he was dragged into Izuku's training, well, sort of. Either William or Spring would take control to train him, Spring being ordered not to harm him too badly because he didn't have the advantage of the mindscape, or Izuku would relay instructions from them. He was constantly sore and exhausted, but he couldn't believe how much he's already improved. He may actually have a chance at the hero course at this rate. William was brilliant and he had them studying past exams. Now he had a strategy green-lighted by 2 geniuses and an entity that was one of the most, if not the most, terrifying and dangerous people he's ever met. His schoolwork has also gotten a lot better as William has been making him go over all his past assignment in preparation, as well as starting to teach him advanced curriculum in a way that actually made it click for him. He could easily see how Izuku had gotten bored with school. Just sitting and talking with William has Shinsu learning more than he ever had in a classroom. He also learned that Izuku was being trained by All Might, even if it was completely by accident. He's still not sure that came about, but he knows they've been discussing whether or not to tell him. He had to promise not to tell anyone what he already knew, even Izuku's mother. While he was surprised that Midoriya-san didn't know, he understood the reason for secrecy, so he easily agreed. He was just happy that they trusted him enough to even explain what they did. Another this he was learning was programming. He loved it and he started to study hacking as well. William even promised to teach him about robotics after the UA exam if he was interested. He loved his new life. Izuku was also enjoying having someone his age around. He loved his family, but having a friend that wasn't a part of himself or his mom's age was amazing. And, he knew that's why William has let Hitachi inside their walls so quickly. That, and Hitachi was too much like them, he wanted to make sure he went down a bad path. It surprised Izuku how well William took to Hitachi at first. But then he saw how fatherly Will acted around him, and he understood. He kind of reminded him of Michael. With that in mind, it wasn't really surprising that Will took him under wing. They were both surprised when Hitachi accidentally stumbled upon their morning talk with All Might while they were talking about their training. But, it was easy enough for them to get Hitachi to agree to keep their training a secret. However, now William was even more secretive about their new quirk. He's been working on a better explanation for their excessive strength, not that they need much of an explanation yet. Izuku could barely use 5% of One for All, without the threat of broken bones in his human form, and 10% in his animatronic form. Izuku was disappointed in their progress, but All Might said he was doing great, and William was happy they haven't actually broken any bones. However, he was amazed by the progress Hitachi showed. He was always calling Izuku a genius, but he never acknowledged how smart he actually was. While he wasn't on Izuku's level, which would take him a few months just because Izuku started earlier, he was actually picking everything up at a phenomenal rate. Even William was impressed. According to him, both of them were thoroughly prepared for the entrance exam next week. And that was saying something coming from Will. Both of the teens were a bundle of nerves. They regularly went over different plans for different scenarios. Would they be in the same arena? What type of battle would they have? Can they team up? Are they allowed weapons? Would they need to go all out? So many questions rang through their heads. And the closer the exam date got, the more anxious they became. It was starting to drive William and Springtrap insane. The day before the exam, William cancelled their training and ordered them to be normal kids for the day. Of course, they complained like the obsessed and anxious workaholics they were, but William was firm and threatened them with a week of no training if they didn't comply. And, remembering the last time he cancelled training with Izuku, he told them if they went out they had to use the main roads. So, that day they decided to try normal teenage activities they never got to do before because of bullying and their complete lack of a social life. They went to the arcade, they went to sing karaoke, and Hitachi even introduced Izuku to his favorite cat cafe. All in all, Spring and William were relieved when the boys were actually able to relax. Chapter 17. Exam Day. The day had finally come. It was time for the UA entrance exam. Izuku and Hitachi woke up early in preparation, much to William's annoyance. He thought yesterday was enough to relax them more. To appease the moody man, Izuku ate plenty of toast and packed a couple thermoses of coffee. "You ready?" Hitachi asked as he ran his hand through his hair, a habit he picked up from William and Izuku. "Yeah." Izuku grumbled. "I'm ready to get this over with." Hitachi chuckled in understanding. The stress was killing all four of them. "So I guess it's time to head out?" the purple-haired boy asked. Izuku nodded and they picked up their bags. "Boys, wait," Inko said, running up to them. Both boys looked at each other and then turned around. "Yes, Mom?" Izuku asked as his mother stopped in front of him. She immediately wrapped her two four boys up in a hug. "Good luck, you four," she said with tears in her eyes. "I know you will do great. Now, protect each other. And remember, no matter what, I'm proud of you." "Thank you, Mom," Izuku said for the three of them. "Thank you, Inko," Hitachi said. Both boys hugged her one last time and headed to UA. Once they reached UA's gates, they stopped and stared at the school. Lumps were in their throats. Today was the day where their hero careers could begin. "Can you believe it, Zuku?" Hitachi whispered. "We're here. Did you ever think we'd actually make it?" "No," Izuku admitted. "At least, not before William." Hitachi nodded in agreement and said, "Me either." "Together?" Izuku asked, and Hitachi nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "Together," he said. He started to step forward, but Izuku grabbed his arm. "All of us," Izuku said, and Hitachi smirked. Izuku took a deep breath, and his eyes turned a pale electric blue, red streaks joined the purple in his hair, and his teeth sharpened into fangs. "Ready?" he said, his voice almost resembling an echo, and all four boys walked onto the campus, together. By the time they reached the front steps, Izuku was back to normal, but William and Spring were paying close attention. This helped to calm Izuku, and his courage grounded Hitachi. At least, it did until he managed to trip on an uneven tile. Izuku immediately went to steady him. But before he did, they both felt a tap on their arms, startling them enough that they spun around, only to find that they were floating. "I'm sorry to use my quirk on you without permission," a bubbly brunette girl with pink cheeks said. "But it would be bad luck to fall on the first day." "While we appreciate your help," Hitachi started. "Please don't touch us without permission," Izuku finished. The girl immediately turned forlorn. "I'm sorry," she said with a small frown. "I was just trying to help." "Don't be rude," a blue-haired boy said as he marched up to them. "That's not behavior benefiting hero students." "We weren't trying to be rude," Hitachi said with a huff. "We did say we appreciated her help. We just don't like being touched without our consent," Izuku said with a hard look at the boy. "Anyways, we need to get to the exam room." Hitachi nodded in agreement and they both left to find the classroom. To their immense relief, the written test was a breeze. They figured it probably would be, but it was amazing how over-prepared William actually had them. Even Hitachi, who unlike Izuku who was already doing college-level work during high school, found it too easy. They both finished way above the time limit even after checking over their work. The proctors gave them surprised looks when they went to hand in their test papers and told them that they had plenty of time to go and check their work. However, when the two teens told the proctors they had already did go over their work, they relented and took their tests. So, the two boys were led to a separate classroom so they wouldn't distract the other students taking their tests or attempt to cheat on the next exam. To help themselves relax, they talked about Izuku's animatronic and Hitachi's future robotics lessons. Hitachi couldn't wait to start on his own project. And, Izuku was excited for the completion of his own project. With all the training, it was hard finding time to actually work on it. It wasn't too long until they were herded into the auditorium, and much to their disappointment, they were assigned different seats. However, to Izuku's surprise, he was assigned a seat next to Kitsuki. It has been a while since he's seen the blonde. Itsuki. He whispered politely in greeting. Nerd. The blonde said back. Wasn't sure if you'd actually come. Wouldn't miss it. Izuku said with a smirk. Good luck. Though, I doubt you'd actually need it. The blonde seemed slightly taken aback by his statement, but he ended up huffing and said. You too, nerd. Izuku was surprised, but he smiled at the blonde and thanked him. Welcome, listeners, to your next exam. President Mick called out as he stepped onto the stage. Are you ready? The pro waited for a moment, but no one responded to him. Okay, keeping it mellow, I get it, so let's get right to the show. President Mick said as a screen appeared behind him. Like your paper handout say, you'll be conducting 10-minute mock battle in a hip urban setting. The screen switched, showing the battle areas, labeled AG. After I drop the mic, you'll head to your assigned battlegrounds. The voice hero announced. Can I get an okay? And, once again, there was silence as each of the students studied their cards. Izuku glanced at Bakugus and noticed that they had different battle centers. I guess it's so classmates can't work together. Izuku thought. I wonder if Itachi and I will get assigned the same arena. Okay, listeners. President Mick said, calling for their attention. Listen up. Let's take a look at your charts. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty. You better choose wisely. This time, the screen displayed the robots they'd be fighting and a short video demonstrating a battle scenario. Your goal in this exam is to use your quirks to raise your score by taking apart these foe villains like the rock stars you are. Mick screamed. But, make sure to keep your show heroic. Attacking other examines will send you packing, you dig? The blue-haired boy from earlier then stood up with his hand raised, yelling. Excuse me, sir. I have a question. Hit me. President Mick shouted with finger guns. The spotlight descended upon the teen as he pointed to their battle card. On the printout you gave us, it lists 4 types of villains, not 3. The teen said as he pushed up his glasses. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA materials, it's shameful. And, you with the purple hair, and the one with green and purple hair. You both have been muttering this entire time. If you can't this exam seriously, then leave. You're distracting the rest of us. Izuku's eyes flashed blue as William's annoyance with the annoying boy merged with his own. He pushed himself out of his seat and glared at the boy. The only one distracting us here is you. He said with a hard edge to his voice. If you were more patient, you would have seen that President Mick Sensei was about to explain it. And, for your information, some of us actually like to develop plans before we storm into situations. Then Izuku turned to President Mick and said. I'm sorry, Sensei, for interrupting your presentation. It's okay, little listener. The voice hero said, waving away his apology with a grin. Thanks for explaining. Now, the 4th villain is worth a grand total of 0 points. It's really just an obstacle we threw in your way. There is one stationed in every battle center. Think of it as a hurdle to avoid. Not that it can't be beaten, there's just no point in doing so. That's all I've got for you today. Are you ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. For the 3rd time, no one responded and President Mick frowned a little. Good luck. He said, shaking his disappointment off. I hope you've practiced hitting more than just books. Izuku stood at the back of the crowd in front of the battle center. He shifted his weight to his heels and crossed his arms. Plans were already starts to form in his head. Izuku ideally looked through the crowd to judge the competition. He sighed when he noticed that most of these kids weren't prepared for the hero course. Izuku. A familiar voice called out and Izuku turned around with a smirk. Tashi. He said with a bored drawl. Not much competition is there. The purple-haired boy said. And here I was worried about not having a more physical quirk would put me at a disadvantage. Before Izuku could answer, the blue-haired boy walked up to them. Are you two trying to distract everyone? He demanded. Have we offended you in some way? Izuku asked pointedly. You must have noticed that we're not the only people who are talking. The teen stuttered, not being having a response. Then, a loud horn was rung, and Izuku and Hitachi burst into action. It didn't take them long to get near the center of the arena and find a group of robots to fight. Hitachi and Izuku moved to cover each other's backs. Izuku changed into his animatronic form, while Hitachi grabbed a metal pole that one of the robots must have broke. Izuku stood as tall as 7 feet. His body was metal and a light olive in color, and unlike the animatronic of the past and more in resemblance to the style that Henry built to replace his daughter Izuku, had fine metal strands. His hair was colored dark leaf green at the roots along with his rabbit ears, and it faded to a lime green near the ends. One red highlight framed his freckled face. One of the robots swung its arm at them, and the 2 teens sprung into action. Despite Izuku's size, he was extremely swift and nimble. He ducked and weaved through the robots, raking his claws through their armored plated and punching holes through their glass eyes. Hitachi, however, used Izuku's brutal attacks as distractions as he used the metal pole he picked up to flip off their on switches and speared random shrapnel through their control boxes. Thankfully, there was so much shrapnel from their fights that he never lacked a weapon. By the time they racked up 50 points between them, President Mick had finished chastising the other examines for not following their example and starting without a countdown. The other examines then immediately jumped into gear. However, neither boy paid them any attention unless they got in above their heads. They were too in sync with each other to really care about the others yelling their scores. Up in the teacher's box, the teachers were studying the monitors showing the many different fights and battle centers while they discussed the prospective students. Currently they were watching Izuku and Hitachi taking down a group of 2 and 3 pointers. I thought we split up as students from the same schools. Midnight said as Izuku yanked Hitachi away from a falling robot. We did. Nezu said grinning as he watched the two. They're from different school from the opposite side of town. It seems like they must have met somewhere else. Aren't they the same 2 students who finished the written exam an hour early? Snipe asked, and All Might choked on a glob of blood. It seems William over-prepared them both. He thought with a wince. Talk about going plus ultra. Izawa decided to stop pretending to be asleep and show that he was awake by saying, I want them in my class. Hey now, Shota. Vlad King protested annoyed. You can't just go claiming students like that. HMPH. Izawa scoffed. I don't see why not. Plus, I happened to meet one of them. He has more potential than my whole class last year. And, it seems like his friend may have similar potential. The teachers, except for All Might which Izawa found suspicious, looked at him in amazement at his high praise. Nezu gave the underground hero a manic grin which had All Might wincing in fear with how much it actually reminded him of Williams, and he said, Okay, Izawa. You'll get your wish then. But, in return, I want to meet them. To everyone's surprise, Izawa and All Might both paled at this deceleration, which caused shivers to race down everyone's spines and Nezu to laugh. What have they gotten themselves into? Now, let's see how your new students deal with this. Nezu said laughing maniacally as he hit a giant red button. Izuku and Hitachi were taking a small breather as they surveyed the area. They had lost count of how many robots they had taken out at this point. However, they were confident that they had enough points to pass the exam. Remind me to thank William and Spring for all the training. Hitachi said with a groan as he stretched his back. Now that I'm actually here, I can see that I would have failed without it. Don't worry. Izuku said. He says that we can expect more later. The 2 boys groaned from the expected pain. At that moment, they both heard a large explosion and they spun in its direction. Their jaws dropped at the sight of the huge robot. They're trying to kill us. Hitachi said with a gasp. Well, no time to dawdle. Izuku said with an impatient huff. We need to get the other examines away from it. Hitachi nodded. Between the 4 of them, they knew the most about robots and their programming than perhaps anyone else at the school. Even with all the precautions the pros set up, they knew that the robot might not stop in time if there was an accident. It didn't have advanced programming, and the size was too large for precise movements. Alright. Hitachi said. Good thing we already got our points. Izuku nodded in agreement and they set off towards the commotion. The 2 boys quickly made it to where the examines were fleeing. Hitachi immediately used his quirk to get the more stubborn students wanting to fight robots out of danger, while Izuku focused on getting students out from under debris. They ignored all attempts from students telling them to run as they moved closer to the 0-pointer, looking for more students in danger. Hey, what are you 2 doing? The blue-haired boy from earlier yelled at them. The 2 boys held in a groan of annoyance. We're making sure everyone gets away. Hitachi yelled back. Have you seen anyone else? Izuku asked. Help. A familiar female voice yelled. It was the girl who tried to catch Hitachi earlier. She was stuck under a large piece of rubble and the 0 was moving towards her. If she didn't get away soon, it would be on top of her. Hell. The 2 muttered. Tashi. Izuku ordered. You get the girl, I got the robot. You can't be serious. The blue-haired boy yelled at them. You need to get out of here. The pros won't let anyone get hurt. You want to leave her here. Izuku growled, his eyes glowing an unnatural yellow in his anger. The blue-haired boy stopped short in surprise and unease at the teen's anger. If you're that worried about us, help Tashi. Izuku snapped at the boy. Or stay out of our way. At that, the race towards the 0-pointer. Hitachi immediately stopped in front of the pink-cheeked girl. Help. She cried in pain. I can't use my quirk. Don't worry. The purple-haired boy said as he struggled to lift the heavy piece of rubble trapping her. Zuku and I got you. He'll make sure the robot doesn't touch us and I'll get this thing off of you. Courage seemed to fill her eyes at his words and she nodded as she tried to help him move the slab of concrete. Meanwhile, Izuku kept speeding for the robot. William, I don't have time to study it. Izuku mentally called. Where is its weak point? William glanced over the giant robot and zeroed in on the chest plate. Chest plate beneath the neck. William said. The power core should be right underneath it. Be sure to hit there or the robot might continue to move for a few more minutes. Izuku cursed. Why was it in such a horrible place to get to? Alright. The teen muttered to himself. Here goes nothing. Chapter 18. The Robotic Rescue. Iida watched as the two teens ran towards the robots in shock. There was no point in trying to defeat the zero-pointer in this exam, yet they were going out of their way to help the girl they had seemed to cold dismiss earlier. Maybe he misjudged them. He watched as the purple-haired teen struggled to lift the large piece of concrete off the brunette-haired girl as he kept offering her reassurances. Each word seemed to give her strength. He watched as the green and red-haired teen turned bunny robot ducked and weaved around the zero-pointer, seemingly trying to weaken it with precise slices to get towards the armored body. Could he have found its weak point? He watched, and he felt useless and cowardly in comparison. Didn't he want to be a hero student? Iida closed his eyes and made his decision. Revving up his engines, he raced towards the teen. He heard the bunny robot call Tashi. Dang it. He heard the girl curse. If only I hadn't overused my quirk. Hey, it's okay. He heard Tashi say. We're going to be okay. Zuko is going to be here soon. Perhaps I can help. Iida said as he walked up to them. Iida had to hold in a wince as Tashi gave him a critical look, but he sighed in relief when the teen gave him a sharp nod of consent. Thank you. The girl said in relief. It's no trouble. Iida said as he pushed up his glasses. Any decent person would do the same. Iida grabbed hold of the large slab of concrete and together, Tashi and him were able to lift it enough where the girl could shuffle out from underneath it. Once she was clear of the slab of concrete, the two boys dropped it in relief. You have a speed quirk, right? The purple-haired boy asked with a pant. Yes. Iida said as he looked at the other teen. Better out of here as quickly as you possibly can. Tashi said. I need to help Zuko. Iida's eyes widened in concern as he said. Alone? Tashi nodded and said. She can't move and she'll be in danger here. Trust us. Iida took a deep calming breath as he nodded in agreement. He hurried to pick up the girl and turned to the purple-haired teen. Then trust in me as well? Iida asked. And, please, stay safe. Tashi smiled at the blue-haired boy and nodded. He was starting to like the boy. The two boys nodded to each other in acknowledgement and Iida raced off towards the entrance of the arena. At the moment he rounded out of Hitashi's sight, there was a huge boom. HMPH. Hitachi huffed. It seems I was too late to help after all. Izuku cursed as he once again dodged the giant robot's arm. It was getting too close to Hitachi and the girl. He didn't have enough control of One for All to risk using more than 3% and not causing massive amounts of collateral damage. He didn't want to risk them getting hit by flying shrapnel. Dang it. Izuku slid under the arm and grabbed it. If it got any closer, he might have to risk it. Izuku used his grip on the arm to flip himself up onto it and he started to run up the arm. Having no time to really think, he channeled One for All into his legs to give him a burst of speed. This was not how he wanted to battle test his new quirk. The robot swung its arm and Izuku pushed off as hard as he could towards the chest plate. As quickly as he could, he raked his claws across the metal. Deep gouges tore through the metal as he slammed into it. The zero-pointer started to jerk sporadically as some of the wires were cut. It seemed that he didn't reach the power box. One hard spasm sent Izuku flying off the robot. Thinking quickly, Izuku grabbed onto a mangled rod of a broken railing and swung around it so he would land on the building. He risked a look at Tashi and the girl. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw they were fine and that the blue-haired teen actually decided to help them. Izuku looked at the robot. It was frozen in its spot as it jerked sporadically. One more good hit should take it out. Izuku gave a fanged smirk and rushed towards the robot. He dodged one of the arms and used One for All to jump into the air. Then, with all of this animatronic strength and 3% of One for All, he punched the robot as hard as he could. The robot's chest plate caved in with a loud boom right where he clawed at it earlier. The broken pieces caved right into the power core, making the robot burst into flames as the robot went into a power failure. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as it finally stopped moving and he landed with a thud. Good work, brat. William said and Izuku smiled. Now, he needed to find Hitachi. Zuku. He heard being cried out and he chuckled. Never mind. Tashi. Izuku called back and he jogged over to his friend. You okay? Yeah. Tashi said as he looked over his friend. You? Nothing a good rest wouldn't cure. Izuku said. Tashi sighed in relief. It was at that moment that the bell signaling the end of the exam rung. Let's get out of here. Hitachi said with a pat on Izuku's metal shoulder. Izuku smirked as he transformed back. Yeah. He agreed. I think Mom was planning to make us pork ramen, katsudon, and sashimi to celebrate us making it through the exam. Hitachi grinned and started to drag Izuku towards the entrance. Izuku laughed, but let himself be dragged. To the two's surprise, when they reached the entrance, the blue-haired boy and the girl they just saved were sitting by the doors. They both jumped up when they saw them. Hey. The girl called out. You're both okay. We just told recovery girl that you were still back there. The blue-haired boy said. I'm relieved that it was unnecessary. Were you waiting for us? Izuku asked as he tilted his head in confusion. Yeah. The bubbly girl cheered, hopping on her heels. We were worried about you too. The two purple-haired boys glanced at each other in confusion. Thank you. They said more as a question. The girl giggled at their awkwardness, and the other boy bowed his head in acknowledgement. By the way, I'm Uraraka Chacho. The girl said cheerfully. Thank you for saving me. My name is Iida Tenya. The strict teen said with a low bow. I sincerely apologize for misjudging you earlier. Once more the socially awkward teens glanced at each other. Neither of them were good with social situations due to their circumstances, and they had no idea how to handle this new situation. William snorted and said. Pretend like you're talking to me. They're just people. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Izuku said after he steeled himself. And that's Shinsu Hitachi. It's nice to meet you. Hitachi said. Would you like to walk to the train together? Uraraka asked. If you're going that way. Iida hurried to say, and Uraraka blushed. The two teens glanced at each other to ask their opinions, and then they shrugged. Sure. They said. Uraraka cheered, and the four teens went to collect their things. You two seem to know each other pretty well. Iida commented as they made their way out of the school. How did you meet? We actually only met at the park 2 weeks ago. Izuku admitted as he ran his hand through his green and purple locks. What? Uraraka gasped in surprise. You two seem so much closer than that. I thought you'd known each other for years. That's probably because we've been living together. Hitachi explained. His mom took me in. I'm sorry for your loss. Iida said as he sent him a sympathetic glance. That's not why I left home. The purple-haired teen said awkwardly. Before any more questions could be asked, they arrived at the station. Well, we have a train to catch. Izuku said to change the subject. It was nice meeting you too. We wish you luck with your exam result. Hitachi said. Us too. Iida said. I hope we see each other in class. MHM. Uraraka said with a smile. Thank you again for saving me. Bye. With that, they all said goodbye to find their own trains. Chapter 19. Animatronics and Letters. For the next week, William decided to keep them too busy to be anxious to avoid all the mess they went through from the time before the exams. Every day they ended up just falling into their beds, too exhausted to do much else. They spent most of their days in their makeshift workshop, also known as the unused office of their apartment. It wasn't the best workplace and there wasn't much space, but it's what they had at the moment. In the future, they wanted to buy a place where they can have more space for their bigger projects and all their equipment. And maybe they could even build their own restaurant. Present Mick had his own radio show, along with being a teacher and a pro. They could do two things too. As they worked on their current projects, Izuku helping Shinsu with his own small animatronic, they discussed their lessons, training, and their plans for the future. And, sometimes, William would allow Izuku to tell Hitachi stories about his past. It was near the end of the week when Izuku finally finished his project. He had finally gotten the last part to make the memory chip. Izuku gently placed the memory chip into the back and closed up the animatronic. Hitachi was on the edge of his seat as Izuku finished up the last tests. They both held their breaths as Izuku started the process of turning the animatronic on. Izuku worked hard on his design for this new style of a modern animatronic. He took cues from both the originals and the Funtime animatronics, while he added something from his own design. The animatronic was about the size of a large teddy bear. Its features were slightly similar to Helpy, but instead of being made without an exoskeleton, his did. The animatronic also lacked the moving metal plates of the Funtimes, being completely solid like the originals. The base color was white, and Izuku added hair and clothes to the design to give it a more modern look. The animatronic was in the form of a rabbit, giving homage to his relationship with William and the origin of the William's first animatronic that he built. The animatronic's hair was bright gold at the roots and changed to a sea green near the ends. His rabbit ears were also colored to match the bright gold. Its eyes were a brilliant orange, and it had a maroon star under his right eye. The animatronic was wearing a light green shirt with a purple and fuchsia diesel on the front and fuchsia rolled up sleeves. The shorts were royal purple, and his tennis shoes were light maroon. It was wearing fuchsia gloves, a light green newsboy-style hat, a green star choker, a purple clip, and green star glasses with purple tinted lenses, in the style of present mix. Izuku waited impatiently while he started up. He's been waiting months for this moment. William chuckled at his reincarnation's impatience. He was the exact same way when he first finished building Bonnie. "Don't worry, brat," he said. "It's going to be fine. I watched you build him, he'll work." Izuku breathed out through his nose as he ran his hand through his hair. He knew William was right, but his was his first animatronic. This was huge. He needed everything to go well. Plus, he wanted to make William proud. Izuku spent a long time deciding on a name for his animatronic. He wanted to be simple, but also have a deeper meaning for the people in his little family. He went through dozens of names, discarding and re-evaluating each one trying to get it right. Finally he decided on one. Cipher. Not only will people not in the know think it's only a reference to code ciphers, but it's also a reference to deciphering the secrets. At long last, Cipher's orange eyes glowed. He was finally awake. "Hello, my name is Cipher," the little bunny said sunnily. "Hello Cipher," Izuku said. "Welcome to the family." Suddenly, his mother ran into the room, which startled everyone. Normally, Inko didn't venture into the workshop. Not because she didn't approve, but because she didn't want to accidentally mess up one of their projects. She loved when they invited her in to show her what they were working on. Today, however, she seemed to be extremely nervous about something she didn't even notice Cipher, who was staring at her curiously. "Izuku, Hitachi," Inko said, waving her hands, in which one was clutching 2 letters, as she shifted her weight. "They're here." But that said, both boys felt excitement and dread race through them. Their UA letters were here. Thoughts raced through their minds like ants through an anthill. Were they good enough? Did they get in? Did working together during the exam count against them? Would that count as cheating and make them fail? Izuku nervously licked his lips as he got up to take their letters. "Calm down, brat," William said as he went to sit next to Hitachi, handing him his own letter. "Both of you got in. The only question is how much higher your scores were compared to the other brats taking the exam." Izuku's lips twitched as he tried not to laugh. The tension slid from his shoulders like unwanted weight. Why was he even worried in the first place? William had them so over-prepared they could probably take the exam again in their sleep. Hitachi glanced at him, hands shaking, and Izuku nodded. They'd open the letters together. Carefully, they both ripped open their letters, and a small disc fell out of one, pinging as it hit the metalwork desk, while a letter saying that the disc was for the both of them as they lived together dropped out of the other. "I am here as a projection," All Might shouted as his form appeared out of a blue light that emitted from the disc. Surprised, the 2 boys looked at each other and then back at the projections. "So that's why he cancelled on us this week," William said. "I know it's been a while, boys, and I'm sorry about that," the pro said with an embarrassed cough. "But, with a great amount of power comes with a great amount of paperwork. And, my apologies, boys, the truth is, I didn't just come to Japan to fight villains. You're looking at the newest faculty member of UA." William's eyebrows rose up in realization. "We're lucky, brat," William said. "Why?" Izuku asked him, confused. "Yeah, having All Might as a teacher would be cool and convenient as hell, but why would they be lucky?" "He was planning on scouting students, brat," the purple-haired man explained. "He must have been worried about his time limit than he actually let on." Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. To meet him like they did must have been really uncanny. "Anyways, you boys did extremely well," the pro said with a proud 2 thumbs up. "So well, in fact, that you broke school records." The chart then appeared on the screen showing the scores of the examens. Rank. Student. Villain points. Rescue points. Total points. 1. Midoriya Izuku. 85. 60. 145. 2. Shinsu Hitachi. 65. 73. 138. 3. Ikugo Katsuki. 77. 0. 77. 4. Ida Tenya. 52. 24. 76. 5. Bajiro Kirishima. 39. 35. 74. 6. Shiozaki Ibara. 36. 32. 68. 7. Endo Asuka. 25. 40. 65. 8. Hetsutetsu Tetsu. 49. 10. 59. 9. Tokoyomi Fumikichi. 47. 10. 57. 10. Uesu Setsu. 50. 6. 56. Not only were you the first students that have ever teamed up during the exam, All Might said with a proud smile, his boisterous voice warm. But, you two have some of the highest scores ever recorded. See. William said in a smug tone as the 2 teens stared at the scores in amazement. "I told you that you two had absolutely nothing to worry about." Izuku gave him the mental equivalent of an eye roll as he said. Well, if this doesn't prove William overprepared us, nothing will. Itachi broke out into hysterical laughter as he tried to process that he not only passed, but he scored second on the practicals. Tears pooled into his eyes as his excitement and relief consumed him. It was still unbelievable how his life has changed. Izuku slung an arm around his friend when he noticed his emotional state. Honestly, he felt the same way. They made it. That's not all I wanted to say. All Might said from the projection, and they refocused their attention to the screen. You boys also got a 100% on your written exam. The pro said with a huge grin. This hasn't been done in 10 years, and that student has a memory-enhancing quirk. Also, you have the score for the fastest time the test was completed. You completely astounded the other pros. Congratulations boys. This is your Hero Academia. But that last sentence, the two teens cheered. They did it. They passed. They were going to UA like they've always dreamed. Oh, boys. Inko cried, proud tears pouring down her cheeks in thick streams. I'm so proud of you. The kindly woman then swept her boys up in the tightest hug that she could. She was so proud of them. However, she was also worried about them. Being heroes was dangerous. Hopefully, she could trust William to keep them safe. Chapter 20. Unexpected advice. That night was a night of celebration. After the boys set up Cipher to be able to help around their workshop and to help Inko with simple chores, Inko took them out for dinner with money she had been saving. They went to a nice restaurant to Izuku's surprise. They actually had to dress up. Normally, they had to be more cautious with money because Inko took a job with less pay because she wanted to be there for Izuku as he grew up, and Hisashi, who divorced Inko, started to send them less money in his support checks. It must have taken her months to save up enough to be able to go to a place like this. Izuku glanced at his mother in concern. He appreciated the gesture, but he didn't think she needed to waste the money like this. They didn't need it. Inko smiled at his concerned look, understanding his feelings. Don't worry sweetie. She said. We can afford it. William's actually been helping me budget and has been teaching me how to work the stock market. That, and we've been saving money on things like repairs now that you three can do them. This made Izuku relax. Once they were seated and had their orders taken, Inko motioned for the boys' attention. I have another surprise. She admitted. Mom? Izuku gasped. This is enough. You don't have to go overboard. We're just happy you support us. Inko's eyes filled with tears as she smiled at them. I know, sweetie. She said. But this is something I know you'll appreciate. Plus, it might help you in the future. This caught all four of their attention. Inko reached into her bag and pulled out a binder. William instantly recognized it and started laughing, confusing Izuku. What is it? Izuku asked them both. It's a stock profile. Inko said. I'm giving my permission to the bank for you to create one, and I'll sign on for the guarantee. I'm also going to help you set up your own bank account. Mom? Izuku said in shock. Inko? Hitachi said. This is too much. Are you sure we're ready? Inko nodded and said. Yes. You're both mature and responsible enough. Plus, William is an adult and he can guide you. He did help start and run a successful company. At that moment, Izuku's eyes turned blue to show Inko that William was taking control. Thank you Inko. William said, warmth shining in his eyes. We all really appreciate it. It wasn't any trouble William, she said as she reached over to pat his hand. I happened to overhear some of the plans you, Izuku, and Tashi were making. I just hope this helps. It will. William said, a small smile playing across his lips. And, I promise to watch out for the brats. Inko smiled at the man, tears in her eyes. I'm trusting you with them. She said. I know you care for them too. Just keep them as safe as you can. Inko? Hitachi said, eyes glassy. He still wasn't used to having so many people actually care about him. I promise. William swore, eyes hard and determined. They're my brats. I'd let myself fade before someone hurt them. No, I'd dismantle them first. Inko's lips twitched. It was always a pleasant surprise when William let his guard down enough to open up with them. Hitachi, however, was blushing. It was nice to have someone who was dedicated to his protection. All through dinner, Inko had them talking about their training, projects, and future plans. Throughout the conversation, William and Izuku switched out to emphasize their points, and Inko barely blinked. It seems like with William's promise to protect the two teens, the rift was finally fully mended. She was amazed hearing all of the things they were actually learning. She never knew Izuku was so advanced. She always knew he was smart, his analysis of quirks were extremely detailed for someone his age, but to actually hear him talking about his studies was phenomenal. She was also blown away by his mechanical knowledge. She couldn't believe that her baby actually built that cute little bunny. And to think that was actually a small project for him. With that talent, she actually wished he would go into support, but she knew his heart was set on being a hero. She promised herself to not hold him back. After her conversation with William all those months ago, she evaluated her actions with Izuku, and much to her shame, he was right. She was always overly cautious with him. She never took his dreams seriously, and it wasn't just because of the danger he could be in. She even blinded herself to most of the bullying because she didn't want to face the reality of what happens to quirkless people in today's society. For a while, this realization made her extremely guilty, and she started to become depressed. She couldn't believe she was such a bad mother. That was until William had another conversation with her. Flashback. Inko was sat at the dining room table. It was after Izuku's bedtime, and she decided to go over their finances before she had to go into her night shift. However, she was frustrated. Lately, Hisashi has been sending less money. It was getting to the point where she might have to either get a better job or take on a second one. She laid her head in her hands. She didn't know if she could deal with this. Not with trying to repair things with Izuku. At that moment, Izuku's door opened. However, his posture was more guarded and deliberate. William, she thought. His eyes snapped over to her when he noticed that the kitchen lights were on. Inko, he said cautiously as he made his way into the kitchen. Hello William, she said as she watched him make a cup of coffee. You're up late. He hummed as he leaned on the counter and sipped his coffee. I am. I see you're up late as well. Night shift. Inko tiredly nodded. You've been taking more of them lately, he said as he glanced at her paperwork. His eyebrows lifted as he read it, and he walked over and picked them up. William, she gasped in surprise. What are you doing? Give me a moment, he said distractedly as he grabbed a pencil and started to mark all over the paper. Inko watched him helplessly. She wasn't sure how to deal with him yet. While he didn't seem like he wanted to hurt Izuku, he still seemed really cold and detached with other people. Here, he said when he was done. Inko gently took the papers back, and her mouth fell open in shock. He did her taxes and budget for her. And, miraculously, he fixed her budget where they'd have a couple $100 more than she was expecting. How? She whispered. Why? William chuckled lowly and leaned back in the chair he occupied while she was distracted, his legs and arms crossed as if in habit. I don't know if the brat told you, but I used to co-own a restaurant chain, William said with a smirk. While Henry usually dealt with the fiancés, I wasn't a bad hand at them either. Inko blinked in shock. She thought she might remember one of them saying something about it, but it never truly registered until now. Thank you, she said when she regained herself. William shrugged and went back to his coffee. Inko looked over his notes and filled out the sheets to his specifications. Every once in a while she glanced in William's direction. Finally, the tension got to him and he asked, do you need something? Inko blushed embarrassed that she was caught and shook her head. William sighed and ran a hand through Izuku's curly strands. Inko, he said, his baritone voice boredly drawled out. You've been on a knife's edge lately. Spill. Inko was taken aback. She didn't think anyone's noticed. Why do you ask? She asked, wearily. William leaned on the table, head on his hand. Is it us? He asked directly. No, she said quickly. It's not that. Then what is it? He asked, eyes guarded and hidden behind long strands of hair. I've just been stressed lately, she said as she wrung her hands together. Our finances, well, Hisashi has started to send us less. William nodded. There's something else too, he said. You seem depressed. Don't lie to me, either. I would know. Inko looked down and flinched. William's eyes narrowed as he caught the movement. He hoped he wouldn't have to yell at her again. She seemed to have been doing better with their situation. Inko's shoulders shook and she started to cry. William tensed in surprise. What the hell did he do? The brat was going to kill him. Inko? He asked cautiously. You were right. Inko sobbed, and for a moment William was confused. I failed Izuku. William cursed under his breath. Why couldn't the brat be aware when she was like this? He was horrible with dealing with emotions. William hesitantly stood up and Inko sobbed harder, thinking he was going to leave. William closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He hoped he didn't make the situation worse. William walked over to Inko and knelt down next to her chair. Pretend she's an older Lizzie, he desperately thought. Inko? He said, and this time his tone was gentle. The shock of it made her look him in the eyes. It blew her away that his features were actually soft. You didn't fail Izuku, he said gently. But, she said crying. No, he said more firmly. No buts. You never failed him. But, you were right, she sobbed. William held in a groan and cursed his acid tongue and temper. Inko, he said firmly, regaining her attention. I was being overly harsh. I won't apologize because it got your attention, but please know that you didn't fail your son. You've made mistakes, yes, but all parents do. I've made plenty. And, my mistakes got 2 of my children killed. The last one probably most likely, hates me. Izuku loves you. You get a second chance. Don't waste it wallowing on past mistakes. Inko dried her eyes as she looked at the man sharing her son's body. How could he say that so casually? Doesn't he know what she's done? I can see you don't believe me. William said as he shifted his weight back onto his heels. Let's make this more clear, shall we? Inko nodded, looking directly into his piercing gaze. Do you love your son? He asked with a curious gleam shining in his eyes. Of course I do. She said offended. And you want the best for him. He continued, a faint smirk on his face. Of course. She said firmly. Will you support his dreams? He asked. Yes. She said, back a little straighter. Will you accept him for who he is? William asked, a faint twinkle hiding in his eyes. No matter what. She said firmly. Then, please, tell me how you could have failed him. He said with a teasing lit to his tone. It sounds like you're doing fine so far. The brat's safe and happy. You're fixing your mistakes. There's not much else a parent can do. But that William got up with a shrug and Inko's jaw dropped. Just keep up what you're doing and it'll be fine. William said with a soft drawl. You're already 100x the mother mine was. But that William grabbed his coffee and walked out of the kitchen. Flashback end. Now, she looked at her son and saw how happy he was. He's made a friend one outside of his own head, he's found new hobbies, he's more confident, and he's achieving his dream. While she wished she could say she helped with all of this, she was glad William was there for her son. And this, right here, is why she's going to trust these boys to him. And, hopefully, she could help make a difference for them too. Chapter 21. First day surprises. It was the first day of school, and William had the boys up 2 hours early, much to their confusion and frustration. He promised 2 weeks ago when they got their letters that he would lighten their training for school until they knew how hard the hero course training would be. What's going on, Will? Izuku groaned as William told him to go to Dagaba Municipal Beach. I thought we weren't training this morning. Trust me, brat. William said with a sly smirk, he was diffidently up to something. It's going to be worth it. And, let the other brat know too. Izuku huffed in annoyance, but relayed his message. Do you have any theories about what's going on? Hitachi asked with a tried groan. Nope. Izuku said as he passed him a thermos of coffee. Now, all 4 of them were addicted to the stuff. Inko kept laughing at them in the morning because they acted like zombies without it. It didn't help at all that Spring was the only one without insomnia. Though, he had the worst mood in the mornings. William actually had to ban him from taking control until noon. Hitachi groaned again. Come on. Izuku sighed. Let's just get this over with. Hey now. William growled mischievously. You don't even know what it is yet. That's what worries us. Izuku said with a huff. William just laughed at him and their misery. Izuku rolled his eyes and started a light jog, Hitachi joining him after on last sip of his favorite drink. At least they got to get in a warm-up before classes. Maybe it would help with their anxiety. The sun was just breaking the horizon when they got to the beach. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Whoa. Hitachi breathed. I can't believe you got this place looking like this again on your own. Izuku smiled in pride as he looked at his work. Well, I'm glad you're appreciating your hard work paying off. William said in a mock-impatient voice. We're actually here for something else. Now, Izuku was really curious. William's being way too playful. What in the world was he up to? He didn't know if he should be excited or nervous or both. Okay, Will. He said cautiously. Where do we go now? Where we go to meet All Might. William said with a smirk. Izuku motioned Hitachi to follow him and warned him about William's abnormal good mood. Hitachi shivered slightly. Knowing William, he could be planning anything. Come on, Will, the purple-haired teen whined. Can't you give us a little hint? William hummed as if he was deep in thought. Nope. He sang cheerfully. Hitachi looked at Izuku in desperate hope and Izuku shook his head dejectedly. Hitachi's shoulders fell in defeat. He's not going to tell us until he's good and ready, is he? Hitachi said, voice tight. Stubborn as a mule. Izuku said with a nod. And more secretive than a fox. Hitachi snorted a chuckle at the description. Your inane babble is not going to convince me to tell you. William said with an annoyed huff. Izuku smirked and sent Hitachi an amused look. I think we're getting on his nerves. Izuku said with a small laugh. Let's go before he gets too irritated. You know what he's like before his morning coffee. The 2 teens laughed and William pouted. He wasn't as bad as Spring. The 2 teens decided to jog again to make up for their teasing. Plus, their curiosity was already piqued. Once they got there, they were surprised to see something covered by a tarp. "Will?" Izuku asked, confused. "Open it," William said warmly. Izuku looked at Hitachi, who looked as confused as he felt. However, they both walked over to the large tarp and pulled it off. Their jaws dropped when they finally registered what they were seeing. "What?" Izuku asked, his mouth dry. "How?" Hitachi breathed out, eyes wide. Standing in front of the two boys were two motorcycles. They both were sleek and looked brand new. One was a stunning sea green, and the other was a beautiful amethyst. "Will?" Izuku said, choked up. "Where did you get these?" "I built them," William said, smugly. "Once we read about the age restriction for motorbikes decreasing due to most kids' maturity and decision-making skills increasing due to quirks. I thought it'd be a great celebration gift for getting into UA." "Why you built these?" Izuku asked, stuttering, and Hitachi turned to Izuku in shock. "For us." "Of course, brat." William huffed, amused. "Who else would I do it for?" "When did you even get the time?" Izuku asked. William groaned at the painful reminder. "That defiantly wasn't easy," he admitted. "I had to be extremely careful to not ruin the surprise. Thankfully, your mother helped me. She actually rented a place where I could build them and found a place where I could make them road legal." Izuku's eyes teared up with affection for the two as he repeated that to Hitachi, who reacted the same way. "Do you like them?" William asked, now a little nervous. "Of course I do, you idiot," Izuku said, choked up. "How could I not? You made these for us." "Exactly," Hitachi agreed. "Plus, they're beautiful." Izuku nodded in agreement and William smiled in relief. "And that's not all," William said. "Check in the seats." Curious, Izuku told Hitachi what William said. When they opened the hatch, they got a bigger surprise. And it was a fine metal necklace and a small pistol. "Will?" This time it was Hitachi who asked. "The necklaces are special," William said as he took brief control to explain. "They each have a distress button on them to let the other know if they're in danger or need help. They also have a small radio for quick communication, though there is a limited amount of distance that it will work in." Both boys' eyes widened. William must have spent a long time on these. "As for the pistols," William said. "Right now, they only fire rubber and paint bullets, so we're not breaking any laws. But I'm planning on teaching you how to use them so you can eventually get a license." Both boys looked at each other in excitement. They both thought snipe was really cool. Plus, it's a new hero skill. "Now," William said with a smirk. "Who wants to start learning how to ride the bikes?" For the next 2 hours, William drilled road safety into their heads as he demonstrated how to drive the bikes. Thankfully, since it was still so early, the parking lot was empty. By the time it was time to head back home to get ready for school, they were both relaxed. The boys quickly got ready and joined Inko for breakfast. "Did you boys have fun?" she asked, a twinkle in her eyes. "Yeah," Hitachi said after swallowing a mouthful of toast. "But William nearly gave us a heart attack on the way there," Izuku joked, and William huffed as he rolled his eyes. "Honestly, he wasn't that bad." Inko giggled at her boys' antics. "Just promise to be safe," she said. "We will," the teens said together. At that moment, their alarms buzzed and they hopped up from the table. Cipher walked up behind them to take their dishes to the kitchen. They hurriedly picked up their backpacks and thermoses, thanking the animatronic as they did so. Before they made it out the door, Inko called out to them. They turned around to look at her curiously. "You both look really cool," she said, proud smile wide and eyes glistening with her unshod tears. "I'm proud of you." Their smiles widened as they called out goodbye to her. Today's the day their hero careers truly began. Izuku and Hitachi were extremely glad they decided to go to class early. Somehow they managed to get lost. "Well," Hitachi said with a small sigh. "At least we'll still be on time. If we can find the room," Izuku said with a grumble. "Remind me to find a way to hack the place," William growled, extremely annoyed. "They have to have a map somewhere." Normally, Izuku would disagree with William about hacking into the school, especially just for a map, but this time, he didn't disagree. This was ridiculous. "Hello, little listeners," a familiar voice called from down the hallway. "Aren't you supposed to be heading to class?" The three of them sighed in relief. "Teacher. Finally. We're actually lost, sir," Hitachi said. "Do you know how we get to 1A? Didn't you get a map?" he asked, confused, and at their exasperated expressions, he winced. "Guess not." The pro then forced a smile. "Follow me," he said cheerfully. "I'll get you there." "Thank you," Izuku said as he shifted his backpack. "No problem," President Mick chirped. With his help, the two actually made it 10 minutes early. "Thank you again," the two teens chorused. "It was no trouble," the pro said, waving off their thanks with a megawatt smile. "It was fun chatting with you," It's rare for students to have such a good grasp on English. I look forward to seeing you in class." The two looked at each other in surprise as they waved goodbye to the pro. They hadn't realized that they were speaking English. They must have just gotten so used to using it, being around William. They turned to the door once present Mick was out of sight. "Ready?" They asked each other at the same time, and they laughed. "Yeah," Hitachi said, a confident grin on his face. "Then let's go," Izuku said. With that, they pushed open the door. Chapter 22. Strict Senseis. When opened the doors, they noticed most of the class was already there. They took a quick glance at each other and then walked in. The first thing that immediately drew their attention was Iida was scolding Katsuki, who Izuku pointed out to Hitachi about having his feet up on the desk. "That's not going to help," Izuku muttered to Hitachi. "It's probably going to make him want to do it more." Hitachi snorted and they went to find their desks. Luckily they both had desks next to each other at the front of the class. "You'll help me copy note from the board, right, Tashi?" Izuku quietly asked. "Of course," Hitachi answered with a discreet nod. "And, you'll help me with my Latin?" Diffidently, the dual-haired teen agreed. At that moment, the door opened and a familiar bubbly voice called out. "Midoriya-kun, Shinsu-kun, Iida-kun. You're all in 1A. I'm so happy." All eyes in the room turned to them as Uraraka bounced up to the two teens. A faint smile appeared on Iida's face as he stopped lecturing Katsuki to join them. "Good morning, Midoriya-san, Shinsu-san, Uraraka-san," he said as he walked up to them. "I hope your morning has been going well." "MHM," Uraraka said with a happy hum. "I'm so excited." "Ours has been good too," Hitachi said with a slight smirk as he remembered their motorcycle lessons as he fiddled with his new necklace. This brought the two's attention to it. "Wow," Uraraka said in amazement. "That's really pretty. Is it new?" "Yeah," Izuku said as he gently grasped his own, bringing their attention to the fact he had one too. "A friend of ours made them for us." "She must be really talented," Iida said, and both of them choked on a laugh. "Did I say something wrong?" "He's very talented," Hitachi said with a small chuckle, and Iida blushed at his mistake. "It's okay, Iida-kun," Uraraka said, giving the strict boy a pat on the shoulder. "I thought they were girl too." The two teens chuckled again as William started cursing and Spring laughed at him. "Eyes," Uraraka said with a whine and a pout. "Don't laugh at him." "Sorry," Hitachi said as he got himself back under control. "We're just imagining his reaction." "Yeah," Izuku said as he took a deep breath. "I can just imagine him sulking." He gave a pointed look to Hitachi, and the violet-haired teen had to stop himself from laughing again. "Still," she said with a small pout. "It's okay," Iida said with a hand up. "It's a funny mistake. Anyways, they are nice necklaces." Izuku and Hitachi both held their necklaces again with a small smile. Izuku's necklace was an ivory and sky blue, while Hitachi's was an ivory and emerald. "It was actually a complete surprise when he gave them to us," Hitachi said, and Izuku nodded his agreement. "Yeah," Izuku said. "He's usually more reserved with his affection." "Oh, that's so cute," Uraraka squealed. "That just proves how much he cares for you." Izuku and Hitachi blushed embarrassed, and William started to splutter in the mindscape. Springtrap fell off his chair, he was laughing so hard. At that moment, thankfully to break the tension, a pink-skinned girl skipped over to them while a boy with blonde hair with a black lightning bolt in it casually followed. "You all know each other already," she said with a playful pout. "Lucky." "Ah, well, we actually met them during the exam," Iida said as he gestured between him and Uraraka in a slightly robotic way. "Oh," she said as she bounced on her heels. "Sounds like there's a story there." "Haha," Uraraka said with a small, embarrassed laugh. "They ended up saving me from the zero-pointer. I was trapped under some rubble." "Wow," the blonde said. "That's so cool. I'm Kaminari Denki, by the way." "Oh, how rude of me," the pink-haired girl said as she covered her mouth in embarrassment. "I'm Ishido Mina. It's nice to meet you." "Iida Tenya," Iida said as he stood up straighter and straightened his glasses. "I look forward to working with you." "Uraraka Achako," the bubbly girl said. "Nice to meet you." "Shinsu Hitachi," the tired teen said, and then he pointed towards Izuku. "And this is Midoriya Izuku." "Hey," Izuku said with a nod, and then he tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "We should get to our seats." "Why?" Mina asked as she crossed her arms, teasing. "Already tired of us?" "No," Izuku said as he glanced at Hitachi. "I think I can hear our sensei coming." Hitachi cursed. "Language?" Iida scolded, and then he turned to Izuku. "How can you tell? Is that part of your quirk?" "No, he's just got really sensitive hearing," Hitachi said. "If he says sensei is coming, they're coming." But that said, Hitachi and Izuku quickly went to sit down. The other four shrugged. Mina decided to go talk to other classmates, not really sure if they were being serious, but the other three went to sit down. Iida and Uraraka trusted their judgment after the exam, and Kaminari decided to be cautious after he saw that the other two were following their advice. It wasn't even 2 minutes later until a hobo-looking man wearing a bright yellow sleeping bag stood up in front of the class where he was laying, startling almost every student that wasn't paying attention. "If you're just here to make friends, then pack up now," the scruffy man said tiredly as he unzipped the sleeping bag. The students all glanced at each other besides Izuku and Hitachi, who were excited to see that their teacher was their favorite hero Racerhead. This was their sensei. Was the almost collective thought of the class. "Welcome to the hero course," the tired man drawled. "It took 8 seconds before you all shut up. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that." The nobodies notice, but Williams, he glanced in Izuku and Hitachi's direction at that. "I'm Shota Izawa," the ruffled man drawled boredly. "Your sensei." Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag, pulling out 20 PE uniforms. "Right, let's get to it. Put these on and head outside." Confused whispers passed around the students as they looked at each other. Izuku and Hitachi shrugged, not really bothered, as they got up and walked towards the underground hero. To them, it was like they were training with William again. No big deal. As they grabbed their uniforms, the pro gave Izuku a discreet nod and he smiled at the tired man. Hitachi gave the pro a nod and Eraserhead smirked slightly, recognizing the signal that he knew the two had met before. Nothing else was said and the two started for the locker rooms. Iida then quickly took their cue and went up to get a uniform, followed closely by Uraraka, Kaminari, Todoroki, and Katsuki. By the time the rest of the boys got to the locker room, Izuku and Hitachi were already dressed. "Whoa," a red-haired boy with shark teeth said. "You two are fast. What's the hurry? We know someone like our sensei," Izuku said with a dismissive shrug. "Trust us when we say that he's not going to take any nonsense." Hitachi nodded and said. "He has a similar demeanor to a friend of ours. Aloof, cynical, and strict. You're going to want to be quick." Iida nodded to show he took their warning to hear, but most of the other boys only shrugged. Katsuki scared, but he planned to follow the advice as well. There was no reason to be stupid when they had more information on the kind of person their sensei was. The two teens shook their heads. They warned them. It took nearly 15 minutes for everyone to arrive at the field. 12 minutes. Aizawa said with a scoff. "That's way too long. In that time, a villain could have killed a civilian or have already gotten away. Only 5 of you seem to be taking this seriously." Aizawa briefly glanced at Izuku, Hitachi, Iida, Kaminari, and Katsuki. The smiles that once painted the faces of the students who lagged behind talking slid off their faces as they processed what had been said. "We'll need to practice that." The underground hero gave them a hard look, a smirk just hidden by his scarf. "Anyways, today we'll be having a quirk assessment test. You should all be familiar." "But, what about orientation?" Uraraka asked with a confused frown, interrupting the tired man. "We're gonna miss it." Izuku and Hitachi winced, and Iida raised an eyebrow at their odd reaction. It was a valid question. What was so bad about it? Aizawa turned around and said. "You've got 3 years. That's all. 3 years to learn how not to die as you learn how to protect yourselves, your comrades, and the civilians you're trying to save. If you really want to make it to the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies." The students who never dealt with someone this blunt and strict took a small step back. "Here at UA, we're not tethered to formal teaching methods," the pro said as he turned around to give them a hard look. "That means I can teach my class in any way I see fit." Aizawa turned to face them, his arms crossed across his chest and a frown across his face. "You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives." He held up his phone, a measuring app on it. "But you never got to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's trying to pretend that we're all equal. It's not rational. We need to have a chance for everyone to excel. One day the Ministry of Education will learn." The students fidgeted at his dry, rough way of speaking and his intimidating aura. "Midoriya," Aizawa said as he turned towards the freckle-faced teen. "You had the highest score on the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw from junior high?" Izuku took a few moments to think about it before he answered. 72 meters, I believe." "Right, now try doing it with your quirk," the pro said, and Katsuki just barely held back a scoff. The nerd didn't have a quirk. "Anything goes, just stay inside the circle." Izuku quickly made his way inside the circle with a "Yes, sensei." He took a deep breath and let the change flow over him as he reached the center. Behind him, he could hear some of the students gasp. Izuku held out a hand and Aizawa threw the ball to him. Izuku caught it and took a throwing stance. He charged up 8% of one for all and used his immense strength to throw the ball as far as he could. The wind pressure he built up cracked in the air, creating a loud boom, and everyone's hair flew in their face. Izawa calmly looked down at his phone as most of the class broke out into excited chatter. "You all need to know your maximum capabilities," the pro said lazily as he held up the device, which read 706.1 meters. "It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a pro hero." In the background, Kitsuki looked about ready to blow a fuse. Izuku glanced in his direction as he walked back to his place beside Hitachi. He would have to talk to the blonde latter. He motioned towards the explosive blonde and he glared at him. He mouthed later and Kitsuki nodded, his teeth gritted. At least he would get some answers. Mina bounced on her heels as she clapped, cheering excitedly. "That looks so fun. I want to go." Izuku and Hitachi groaned. Why did she have to say that? Have they learned nothing about the pro yet? Well, they knew the pro probably didn't have William's creativity, they were afraid of what he might come up with. Izawa glanced down at the cheering students in annoyance, eyes hard and dark. "So you think this is fun, eh?" he said with a TSK that had Izuku and Hitachi wincing. "Do you think this is going to be fun and games? Is this playtime to you?" He grinned wickedly and the students shivered. "Idiots," he spat. "Today, you'll compete in 7 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last will be deemed to have none and will be expelled. Immediately." The group of students gulped in fear, but Izuku and Hitachi straightened their spines. But the small glance, their determination passed between them. They wouldn't fail. Chapter 23. The Tester Expulsion. "What?" The majority of the class, who weren't used to William or frozen by shook, shouted in union. Izawa snorted in annoyance and then grinned in a way that eerily reminded Izuku and Hitachi of William. "Remember?" Izawa drawled lowly. "I decide how this class runs." "Understood. If you have a problem with this, there's a simple solution. Leave." The 2 purple-haired boys welled up their courage. They've survived William and Springtrap. They could do this. "That's right, brat," William said with a low chuckle. "Don't let him get to you. You're both more than prepared for a weak little test like this. Give them hell." Izuku looked down and smirked. William was right. They've got this. Hitachi glanced at Izuku when he felt the change of aura from him, and the dual-haired teen leaned over to whisper what William told him. Immediately, Hitachi had a smirk to join Izuku's. "You can't send us home." Uraraka argued, and the 2 teen groaned in annoyance. Was she an idiot? "I mean," she continued, much to the 2 teens' growing frustration. "We just got here. Even if it wasn't the first day, that isn't fair." Izuku's eyes flashed blue and yellow as the 3's anger merged and Hitachi clenched his fists. The 4 audibly growled, startling the students. Uraraka stepped back at the sudden change. "You think life's fair?" Izuku flashed an electric blue, his voice deeper as William shared control. "Do you think fatal accidents are fair? Or abusive parents?" Hitachi added as he thought of William and his situation, causing the girl to flinch. "How about quirk discrimination and bullying?" Izawa nodded as he added. "There's also natural disasters, power-hungry villains, and catastrophic events that wipe out whole cities. No, life is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to try and combat that unfairness. If you want to be a fro, for the next 3 years you will need to push yourselves to the brink. UA will throw one terrible hardship after another at you. Show me it's not a mistake you're here. Go beyond. Plus ultra." The students looked at one another, each trying to steel themselves. However, Uraraka and Iida looked at their friends. They couldn't believe the strong reactions that they just displayed. "Now," Izawa said with a tired sigh. "We're wasting time. Let the games begin." With that, the students all took a moment to build up their courage. A lot was riding on these tests. Izawa led them to race lane with a robot on end, ready to take their exam scores. Iida and Asui stood at the start line, and the robot exclaimed, "Runners get ready." As soon as there was a pop reminiscent of a gunshot, the 2 charged. Iida, who was in the lead due to his leg engines, dashed through the finish line with a chime of 3.04 seconds. Asui followed closely behind. Izuku and Hitachi watched closely as each of their classmates went. Hitachi desperately followed along with Izuku's fast muttering as he broke down the quirks that were used and the one-sided conversation he was having with William about the quirks' attributes. Hitachi was proud to say that he could nearly follow along with Izuku's mumbling after being in near constant contact with him the last 6 weeks. Hitachi was startled as he was called up for his first exam. He quickly shook his thoughts away and walked up to the start line, hands in his pockets and face blank. The purple-haired boy glanced over to his opponent and was startled to see that it was the explosive blonde that used to bully Izuku. "Bakugo, wasn't it?" "Boy, eye bags." The blonde growled quietly. "How do you know the nerd?" Hitachi's eyes narrowed. Are you talking about Zuku? Hitachi whispered back in a hard warning hiss. Yeah. The blonde said, seeming slightly startled by the hard edge to the other's voice. What does it matter to you? Hitachi growled, protectiveness bubbling up inside him for one of the few people who ever accepted him. Don't know if you're the same friend he mentioned some time ago. Kitsuki said as he gave Hitachi a hard look. But, if you hurt him, I'll maim you. Hitachi was startled enough at the declaration he barely held in a hysterical laugh and nearly missed the starting signal. Who did he think he was threatening him after what he did? Hitachi let his anger fuel his run and he came right behind Bakugo at 5.04 seconds. Listen here. Hitachi quickly and quietly hissed to the blonde. You don't get to threaten me. Especially after what you did. I know. The blonde growled, surprising and confusing the tired teen. That's why I'm doing it. Huh. Hitachi said, confused. The blonde sighed in annoyance. I hurt him. The blonde admitted. Don't hurt him again. Got it. Hitachi nodded, still confused about this whole situation. He'd never hurt Izuku. Good. The blonde said firmly, then he walked off. What the hell just happened? The rest of the test went normally. Izuku used his enhanced speed and strength of his animatronic form to help him through the tests where he could. To most of the students' surprise, he was near the top of the score with the side jumps. The metal frame of his animatronic form was very deceptive to its nimbleness. Hitachi also did extremely well. Despite his slowly developing frame, Hitachi was in great shape. Both William and Springtrap ensured that. He surprised a good amount of his classmates by outlasting them on the endurance run. No doubt it was because it looked like he was about to faint from exhaustion on a good day. Alright. As Awa said with a bored drawl when the class all gathered in front of him. It's time to give you your results. I've ranked you all from best to worst. You should already be somewhat aware of your standing. I'm going to put up the whole list because it's not worth the time to go over each individually. Azawa lazily clicked a button and a large screen lit up with the exam results. And first was Izuku followed by Yaoi Rozu, Kitsuki, Todoroki, and Hitachi. In last place was Hagakure, who was crying slightly in disappointment. Azawa was expressionless as he turned off the screen. By the way, he said as he pulled out a juice pouch from seeming nowhere. I was lying. No one's going home. Most of the class stared at him in disbelief. Their shocked expressions made Azawa hide his face in his scarf as he grinned. That was a logical ruse designed to make sure you gave it your all. He said with a bored drawl. There was a collective sweat drop as the students sputtered in confusion or sighed in relief. I'm surprised the rest of you didn't figure it out. Yaoi Rozu said as she placed a hand on her hip. I'm sorry, I should have told you. Everyone, besides Izuku and Hitachi, looked at her with a look that clearly said. Well, no, duh. Should we tell them? Hitachi whispered to Izuku. Izuku was about to answer when a purple-haired girl asked. Tell us what? By this time, Azawa had already left the field and the students were getting rowdy. However, at the girl's comment, all eyes turned to them. Hitachi tensed at all the attention and he glanced at Izuku for guidance. What's going on, Kiro? The girl with a frog quirk Kasui maybe asked. When Yaoi Rozu said it was obvious that the expulsion was a ruse, the guy with the purple hair said, should we tell them? The goth girl explained. So, tell us what? Shinsu-san, Midoriya-san. Iida asked as all the students listened on curiously and the two teens glanced at each other. Izuku gave a tired sigh. Eraserhead is our favorite hero. He started but was interrupted. What does that have to do with anything? A boy with tape dispensers on his elbows asked. Well, I was just about to say. Izuku said in a bored tone that reminded Hitachi of William and the boy blushed. Anyways, one of my hobbies is studying and analyzing heroes and their quirks. Being our favorite hero, it's only natural that we take an interest in him. Besides, his quirk, fighting style, and natural dislike of the media make him a fascinating person to study. During our research we came across something. What was it? Mina asked, getting frustrated by this stalling. Azawa-sensei is notorious for expelling students. Izuku stated bluntly. What? The class yelled. That can't be right. Yaoi Rozu said, paling. The school wouldn't allow it. Plus, he even said it was a logical ruse. That's right. The red-headed boy said, perking up and causing the rest of the class to do the same. This is actually the first time he's kept a whole class. Hitachi said, bursting their bubbles. A few years ago, he actually expelled his whole class. Izuku said. How is that possible? Iida asked, feeling faint. The rest of the class paled. Apparently, the principal trusts his judgment. Izuku said. Not one of his expulsions have ever been overturned. The class paled even further. So we really could have been expelled today? Hagakure asked weakly. The two teens nodded and everyone fell silent in shock. Well, at least we're all still here. Hitachi offered awkwardly an apology. At this, they perked up slightly, but the class vowed to be more serious from now on. To think their hero careers could have ended today because they decided not to take it too seriously and didn't give it their all. In the background, hidden, Aizawa smirked. He liked those kids. Chapter 24. Needed conversations. While Hitachi and Izuku decided to escape the now awkward situation, Aizawa decided to go find a certain blonde pro-hero. He had some questions that needed to be answered. The underground hero started to stalk towards the school when he noticed the blonde he was looking for was unsuccessfully hiding behind a bush. So he was watching their class. What relationship did he have with those two? He obviously knew them. And he knew them well enough to want to spy on their first class. All might. The tired pro drawled, startling the number one hero enough to make him jump. Aizawa. The pro squeaked. I was just spying on my class. The raven-haired man said bluntly. Suddenly, the blonde man became serious and he straightened up. You have questions? Aizawa nodded as he raised an eyebrow at the sudden change. Not here. All Might said, and Aizawa's eyebrows rose further. What could be so important that it had to stay a secret? My office then. Aizawa offered, and All Might nodded. The walk to the office was silent and tense. Despite looking relaxed, Aizawa was cataloging the other pro's profile. The blonde was unnaturally tense. His shoulders were slightly hunched, his hands kept running over his pants as he wiped the sweat from his hands, and his eyes constantly observed their surroundings. His behavior was starting to worry the underground hero. When they finally made it to his office, Aizawa was startled when the blonde man locked the door and shut the blinds. Okay, I can't tell you everything. The blonde said, and Aizawa became confused and irritated. You'll have to ask young Izuku and young Shinsu. I'll tell you what I can, but I won't break their trust in me by disregarding their confidentiality. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, but nodded in agreement. It looks like he might have to make a home visit. So, how do you know them? Aizawa asked as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed. All Might sat down on the desk chair and looked at Aizawa seriously. He knew the pro was only worried, and he wanted to relieve the tension in the overworked pro as much as he could without jeopardizing the trust of four boys he's come to care about, even if one of them hasn't warmed up to him just yet. I meet young Izuku after a villain attack. The blonde said. He lost his contacts, so I started to walk him home. Started? Aizawa asked with a dark scowl. Why didn't you walk him the whole way? It was the slime villain. All Might said. He attacked young Izuku before he took a hostage. I had him apprehended, but somehow he escaped the container I had him contained in. Anyways, we heard the commotion of the hostage situation and he insisted we go to check it out. And you listened to him? Aizawa asked darkly with a scoff. He made it very clear that he'd walk there by himself if I refused. All Might said with a sheepish grin. Aizawa groaned, but nodded. He could see that happening. What happened next? The pro sighed. When we got there the other pros weren't doing anything. All Might said. It turns out, young Bakugo was the hostage and young Izuku used to be friends with him. For a moment, Aizawa was struck speechless, but then he cursed and groaned a long suffering sigh when he realized what happened. So, he's a problem child. The tired hero sighed out. All Might nodded, trying and failing to hide his amused smirk. That's right. The blonde hero said. I was going to check on him because he disappeared before I could get away, but I actually happened to run into him again the next day. At least he got home okay. The tired pro sighed. So, how do you know Shinsu? For young Izuku. All Might admitted with a shrug. He happened to overhear us talking one day after he moved into young Izuku's apartment. They lived together. The scruffy teacher asked surprised. He'd have to go over their files more carefully tonight this time with coffee, no matter what Yamada said. All Might nodded and continued. Young Izuku's family took him in a couple weeks before the entrance exam. Aizawa nodded in understanding. So that's how they knew each other. Would you keep in contact? Aizawa asked. That's not exactly normal. Ah, that's actually something you'll have to ask young Izuku. All Might said nervously. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You know, as their teacher, I may need to know this. Aizawa said in challenge. All Might nodded in agreement as he said. I've already encouraged him to inform at least you. Aizawa blinked in surprise. He didn't expect this level of seriousness from the loud blonde that didn't have a teaching license and read teaching for dummies, but he accepted the answer easily. Alright. The tired man drawled lazily. I saw his eyes change color. I've already seen his quirk and it hasn't manifested like that at all during any of the exams, can you explain that? All Might flinched and said. That's something else you'll have to ask young Izuku. Aizawa's eyes narrowed once again. That flinch was worrying. What exactly was he keeping from him on the problem child's request? If it was dangerous, Aizawa was going to give him a verbal lashing he'll remember for the rest of his life, and then he'll show him he didn't need a fancy quirk to be formidable. No one put his students in danger. Number on hero or not. Is it dangerous? The underground pro asked, his voice dark and low. All Might flinched at the tone. Yep, he could diffidently see how young Izuku compared to Pro and William. No. All Might said, and the scruffy hero relaxed a bit. I'm guessing my other questions will need be answered by one of them. Aizawa sighed tiredly as he ran a hand through his long raven locks. Probably. All Might said sheepishly, he felt really bad for not being able to help more. I can set up a meeting if you want. Aizawa nodded. It seemed like he really did need to talk to the new problem children. Now, we just need to decide on how to introduce the two problem child to the principal, with the least amount of damage for everyone that they decides needs more drama. The tired pro said with a low groan, he wasn't paid enough to deal with this. All Might shivered. He almost forgot about that. He really didn't envy the person who'll end up on the other end of Nezu and William's games. He hoped that young Izuku wouldn't enable the chaotic man. He had no hope for spring. None. At all. Izuku and Hitachi were almost at the school gates when they were stopped by Kitsuki. Boy, nerd. He shouted and the two teens turned around. Kitsuki. Izuku said calmly as Hitachi glared at the explosive teen. Izuku gently nudged the boy and he huffed as he looked away. Explain, nerd. Kitsuki demanded. How do you have a quirk? He doesn't owe you anything. Hitachi growled. This time, Izuku placed a hand on Hitachi's shoulder to keep him from fighting the explosive blonde. You'll have to come over first. Izuku told the blonde and Kitsuki raised an eyebrow in question. I just don't want anyone else to know. Izuku said with a huff. It's private. Kitsuki let out an annoyed sigh, but he agreed without much fuss. Hitachi snorted in frustration. He didn't want the bully or former bully in their home, but he followed Izuku as the blonde walked behind them. The walk home was dead silent and full of tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. Everyone was relieved as they walked up the stairs to the apartment. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by Cipher. Welcome home. The little bunny chirped in greeting. Can I take your bags to the workshop? What is that thing? Kitsuki shouted as he started to heat up his palms in case it attacked. Relax, Kitsuki. Izuku said with a smirk. This is Cipher. He's an animatronic that I built. And, yes, Cipher, thank you. Izuku smiled at the small bunny as he and Hitachi handed them their backpacks. Cipher walked with a small skip to the workroom, the backpacks bouncing up and down on his small shoulder as Kitsuki stared at the small yellow and sea green bunny in wonder. Anima what? Kitsuki asked loudly as he tried to process what he was seeing and told. Wait, you built it? It's a him. Izuku said with an eye roll. And his name is Cipher. Okay. Kitsuki growled annoyed. You built him? Yeah. Izuku said with a proud grin and a small blush. Izuku's first project. Hitachi told the blonde, or more like bragged, with a smirk. The blonde's jaw dropped with shock and awe. The nerd could actually build these things. And this was his first one. Anyway. Izuku said, changing the subject with a blush. We're not here to talk about our projects. Let's go and discuss what we came here for. Kitsuki refocused with a nod, his head still slightly swimming. Izuku led them to his room and Hitachi sat by Izuku on the bed. Kitsuki looked pointedly at Hitachi and Izuku said. He already knows. Kitsuki snorted in annoyance, but let it go. Explain, nerd. Kitsuki demanded. Before Izuku could say anything, Cipher walked into the room with a tray of cookies, 2 mugs of coffee, and a cup of tea. Izuku. The little bunny sung. Tashi. I brought your afternoon coffee and Inko made cookies. I also brought some tea for the guest. Thank you, Cipher. Izuku said with a small smile as the little animatronic placed the tray on the desk. After he did that, the little bunny climbed up into Izuku's lap, much to Hitashi's amusement. The dual-haired teen spoiled the poor thing. Anyways. Izuku said as he patted Cipher's head. If you're wondering if I always had my quirk, the answer is no. Then how? Kitsuki asked with narrowed eyes, slightly suspicious. People didn't just get quirks. It wasn't normal. Hitachi picked up their coffee and a couple cookies for each of them and then handed Izuku his share. Izuku nodded in thanks, took a sip, and then said. Well, the theory is that it was because I nearly died and… What? Kitsuki said as he choked on his tea. When did that happen? I was actually attacked by the slime villain before you. Izuku said with a shrug. That's how I lost my contacts. How did you survive? The blonde asked, gripping his pants with one hand and the mug with the other so hard that his knuckles turned white. All Might. Izuku said simply. And he got away. Kitsuki growled, surprised and ticked off. Izuku nodded in apology, but continued his explanation. Anyways, we figure it's because I almost died, and then the mental trauma I was caused by being forced to live through my worst fear, most likely tricking my brain to think I almost died again. Izuku shivered as he remembered the feeling of being springlocked, and Hitachi squeezed his shoulder in support. Itsuki's eye narrowed when he heard that the nerd was attacked again, but this time he refrained from asking about it, seeing the way that he was still affected by it. "So, what?" the blonde asked instead. "It awakened a quirk." "That's what we're thinking, yeah," Izuku said with a nod. "Either I had a quirk that just had specific conditions to manifest it, or my body used untapped genetic to save me." Izuku shrugged at the end. "Honestly, we're still not entirely sure," the teen said. "We're not scientists or doctors." Itsuki gave a slight nod of understanding. "So, basically it was a complete stroke of luck." The explosive blonde snorted in derision. "Figures." Hitachi glared at the blonde for his remark and asked. "So, was that all you needed?" Izuku rolled his eyes at his friend's rude behavior, but the blonde just smirked. "Yeah," he said as he got up. "Thanks, Bunny Bot, for the tea." "His name is Cipher," Hitachi growled. The blonde smirk widened as he grabbed a few cookies. "I know," the explosive teen said. "Bye, nerd. Don't do anything stupid." Izuku snorted while Hitachi scowled at the blonde and said, "I won't." With that, Kitsuki gave a small wave and left. Chapter 25. Heroics, 101. Izuku sat in his seat as he and Hitachi waited for class to start. He sighed as he ran a hand through his hair. Classes were so boring. He knew he should have expected that. William had them working on extremely advanced work. It was disappointing, he guessed. For such a supposedly advanced course as it was advertised, it wasn't too much above the level of his past schooling. To say William was ticked off would be underrating it. Izuku was completely shook by the vitriol that fell from his mouth as the other man ranted. Even Springtrap was shocked. The bunny actually decided to go hide further in the mind from Will's temper. It shocked nobody when William decided to once again put them through their paces with training, now tailored to their new school schedules. According to William, "If they're not going to prepare you for the future, then I will." Izuku just hoped that when they finally started to physical part of heroics that it would actually satisfy William. Outside of training, Izuku and Hitachi have been practicing with their new bikes and their new pistols. William estimated that if they keep their pace they could take their driving exam next week. This excited the boys because it would help with their training schedule. No more having to rush to make the train. Plus, driving their motorbikes was cool. Their pistol training was also going well. They were starting to get a hang of cleaning and loading the pistols quickly. William even had them starting on doing it blindfolded in case they were ever caught in a situation where they had low visibility. As for their aim, they were working on it. Neither of the boys were prodigies, but neither were they horrible. Hitachi actually had the lead when it came to the pistols. His eyes were sharp. He actually impressed William with how fast he was learning, and he was considering having him learn another long-range weapon. Hitachi glanced over at his friend and nudged him once he noticed his distracted expression. It's been happening a lot more as classes drug on, not that the purple-haired boy blamed him. Even he was getting bored the further he got in his extracurricular studies. The freckled-faced boy hummed once Hitachi got his attention. "Look alive," Hitachi whispered. "Our heroic sensei should be here pretty soon." "We're supposed to be doing practical training soon, right?" Izuku muttered. "Yeah," the violet-haired boy said with a small nod. "Good." Izuku grinned. "Will's been getting antsy." Hitachi chuckled in agreement. "What are you two talking about?" Kaminari asked as he turned to face them. Ever since the assessment test, the boy has been hanging out with their small group. He even thanked them for their warnings about their sensei. "We're just wondering what heroic is going to throw at us today," Izuku said as he blinked lazily and he leaned his head against his fist. The blonde boy bit his lip in worry as he glanced at the door. "Yeah," he said in agreement. "So far, everything has been like regular school, well, besides going over safety and regulations for our practical lessons and future support items." Hitachi hummed in agreement and said, "Yeah. After personal training, it's kinda disappointing. I'd thought we'd be further along already." "Seriously?" Uraraka said in disbelief as she and Iida walked up. "Just what did you two do for personal training?" "I agree," Iida said as he straightened up his glasses. "Not to be rude, but you two seem unnaturally advanced for students with no family in heroics." "Ah, that's our friend's fault," Izuku said with a dismissive shrug. "He actually made us a schedule for our exercises. And he tutors us," Hitachi said. Their new friends' faces showed their disbelief. "Who's this friend?" Iida asked. "The one who made our necklaces," Izuku said. "He's a genius." "How genius?" Kaminari asked, eyes wide. "How smart is this guy? Does he have an intelligence quirk?" He's the smartest person I know. Hitachi said with a smirk, just waiting for the fallout of Izuku's next statement. This was going to be fun. And, he's quirkless. Izuku said smugly. Uraraka spit out the water she was sipping in her surprise, while the two boys' jaws nearly hit the floor and Kaminari nearly fell off his chair. Quirkless? Kaminari mouthed, not comprehending this turn of events. Before the conversation could continue, the classroom door banged open. I am here. All Might shouted as he walked through the door in an eccentric way. Walking through the door like a normal person. Both Izuku and Hitachi snorted in amusement while William groaned. The rest of the class exclaimed in awe and started whispered conversations. I can't believe it's really All Might. Kaminari practically squealed in his excitement. This is so exciting. Uraraka said with a small fist bump. All Might walked up to the front of the class and put his hands on his hips. His smile was blinding as he looked around the class. Welcome to you most important class during your time at UA. The pro hero exclaimed. Think of it as Heroics 101. Iida looked at the pro seriously, and Izuku and Hitachi's eyes sharpened as they paid more attention. In the mindscape, William gave Springtrap a pat across the head to get him to pay attention. Here you will learn the basics of being a pro hero. The pro said, eyes serious. And what it means to fight in the name of good. Everyone was practically on the edge of their seats. This was what they've been waiting for. So, let's begin today's lesson. All Might said with a twinkle in his eye. Today, we'll be pulling no punches. The pro pulled out a card that said battle training and the students' excitement rammed up. Fight training. Bakugo said excitedly, a dangerous grin on his face. So, we're finally having real combat. William said with a deep chuckle. Guess we can see how far the two of you have come. Springtrap chuckled darkly. More like see how far behind all the other brats are. Our brats are already dangerous. Izuku smirked and Hitachi shivered, but gave him a smirk back. He wasn't sure if he wanted to know what the three of them were thinking at the moment. Before we begin. All Might said loudly to regain the excited class's attention. One of the keys of being a pro is looking good. Hitachi and Izuku gave each other excited and amused looks. Our costumes. Uraraka squealed in excitement. These were designed for you based on your quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. All Might said. The students cheered in excitement and the pro gave out a hearty laugh. Get yourselves suited up. The blonde pro said as he showed them their cases. And, meet me at training ground beta. The students all said their version of yes, sensei as they went to get their costume case. They say that clothes make the pros, and behold, ladies and gentlemen, you are the proof. All Might announced dramatically as the students practically strutted out of the tunnel in their new hero costumes. Put this to heart. Everyone stood at attention, listening to the pro in anticipation. From now on. The pro said with a wide proud grin. You are heroes in training. Everyone grinned proudly, and Izuku could feel William's pride. This is getting me pumped up. All Might said loudly with a dramatic pose. You all look so cool. Midoriya-kun, Shinsu-kun, you both look really cool. Uraraka said as she bounced over to the two. For a moment, the two teens took a good look at each other. It was one thing to see the designs they helped each other to create, it was another to see themselves in the completed project. Izuku wore a green and purple jumpsuit. The top was a medium grass green with purple on the collar, buttons, two stripes near the sleeves, lining the hoodie-like pockets, and the bottom trim. The pants were a dark forest green. He wore a maroon belt with dark purple pouched on his thighs, maroon boots with red buckles, a purple and maroon stripped hat, and maroon sunglasses googles with purple lenses. His hair was kept in a high ponytail, and his necklace was proudly displayed. Hitachi's costume, on the other hand, was cat themes. He wore a sea blue and medium gray body shirt, charcoal ripped jeans with turquoise lining the tiers, and a long black jacket with sea blue and turquoise stripped sleeves. The hood of the jacket had cat-like ears with turquoise tips. He wore green lace-up boots and green sunglasses goggles with sea green lenses. On his head, he had cat ears the same shade as his hair with the insides being a sea blue. He highlighted his bangs red to match his new family. He also wore a twin-tailed cattail that was purple and red like his hair. And, like Izuku, his necklace was proudly displayed. Uraraka was right, they did look good. I should have been more specific about what I wanted. She continued, embarrassed. This is tighter than what I wanted, and it's not really my style. You still have time to change it if you want. Izuku said, trying to be supportive. Besides. Hitachi said as they took in her pink space-themed costume. It still looks nice. Izuku nodded in agreement. Thanks guys. She said. Now that you're ready. All Might shouted. It's time for combat training. Sir. Iida shouted in question as he raised his armored arm. Izuku chuckled in amusement and Hitachi snorted. The costume suited the strict teen. This is the same fake city from our entrance exam. The blue-haired teen said. Does this mean we'll be conducting urban battles once again? Not quite. All Might answered with a peace sign. We're moving 2 steps ahead. Most villains that you'll see on the news take place outside, but statistically speaking, most run-in with dastardly villains will take place indoors. That's true. William said with a wince as he had a flashback to his past. Most of the worst criminals will use it to try to hide their misdeeds. Think about it. All Might said as he confirmed William's words. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret lairs. Truly intelligent criminals stay in the shadows. The students stood rigid as they took in the pro's words. The more serious students taking it to heart. You'll be split into teams of heroes and villains to fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a little advanced? The girl with the frog quirk Asui, Izuku thought asked with a head tilt. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. All Might said grinning, fist bumping the air. Izuku and Hitachi barely held back a groan. More William-like training. At least it wasn't as bad as Spring's. I could make it harder. William said with a deadly purr and Izuku shuddered. No thank you. Izuku answered the man. I don't want to die. William chuckled and nudged the brat to pay attention again. Remember? All Might was saying. You can't just punch a robot this time. You'll be dealing with actual people. Good point. William said. You brats will need to learn to hold back. At that point, everyone started to bombard the pro with questions. Will you be the one deciding who wins? Yayoi Rozu asked. Will you be splitting us up by chance or by comparative skill? Iida asked, hand in the air. Do we need to worry about the losers getting expelled like with Izawa-sensei? Uraraka asked nervously, twisting a piece of hair between her fingers. Everyone tensed at this reminder, and all the students fell silent as they waited for the number 1 hero to answer. All Might looked like he was about to say something, but changed his mind. He took a couple moments to think about what he was going to say, and everyone held their breaths. Listen up. He announced, and everyone waited in tense silence for his announcement. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout, and the heroes must foil their plans. The heroes must either capture the villains or recover the weapon. Likewise, the villains win if they capture the heroes or protect the missile. Amusedly, All Might explained this by reading from a card. HMPH. Springtrap said. Seems like the pro isn't a pro at everything. Quit it. William said harshly. Let him prove himself. He wasn't too bad with Izuku this summer. Springtrap just grumbled. Time is limited. All Might continued as he held a box out in front of him. We'll choose by drawing lots. Isn't there a better way? Iida asked, surprised. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot. Izuku said, deciding to explain and defend the pro, and Iida bowed an apology. I see. The strict teen exclaimed. Excuse me for my rudeness. No sweat. All Might said, chuckling. Let's draw. Chapter 26. The game begins. The students all fidgeted in anticipation as they awaited the verdict of the lots. Izuku and Hitachi each clenched their fists, crossed their arms, and tapped out a familiar beat. They spent way too much time with William. And here are the teams. All Might announced. Listed out, the matches were. Heroes vs Villains. Asui Tsuyu and Tokoyami Fumikage vs Midoriya Izuku and Yayoi Rozu Momo. Shinsu Hitachi and Kaminari Denki vs Shiro Hanada and Kirishima Ijiro. Ashido Mina and Aoyama Yuga vs Iida Tenya and Bakugo Katsuki. Hagakure Toru and Jiro Kyoka vs Todoroki Shoto and Shoji Mezu. Bajiro Mashirao and Uraraka Achako vs Kota Koji and Satoru Kido. Izuku and Hitachi glanced at each other, slightly nervous. While they were confident in their skills, they didn't know their classmates all that well yet. It would have been easier if they were paired with each other. HMPH, this will just show us how you've grown individually, brat. William said with a scoff. Just be glad that you weren't paired against each other. Izuku let out a sigh and said. I guess we should get to our partners. Hitachi sighed as well and nodded. Izuku walked over to Yayoi Rozu as All Might said. The first villain team can go and set up. In 5 minutes the heroes will be sent in and the battle will begin. Yes, sensei. Izuku and Yayoi Rozu said. Young Midoriya. All Might said with a pause and a light stutter that thankfully only Izuku, William, and Hitachi noticed. Young Yayoi Rozu, the key to being successful in this challenge is to embody villainy. Try to think like a villain. If anything goes too far, I'll step in. Both of the teens nodded and then headed off into the building. So? Izuku said in a light drawl. You seem pretty smart, so I bet you have something of a plan. Izuku glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and he saw her blush. You seem smart too. Yayoi Rozu said as she bit her lip, embarrassed. You saw through Izawa-sensei when I made such a big mistake. Izuku snorted and said. Please, the only reason I knew was research and experience. But anyway, I have a few ideas. Do you want to throw some out too, and we can see where our ideas align? Alrighty then. Izuku said. Let's give them a bad time. Itachi shivered as he watched his friend and classmate set up on the screen. He knew that look. Seeing that look on his friend's face made him extremely relieved he wasn't paired against him. He looked way too much like William like that. What's wrong, Shinsu-kun? Uraraka asked as she glanced at the violet-haired teen. Are you worried about Midoriya-kun? You shouldn't be worried, Shinsu-san. Iida said. Midoriya-san is very strong. That's right. Uraraka cheered. Midoriya-kun will be fine. It's not Zuko I'm worried about. Hitachi said as he shivered again. What do you mean? Kaminari asked, and other classmates turned to listen in. I know that look on his face. Hitachi said, nervously tapping his foot. He's planning something, and knowing how similar he is to William, the heroes are going to be in for a bad time. I know that Midoriya-san is strong. Iida said, tone chastising. But that's no reason to look down on our other classmates. I'm not. Hitachi said with a bland look. I just know Zuko. Will's taught him a brand of planning that borders on the insane, but the thing is, it works. The two are geniuses, and Zuko's been studying everyone's quirks. There's no chance in hell that he doesn't have the next 20 steps planned ahead. Itsuki and Todoroki stopped pretending that they weren't paying attention at this, and the rest of the class looked on in shock. Is he really that smart? Mina asked as she fiddled with her costume. Yeah. Hitachi said simply. So, Asui and Tokoyami have no chance. Kaminari said, eyes wide. Not really. Hitachi said as he pointed towards the screens. He's already setting his plan in place. Watch closely, and you'll see what I mean. Are you ready, Yaoi Rozu? Izuku asked as he wiped his brow. They just finished setting up the traps, and Izuku was having trouble holding back a smirk of anticipation. Springtrap laughed demonically in the mindscape, and William smirked dangerously, eyes hard and sharp with anticipation. Just like old times. Springtrap purred. I'm ready to stalk our prey. Ready, Midoriya-kun? Yaoi Rozu said, oblivious to Izuku's darkening aura. Alright. All Might announced and everyone stood at attention. Let's begin the indoor combat training. Your time starts now. Remember the plan. Izuku said as he let his transformation wash over him, golden eyes shining, and Yaoi Rozu nodded seriously. Izuku shot her a fanged grin and raced out of the room. He had a bird to catch. Pay attention, kids. All Might said as the students' eyes were glued to the screen. Think about what you would do. Young Izuku. The pro hero thought to himself. In this class you and young Hitachi are just normal students. I'll grade you both without playing favorites, though I doubt you'd need it. I just hope you two will take it easy on your classmates. All Might sighed and studied the screen, discreetly listening in on the students' conversations. Where is he going? Kirishima asked as he watched Izuku take off. Wouldn't they have a better chance staying together? Itachi shook his head and said. Look at how they set up. Zuko has already calculated the statistics. Plus if you look at Asui, she's already split from Tokoyami to climb the walls. They probably figured Izuku and Yaoi Rozu would stay close together. Do you know what Midori is planning? Hagakure asked. Somewhat. Hitachi said. It looks like he's going for a stealth route. Itachi shivered as he thought back to playing what William called Five Nights at Freddy's with him as the Night Guard and Zuko Spring as the Animatronics. What's wrong, bro? Kirishima asked worriedly. If he's doing what I think he's doing, I don't envy our poor classmates. The violet-haired boy said. Or, at least Tokoyami. It actually looks like he has traps set up for Asui. You're making the nerd sound way too intimidating. Kitsuki said with a dismissive scoff. That's because he's freaking terrifying. Hitachi said seriously. He's not as bad as William, but he still scares me. That's not very hero-like. Iida muttered. What exactly did you do to train? Kaminari asked weakly, face pale and eyes wide. Hitachi gave him a look and said. Every play horror game. A few of the students chalked, and All Might discreetly coughed. Yep. Hitachi said with a dry chuckle. Will's creative. Who is William? Uraraka asked. You keep mentioning him. Ah. Hitachi said as he inwardly cursed himself. He's our friend. Oh. Uraraka said as his face lit up in recognition. Is he the one who made your necklaces? The genius. Yeah. Hitachi said with a small smile as he lightly touched his necklace. That's him. Is he a pro? Iida asked as he put a hand on his chin. He seems really knowledgeable. Hitachi barely held himself back from laughing in hysterics. No. Hitachi said, not able to hold back a snort. No, he's not. Iida looked at Hitachi in confusion and asked. Then how does he know enough to train you and Midoriya-san? He took a lot of self-defense. Hitachi said with a shrug. That still makes no sense, man. Kaminari said. Hitachi just shrugged and said no more. Aoi Rozu stood at attention in the room they had the missile set up in. She glanced around the room checking on their traps for Asui. She had to admit, Midoriya diffidently covered his bases. She thought he was smart before, but listening to him make plans was eye-opening. She couldn't help but feel slightly insecure in comparison even if he tried to keep her feeling like she made contributions to their plan. Flashback. Alright. Midoriya said as they walked into the building. Lay out your ideas for me. We should stay together near the ground floor so Asui doesn't have a chance to surprise us. She said. I can make screens so we can block the windows. Well, that's a good plan. Midoriya said as he turned to her. They both have better distance range than we do. If they corner us, Dark Shadow can get to the missile. Aoi Rozu stopped for a moment as she bit her lip. That was a good point. What do you suggest then? She asked. Split them up and set up traps. Midoriya said with a glint in his eyes that sent a shiver down her spine. Of course, nothing overly harmful, but enough where we can catch them by surprise. What kind of traps? She asked, glancing at him wearily. Midoriya gave a terrifying smirk and said. Do you know how to get rid of frogs? Flashback end. Aoi Rozu, come in. Midoriya said. I hear you loud and clear. She answered as she pulled her parka closer to her chest. Asui is on the move. Came his warning. I repeat, Asui is on the move. 10/4, Midoriya. She said, and she cranked up the air conditioners more. She shivered as the temperature lowered further. She hoped that it would be enough to slow Asui down. Izuku snuck down the halls on silent feed and he concentrated on his hearing. He needed to make sure that he could get to the same hall as Tokoyami quickly. It didn't take long for him to hear the soft echoing sounds of footsteps. Izuku was impressed with how soft they were. It took a lot of training to get that silent. Izuku took a deep breath to try to pinpoint Asui. He had to close his eyes to concentrate. He couldn't hear her anywhere near Tokoyami. He stretched his senses further and then he caught slight scratches of boots against brick. Gotcha. He muttered quietly and then he hit his headset. Yaoiru, come in. He put his back to the wall and discreetly looked around before he climbed into a vent. It was time he stalked his prey. He hoped Tokoyami liked horror games. I hear you loud and clear. Yaoi Rozu answered. Asui is on the move. Izuku whispered. I repeat, Asui is on the move. 10/4, Midoriya. Came the answer crackling from the headset. Izuku smirked as he quietly padded his way towards his classmate. He consciously measured his steps to make sure that Tokoyami couldn't hear him if his hearing was enhanced by his Raven Head or Dark Shadow. In his mindscape, Springtrap was chuckling darkly. It's been too long since the humanoid rabbit could play this fame. Be ready, the man said, voice lick with anticipation. Just like we practiced. Soon Izuku was just above his classmate. Izuku smirked as he reached into his pockets and palmed the flashbangs. Usually he'd prefer to work in the dark, but he'd rather not deal with Dark Shadow if he didn't have to. Izuku quickly made his way to an adjacent hall to slip out of the vents, and then through the grate as hard as he could through the vents towards Tokoyami. The raven-headed boy jumped slightly and looked around above him. He never expected that one of his classmates might come from above. He waited for a minute and noting happened. He let out a breath of relief. Maybe he imagined it, or it was on another floor. He was already stressed because of the exercise after all. Right when he calmed himself down, a spine-chilling laugh filled the air. Tokoyami quickly looked around himself and released Dark Shadow. Wow, is that really your classmate? The quirk asked as it looked around with him. Has to be. Tokoyami answered back. No one else is in the building. Hidden in the shadows, Izuku smirked and grabbed the flashbangs and capture tape. This had to be quick. The flashbangs wouldn't last long. He wished he could have gotten a stage light, but Yaoi Rozu needed the lipids for a couple air conditioners and a couple more surprises for Asui. Izuku threw one of the two flashbangs behind Tokoyami, making as much noise with the small device as he could. Not expecting a trap, Tokoyami turned right as the flashbang went off and Dark Shadow screamed in surprise. Taking the opportunity, Izuku ran towards the teen's eyes already closed and using his hearing as his guide and threw the other flashbang. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami said in worry, and Izuku figured his plan worked to weaken the shadow. Tokoyami tried to locate his advancing classmate, but his hearing wasn't as trained or precise. Izuku quickly advanced upon the teen and jump-scared him as by the point the flashbangs were losing the effects. This kept the raven-headed boy and his shadow off guard while he wrapped the capture tape around Tokoyami. Tokoyami has been captured. All Might announced from the observer's room. Whoa. Kaminari said, jaw dropped. Man, Midori is scary. Yeah. Uraraka agreed with a shudder. He had Tokoyami on edge even before he engaged. Iida said, with a slight frown. I wouldn't have expected for someone to use the vents like that, Mina said with a weak voice. When you said it'll be like a horror game, you weren't kidding, Kirishima said with a shaky chuckle. Keep this in mind, students, All Might said seriously. Villains in the real world like this are the most dangerous. All the students gulped. Aoi Rozu immediately made a staff once she stopped talking to Midoriya and watched the window. By his phrasing, that's the way she would come. By this time, the temperature in the room was in the low 40s and outside it was in the mid-80s. A few minutes went by and she heard a slight sound outside the window. It seems Asui found the glue tape. Aoi Rozu turned to face the door but readied herself for Asui's attack by looking at a small mirror attached to her staff. It didn't take long for the frog-quirked girl to come in through the window. Asui started in surprise at the sudden temper change and shivered violently. Knowing she didn't have much time before she went into hibernation mode, she attacked the seemingly unaware Aoi Rozu and made for the missile. Aoi Rozu dodged the tongue as she spun around, staff ready. However, not paying attention, Asui tripped as she got caught on another strip of glue tape that the creation quirk user prepared. By this time, Asui was starting to get drowsy. She weakly pulled herself from the tape. Hopefully, Tokoyami-kun can get here soon, she thought. Unfortunately for her, Tokoyami was then announced captured. Asui sighed, knowing she was defeated. However, she stood her ground as the raven-haired girl advanced. She blinked sleepily and slumped as Aoi Rozu was preparing a strike. Luckily, the creation quirk user was quick on her feet and dropped her staff so she could catch her before she hit the ground. Villain team wins, All Might announced. Chapter 27. Just a little shock. Can anyone tell me who the MVP of this match was? All Might asked when all the students were gathered in the room. Izuku was, sensei, Hitachi answered. He was the one who made the plan to take out their opponents with minimal difficulty. He was analyzed their quirks' weaknesses and used them against them. That's correct, All Might said. And give me all the credit, Izuku said. Aoi Rozu's the Oni who suggested the second air conditioner. She might have actually had to fight if we didn't have it. That was good thinking, Hitachi said, and Aoi Rozu blushed. Anyways, good job students, All Might said. It's now time for the next fight. Good luck, Tashi, Izuku said as he took Hitachi's seat. Thanks, Hitachi said as he and Kaminari left. Any ideas? Kaminari asked as they made their way to the building. You're way smarter than me and you were trained by the same guy as Midoriya. Hitachi hummed and said. Maybe. How well can you direct your quirk? Kaminari winced and said. Not well. Hitachi nodded in thought. Alright, I think I got something, Hitachi said. But, I need to see if we have the right material available for it. Material? Kaminari asked confused. Yeah. The violet-haired boy said. We need something to direct your electricity. Kaminari shivered at the smirk Hitachi was sending him. Man, those two were both terrifying. He's glad that he was friends with them. He didn't want to imagine them as enemies. Wow, Midoriya-kun, you and Aoi Rozu did great, Uraraka cheered. Agreed, Iida said. That was certainly an effective strategy. Thanks. Izuku said as he ran his hand through his hair. Hitachi and I did similar things for training. Really? Mina asked surprised. Yeah. Izuku answered. Though, we usually use the woods or abandoned buildings. That's kinda cool, Mina said. And, it sounds like fun. How did you know Dark Shadow's weakness? Tokoyami asked, getting into the conversation. Observation, Izuku said simply. That in an educated guess. I mean, Dark Shadow is a shadow. Shadows go away with light. So, I watched to see how the sun affected Dark Shadow during the quirk assessment. Tokoyami blinked in shock, not expecting anyone to actually watch their classmate so closely, especially since the beginning, and everyone looked at Izuku in amazement. DCH, dang nerd. Kitsuki muttered, but secretly he was impressed. My boy, your knowledge keeps amazing me, All Might thought with a proud smile. Do you have an idea what Shinsu-kun will do? Uraraka asked curiously. I might, Izuku said teasingly, lips slightly quirked in amusement. I mean, I know what I would do. HMPH, no fun, Midori, Minda said with a playful pout. Midori? Izuku asked confused, an eyebrow raised in question and head tilted slightly to the side. I mean, it's part of your name, and your hair, eyes, and transformation are green, Mina said trailing off as he blushed in embarrassment. If you don't want me to call you that, I won't. It's okay, Izuku said with a shrug. Tashi calls me Zuku, and mom sometimes calls me Izu. Then, Midori it is, Mina said cheerfully, relieved that she hadn't offended him. Alright, Hitachi said as they got into the building. Quickly, I need you to get to the ceiling panels and pull out as much fiberglass as you can. I'm going to find a container, a wire, and see if we have running water. Oh, and try to find something sharp. My plan will be easier if we can strip the wire." Kaminari did as he was told, and they split up. They barely finished setting up before the time was called to start. Izuku chuckled as he watched his friend set up. "What's so funny?" Hajikura asked as she waved her gloved hands. "Oh, I just confirmed Tashi's plan," Izuku said as he grinned. "It's actually really smart." What's he planning?" Asui, who had recently woken up, asked with a head tilt. "If I told you, that would ruin the fun," the green-haired teen said teasingly. "Can you at least tell us why Kaminari-sen is tearing up UA property?" Iida said, offended on the school's behalf. "Fine, one clue," Izuku said with a slight huff. "Fiberglass." Todoroki, Kitsuki, and Yayoi Rozu's eyes immediately widened. "That is smart," Todoroki admitted, his moderate tone shocking the class with his unexpected contribution. "And the wire?" Yayoi Rozu asked. Izuku nodded to confirm her thoughts. "Well, dang," Kitsuki said. "Eye bags is smarter than he looks." Izuku gave the blonde a look and Kitsuki chid. Kaminari stared at their setup with scattered nerves. Shinsu was counting on him. The blonde took a deep breath as he tried to gather his nerves. His new friend was smart. He could do this. Plus, Shinsu believed that it would be safe. All he had to do was regulate his quirk. He could do that. It would be fine. "Hey," the red and violet-haired boy said when he saw the blonde shaking. "It's okay. We can make a new plan if we need to." "No, it's okay," Kaminari said quickly, voice shaking. "I can do this. The next match starts now." All Might's voice sounded through the speakers. Kaminari let out a shaky breath as he squared his shoulders. "Ready?" Shinsu asked as he put his hands in his pockets and leaned back on his heels. "As I can be," the blonde said. "Get ready then," Shinsu said. "We need to time this right." Kaminari nodded. "What are they doing?" Mina asked, completely confused. "Didn't you and Yayoi Rozu prove it was better to split up?" Izuku chuckled as he looked at the pink-haired girl. "That was for our situation," the green and purple-haired teen explained. "Asui and Tokoyami have great long-distance fight styles. It would have been easy to corner us in an open room and have Dark Shadow reach the missile. Tashi and Kaminari, on the other hand, are up against an opponent with a short-range quirk and an opponent with a long-range quirk. Their strategy has to be different." "TCH, the nerd's right," Kitsuki said as he watched Kirishima and Shiro cautiously walk into the building. "Plus, the extras have already seen the nerd strategy. They're expecting it. Listen to them," All Might said seriously as he gave them a long look. "What they're saying is true. Learning how to make successful strategies for different scenarios and opponents is part of being a hero." All the students nodded and glued their eyes to the screen once again. Kirishima was extremely tense as he and Shiro walked the empty hallway. He and his friend kept glancing around themselves as they moved forward. Midoriya proved that you never knew where your opponent might come from. "Where are they?" Shiro whispered as quietly as he could. "Shouldn't we have seen them by now?" Shiro was right, of course. They were now approaching the third floor and, so far, they haven't come across anything. This, of course, was making the both of them paranoid. They flinched with every sound and froze with each shadow. "I don't know, bro," Kirishima said nervously. "But, I don't trust it." "You heard Shinsu, right? They were trained like they were a part of a horror game. Who knows what they're planning?" Shiro shivered. He didn't want to think about it. The boys remained on edge all the way to the fifth floor. The further they went without confrontation, the more afraid they became. "They have to be up here, right?" Kirishima asked. "There isn't anywhere else they can go." Shiro agreed. "Do you hear that?" Hitachi whispered as he picked up the container of water. "Yeah," Kaminari said as he gripped the wire tightly. "Get ready," the red-haired teen said seriously. "We've got one shot at this." Kaminari nodded his head and Hitachi smirked, spilling the container of water on the other side of the fiberglass barrier they made. Hitachi breathed a sigh of relief when the new puddle stopped spreading before it reached their barrier. The fiberglass wouldn't help much if the water went under it. "Get the wire ready," Hitachi said, and Kaminari dropped on end of the wire in the water and carefully walked back between the two fiberglass barriers with the other end in his hands. It wasn't even a minute later when Kirishima and Shiro cautiously walked into the room. Confusion was written all over their face as they saw the fiberglass on the floor. "Wah," Kirishima started to say when Shiro's eyes widened in realization when he heard the water splash with his footsteps. "Bro, we need." He started to shout, but it was too late. "Now," Hitachi commanded and Kaminari let out a low charge of electricity, barely larger than that of a joy buzzer. However, the charge wasn't as concentrated and the water sent it surging through their whole bodies. The two teens on the receiving end yelled out in shock and pain. "Are you okay?" Hitachi said calmly when Kaminari quit letting out his charge, a smirk spreading across his face, not that his opponents really noticed as their muscles continued to twitch from the small voltage. "Why yeah," Zero said, and then he froze. "Bro?" Kirishima asked worriedly. "Zero, bro, what's wrong?" "Capture him," Hitachi ordered. "Huh?" Kirishima asked, extremely confused, still out of sorts from the mild electrocution. "Why would?" Zero, under Hitashi's control, sent his tape at the redhead. Kirishima tried to move, but he was still off balance from the shock. "Kirishima has been captured," All Might announced as Zero's tape wrapped around the still confused teen. "Now capture yourself," Hitachi ordered, and once again Zero followed his orders. "Villain team wins," All Might announced. "Woo." Kaminari cheered. "We won." Shinsu smirked and then tapped Zero to break his control. "That's got to hurt," Uraraka said with a wince, and Mina agreed. "Not a bad plan, though," Tokoyami said. "It could have went badly, though," Yaoyorozu said with a small frown. "Tashi knew that," Izuku said. "But, with their quirks and no weapons, that was probably their best bet with so little setup time." The raven-haired girl just hummed in thought. Chapter 28. Battle Observation. "Great job, Shinsu-kun, Kaminari-kun." Uraraka cheered as the two walked into the observation room. "Yes, that was an effective strategy," Iida said with a push of his glasses. "Why did you use a wire though?" Mina asked with a tilt of her head and a finger on her chin. "Didn't that just make it more complicated?" "It was to help direct his quirk," Izuku said, gaining the attention of his classmates. "Right." Kaminari looked shocked that Izuku knew, blinking in his confusion, and said, "Yeah. So, who was the MVP this time?" All Might asked. "Shinsu," most of the class said. "He's the one to make the strategy," Yuyorozu said. "Right," All Might said. "Now it's time for the next battle." Itsuki grinned evilly as he jumped up from his chair, while Iida's gaze hardened with his determination. Izuku watched the screen closely. He was interested in how far his once friend and former bully had come. "How do you know Bakugo?" Uraraka asked. "You both seem to know each other pretty well." "We went to the same junior high," Izuku explained with a carefully blank expression. "Plus, our moms have been friends since they were in school." "Oh, you must be pretty close," the bubbly girl said with a bright smile. Hitachi and Izuku both snorted and Uraraka frowned in confusion. "Not really," Izuku drawled lazily, eyes locked on the screen as he avoided the noisy girl's questioning gaze. "Any ideas, mademoiselle?" Aoyama asked nervously. Mina thought for a second. Bakugo and Iida seemed really strong. It almost seemed impossible to go against them. Guiltily she wished she had someone else on her team. She knew she wasn't the smartest person, and she wished she had someone who could make a plan for her. If only to slow Bakugo and Iida down. "Wait, that's it. I think I got something," the pink-skinned girl cheered. "Magnifique," Aoyama said smiling. "We'll diffidently sparkle." "Do you have a strategy?" Iida asked as they waited for their signal. "Yeah, win," Katsuki said with a grunt. Iida was slightly taken aback. Bakugo was obviously smart. His comments on the other fights proved it. He also seemed to know Midoriya, and Midoriya was obviously a skilled strategist. So, why was Bakugo not working on a plan? "Okay, do you have a plan to do that?" Iida asked slowly, willing to give the explosive teen the benefit of doubt. Itsuki grunted in frustration. "Look." The explosive blonde growled annoyed. "You're obviously friends with a nerd. I know he plans these things out, but I don't work like that. Or at least I'm taking them head on." "Got it." "I'm sorry," Iida said, embarrassed and yet frustrated. "I never meant to imply that you should be like Midoriya." "HMPH. Katsuki huffed, slightly less tense. "It's fine." After that, they waited in silence for the battle to start, Iida privately hoping that they could win without a plan or teamwork. "Interesting," Izuku hummed as he watched the villain team set up. "Will it work?" Hitachi asked as he saw the gears moving in his friend's head. "You know Bakugo the best, after all." "Depends on how well each team works together," Izuku said. "I doubt Katsuki will work with Iida though, so it comes down to how well they tag team him." "He can't be that strong," Jiro said. "Plus, how do you know Iida will be taken out? Don't you have more faith in your friend?" "Just watch," Izuku said with a shrug. Jiro snorted. Mina smiled as she finally finished their setup, panting from the effort. "This is brilliant, mademoiselle," Aoyama exclaimed. "It shines just as bright as me." "Thanks," the pink-haired girl chirped, only slightly annoyed by the narcissistic comment. At least he was complimenting her. Match start. All Might called, and the two became nervous once again. This will work, right? Mina asked weakly. "Oui," Aoyama said, forcing himself to be confident to assure his partner. "You plan in sparkling. It will work." Mina smiled at the blonde in gratitude. Katsuki and Iida immediately set off once the start was called. Katsuki grinned sharply. Finally, he's been waiting for a fight. He'd rather have fought the nerd, but he proved that he's the best this way. He didn't need a fancy plan to win. "They'll be at the top, glasses," Katsuki said as he rounded the staircase. Iida nodded, hiding a grimace at the nickname, and followed the explosive teen. It didn't take them long to get to the 5th floor, and they immediately burst into the room, Iida going into 3rd gear. Iida immediately went flying as his feet lost their grip on the slick acid-covered ground. He shouted in surprise as he slid across the floor and into the far left wall. Katsuki was also taken by surprise, but he immediately made explosions to get airborne. "What the hell?" the explosion boy yelled. Mina burst out laughing at their expressions as she watched her 2 opponents fall into her trap. "Good luck, boys," she said cheerfully. "The acid you're standing on is slippery." Katsuki growled as he fell into the acid once again slipping. He used his explosions to get into the air again and headed for the pink-haired annoyance. However, Aoyama created a laser and Katsuki had to stop his advance so he wouldn't get hit. Once again he fell into the acid. "Bakugu, any ideas?" Iida asked as he tried and failed to get to his feet but never able to get stable enough to stay on his feet. The blonde growled in annoyance and balled up his fists. How were these extras being so difficult? He was the best. There had to be a way to win. Suddenly, an idea came to him and he grinned wickedly. Instead of trying to get in the air, Katsuki used his explosions to help him slide on the acid like Raccoon Eyes did during the quirk assessment. Aoyama tried to stall him with his lasers, but Katsuki now had more speed due to the acid and his explosions, and being on the ground he had more mobility. Seeing this, Mina started to skate towards the blonde too tired from using her quirk so much to throw her acid at him, but he used an explosion to knock her away. He quickly dove for the missile before she could recover. "Hero team wins," All Might announced. "Oh man," Mina groaned. "I thought we had them." "Whoa," Kaminari whispered in shock. "I can't believe he won." "Me either," Uraraka said as she bit her lip. "Remember," All Might said, "even the best made plans don't always go perfectly. That's why we heroes need to be able to learn to adapt and think on our feet." "How did you know?" Jiro asked. "What do you mean?" Yaoi Rozu asked. "Midoriya predicted this," the earjack girl said. "How did he know?" Izuku shrugged and said. "When Mina covered the floor in acid, it was obvious only Katsuki could get to the missile. Iida has a speed quirk. If he didn't slip and get stuck in the acid, he would be stuck at the door." There was a chance of them overcoming Katsuki, but Katsuki is actually a great battle strategist when he's in the middle of a fight, despite his short temper and reluctance to plan ahead. Jiro nodded. To be fair, if Mina and Aoyama trained more together, didn't panic when Katsuki found out how to cross the acid, and Mina didn't exhaust herself with covering the whole floor in acid, they could have actually won. Izuku said. "It was a good strategy." "Aw, thanks Midori," Mina said, cheering up upon hearing his explanation as they walked into the room. Izuku nodded his head, and Katsuki snorted, hiding his frustration hearing how close he could have been to losing the match. "So, who was the MVP?" All Might asked. "Bakugu," Kirishima said with a large grin. "He was so manly." Katsuki grinned smugly, the sting of Izuku's words diminishing. "Actually, it was Mina," Izuku said with a lazy drawl. Everyone, but Todoroki, Hitachi, and Yaoi Rozu looked at him in confusion. "Would you like to explain?" All Might asked with a secret grin. Izuku sighed in slight annoyance, but nodded. "While the heroes may have won, they didn't work together at all," Izuku said in a drawl. "It was obvious when Katsuki didn't try to help Iida. They also didn't have a plan or even think about how to overcome or combat their opponent's quirks. And, while Aoyama diffidently helped, it was Mina's plan that almost got them the win." "Exactly," All Might said. "I couldn't have said it better myself." Mina smiled brightly, an embarrassed blush staining her cheeks, now completely cheered up. No one ever complimented her intelligence before. Katsuki, however, huffed annoyed. He didn't like being reminded of his almost failure to the extras. "Anyway, next match," All Might said. Hajikura and Jiro nervously walked out, while Todoroki and Shoji remained calm. "So, Midori?" Mina asked. "Who's going to win?" "Todoroki's team," Izuku said, bored. "Wow, you said that with no hesitation," Kirishima said. "That's not very manly." "What makes you so sure, Kiro?" Asui asked. "Well, both girls' quirks are amazing, they're more suited to stealth, and they don't have the distance that I believe that Todoroki can achieve," Izuku said. Do you have any theories on how far it can reach? Hitachi asked curiously. By how precisely he controlled his ice during the assessment, I believe he could cover anywhere from one floor to the entire building. Izuku said, deep in thought. He has that much control already. Hitachi said with a raised brow. Izuku hummed in agreement. Hitachi whistled his amazement. Do they have any chance of beating Todoroki? Kaminari asked curiously. Izuku hummed in thought as he walked through the scenarios in his head. Well, maybe if Todoroki forgot to freeze Jiro's speakers. Though, there's a chance she wouldn't think of them if she panics when the building freezes. Plus, they'd also have to get past Shoji's enhanced hearing too. That would be nearly impossible on the ice-covered ground. Remember, Jiro isn't the only one with enhanced senses. Seemingly to prove Izuku's point, Todoroki froze the whole building, covered the two girls up to their waist in ice, and walked calmly up to the missile. Are you sure your quirk is in precognition? Kaminari said only half-jokingly. Izuku chuckled in amusement. I'm perfectly sure. Most of knowledge comes from deduction and statistics. Anyone can learn how to do it. Really? The electric blonde asked in disbelief. Yep. Izuku said. I'm actually teaching Hitachi how to do it. I'm just so good at it now because I've been practicing since I was 4. Plus, Will's been helping me to polish it. And, it's not a quirk. Zero deadpanned, still unbelieving. Not a quirk. Izuku reaffirmed. So, who's the MVP of this match? All Might interrupted their discussion once Todoroki came in with a girl after he finished awing the building. Todoroki. The class said in chorus. Really, he was the only choice since no one else had time to do anything. Yes. All Might said. But, remember to always use teamwork. It's vital to heroes. Now, for the last battle. So, who do you think will win, Kiro? Asui asked. Why are you all looking at me? Izuku drawled, finally getting annoyed at the attention. Cause you've predicted every fight, Midori. Mina said with a teasing grin. Izuku sighed and said. This one can go either way. Depends if Koda can use insects and how Uraraka uses her quirk. Which would you bet on? Hitachi said and Izuku thought for a moment. Uraraka's team. Izuku decided. No offense to either Sato or Koda, but I think Ijiro is skilled enough to hold Sato off and Koda is probably too afraid to use bugs. I saw him freeze when he saw a beetle before class once. Do you have a strategy? Ijiro asked as they made their way to the missile. Yep. Uraraka said. I've been listening to Midoriya-kun and Shinsu-kun explain people's plans, and I've been thinking about how I could use them with my quirk. What did you come up with? Ijiro asked curiously. I can float the missile. The bubbly girl exclaimed excitedly. Ijiro blinked and then chuckled. That was actually pretty clever. How long can you do it for? He asked. Depends on how much it weighs. Uraraka said seriously. But, I can wait and touch it when we hear them coming and then hide in the vents. That's actually a really good plan. Ijiro said. But, I should probably distract them so they can't find the missile. Uraraka hummed in agreement and nodded. Izuku burst out laughing when he saw Uraraka float the missile and Ijiro led their opponents on a wild goose chase. At one point, they were actually standing under the missile. Hitachi, on the other hand, face-palmed. Will was right. Hitachi said. Once again. Izuku interjected. Hitachi nodded in agreement and continued his statement. No one ever looks up. Izuku snorted and said. That's why we use the vents. Is this even allowed? Iida asked when time was almost out. This seems like cheating. It's a valid strategy. Izuku argued. And, villain might actually do something like this if not worse. That's right. All Might said. This is actually a great example of strategy. All Might then called the match in the villain's favor. Who was the MVP in this match? All Might asked once everyone was regrouped. Uraraka. Half of the class said. Ijiro. The other said. Both. Izuku and Hitachi said together. Then one of you explain. The blonde pro asked. Hitachi, you explain. Izuku said in a lazily drawl as he waved his hand. I've said my piece today. Alright. Hitachi said with a snort. Well, Uraraka made the initial strategy, Ijiro improved it. They worked together seamlessly and made it where each of their ideas worked as well. Neither person in their group did more than the other and each half of their plans made the plan succeed in the end. That's correct. All Might said with a wide grin. Great job everyone. I hope you learned from this experience. Chapter 29. Beware the vultures. The day was bright and cheery. The birds were singing. The flowers were blooming. And, Izuku wished reporters would go to hell. Itachi groaned as he leaned his head against Izuku's shoulder. Don't they ever shut up? He groaned. Don't think so, Tashi. Izuku drawled back. Can you get Will to make them go away? Hitachi begged. Promise me coffee, and I might. William told Izuku slyly. Hunting jerk. Izuku hissed. None of us had our coffee this morning. Give me 1 minute and I'll make them shut up. Springtrap growled. If you do that, they'll never be able to speak again. William said, giving the bunny a dry look. Their point? Springtrap growled. They'd be dead. Izuku groaned, not in the mood for their bull crap. Their point? Springtrap growled. William. Izuku whined. William groaned, but took control. You're getting me coffee. William told the teen. Sure. Hitachi said, not realizing William didn't mean to say that out loud, not that he minded it now. Just get rid of them. What's All Might like as a teacher? A reporter asked as they got near the entrance. As he said why he started now. Another reporter asked. William, not in the mood to play nice, let his aura loose and gave them a dark glare. No. Comment. William said with a low, dark drawl. The reporters around him shivered as fear crawled up their spines. Recognizing the danger, they cleared a path for him, and William grabbed Hitachi as he quickly made his way through the gates. The couple students from his class saw them and quickly followed, not wanted to be left to the reporters. Thank William. Hitachi whispered, seeing his classmates behind them. Coffee? William replied before he gave Izuku back control. Hitachi chuckled tiredly. Today was going to be miserable. How did you do that? Mina asked excitedly when they made it to class. Izuku groaned and laid his head down on his desk, Hitachi not far behind him. Are you guys okay? Kaminari asked as he sat in his seat beside them. Not bothering to sit up, Izuku said. There was a power outage. Woke up late. No coffee. Kaminari blinked and then burst out laughing. No. Funny. Hitachi growled. Seriously, it's not that bad. Uraraka said. You haven't seen us without coffee before. Izuku said with a tired groan. At least you got to sleep in. The bubbly girl said cheerfully, trying to point out the bright side. Both insomniatic teens looked up and glared at her. The students around them shivered. They all sighed in relief when they decided they had no more energy to glare and laid their heads down again. Dang, bros, Kirishima said. Remind me to bring extra coffee from now on. At least now we know how they got past the reporters. Mina said with a weak laugh. Both teens groaned. They hated reporters. I share your sentiments. Aizawa said from the spot he was laying on the floor, causing everyone but the two tired teens to jump. Reporters are illogical. However, you have an important task today, so, for now, you should wake up. Both teens groaned again, but sat up anyways. What's going on, sensei? Mina asked curiously. Today, you're choosing a class president. Aizawa said. Oh, I want to be president. Mina said excitedly. Me too. Hajikure said, waving her arms. Vote for me. Katsuki demanded. We should make a vote to decide the president. Iida said, hand in the air. Sensei, would this be possible? I don't care. The underground hero said as he, once again, burrowed himself in his sleeping bag. As long as you decide by the end of class, do whatever you want. But, Iida. Asui said. We don't know each other well, Kiro. And, what makes you think that we won't just vote for ourselves? Mina said. It just means the person who gets more than one vote is the best person for the job. Iida said passionately. Seems fair. Hitachi said, humming. Soon enough, the arguments all died down, and everyone wrote their votes down on a slip of paper. It was decided that Kota, being the most unbiased, would count the votes and write the rankings on the board. Izuku won with 5 votes, Hitachi and Yaoi Rozu tied with 3, and Iida ended up in third with 2 votes. Everyone else either had 1 or no votes. Izuku looked at the results with a deadpan expression. How the hell did he get so many votes? He didn't even want to be class president. You need congratulations, brat. William said with a smirk. Izuku inwardly growled, his mood still sour from the lack of caffeine, and Springtrap burst out laughing. Congratulations, Zuku. Hitachi said with a snort. You know as well as I do that neither one of us wants this job. Izuku hissed back. I know. Hitachi said and then announced. I succeed my place in the runnings to Yaoi Rozu. Why? Uraraka asked shocked. I don't want to be on the student council. The violet and red-haired teen said simply. Seeing a chance, Izuku jumped in and said. Plus we're too busy. You too. Multiple students said chorused completely in shock. Yep. Izuku said. Plus, I'd make an awful class president. But, you're so smart. Mina exclaimed. Which has no bearing on my people skills. Izuku snarked with his normal lazy drawl. The class sweat dropped and Hitachi snorted in agreement. So this means Yaoi Rozu and Iida are president and vice president. Kirishima said. I promise to do my best. Iida said with a deep 90-degree bow. Yes. Yaoi Rozu said with a small bow. Thank you and your confidence in me. The class politely clapped and the bell rang. Have you all decided? Aizawa asked groggily as he got up. Yes, sensei. Iida said excitedly as he faced the still drowsy teacher. Good. The pro said dismissively. Then class is dismissed. Izuku and Hitachi sat down at their table with a sigh. Today was one of the rare days that Inko didn't make their lunch. At least we finally got our coffee. Izuku said as he savored each sip he took. Bet you needed it. Hitachi snorted with a grin as he greedily drank his own. You tried dealing with Will and Spring in your head without coffee. Izuku said with a glare. Hitachi winced. No thanks. Hitachi said. I choose sanity. Izuku huffed an annoyed laugh. Hey guys. Uraraka said cheerfully as she, Iida and Kaminari joined them at the table. Yo. Hitachi said with a nod of acknowledgement. You got school lunches today? Kaminari asked. Yep, power outages suck. Izuku said. You're saying that cause we only just now got our first dose of coffee. Hitachi said. And? Izuku said snarkily. Hitachi snorted into his coffee. Iida blinked in confusion as he asked. Is this your normal behavior without caffeine? You've both been rather temperamental today. Yep. Izuku chirped and Iida blanched at the easy admittance. Hitachi meanwhile was shaking with repressed laughter, now feeling better that he had caffeine was in his system. I never imagined you to be this snarky. Iida said hesitantly. Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. Hitachi said. So you two really didn't want to be class president? Kaminari asked to change the subject. Nah. Hitachi said. It's just not for us. Can't imagine why they'd vote for us. Izuku said with a derisive snort. Thought they'd deem us as too unapproachable. Their three friends glanced at each other awkwardly. You voted for us? Hitachi asked, baffled, and Izuku groaned. Why? The freckled-faced boy almost whined. You two are really smart. Kaminari said chuckling awkwardly. You're both totally serious. Uraraka said, as she used her fingers to count their points. You were able to figure out the reasons for the entrance exam and quirk assessment. Iida said seriously. Plus. Kaminari said. Everyone seems to listen to you. Izuku and Hitachi looked at each other with purposely blank expressions. Well. Hitachi started as he coughed to clear his throat. We don't want to be in the limelight. Izuku said bluntly. But don't you want to be heroes? Uraraka asked confused. Yeah, underground heroes. Hitachi said seriously. Guess we need to take a couple steps back. Izuku muttered. The three other teens widened their eyes. No. Kaminari said hurriedly. You don't have to do that. Uraraka agreed with a shaky smile. You shouldn't do that. Iida said seriously. As hero students, you should strive to do your best. Anything less would be a shame on you, eh? What do you think, Will? Izuku asked mentally. We'll talk about it later. The man said. Izuku nodded and sent a hidden look to Hitachi, who nodded back. Good. Uraraka said happily, completely missing their small exchange. At that moment, an alarm started blaring and the cafeteria descended into pandemonium. What's going on? Iida yelled, trying to be heard over the shrieking of the alarm. Someone's on campus. Izuku said, eyes hardening. How do you know? Kaminari asked as he started to panic. That's a level 3 alarm. Hitachi explained. Don't panic and don't move from this spot. Izuku ordered as he climbed onto the table. But, shouldn't we evacuate? Uraraka asked fearfully as she bit her lip and twisted her napkin. Don't you see the state of this place? Hitachi said harshly. If we move, we'll get trampled. Then what do we do? Kaminari pleaded to his two friends that always seemed to have answers, sparks sipping from his fingers. It's the press. Izuku spat, slipping down into his seat. I could see them out the window. Pathetic vultures. The school has security for a reason. Plus, it's a school, not a press release. So, we're safe. Uraraka asked weakly in relief. Yeah. Izuku said with a huff, still in an awful mood. As long as we can calm the madhouse. We need to tell everyone about the press. Iida exclaimed. How do we get their attention though? Kaminari asked as he tilted his head. Izuku grinned evilly and Hitachi shivered a little. I've got an idea. The green-haired boy said silkily and the others felt a tingle of dread. How? Iida asked the other teen cautiously. Izuku just gave him a sharp smirk. Will, would you like to do the honors? Izuku asked and William laughed darkly before he took control. A dark forbidding aura quickly spread throughout the room, chilling the students to the bone. Shut up. William announced with a dark, silky drawl. Iida, Uraraka, and Kaminari stared completely stunned at the change in their friend. It was like he was a completely different person. The rest of the students started to shiver as they felt the danger hidden by the soft command. The whole cafeteria immediately went silent. Thank you. William said sarcastically. Now, my friend here has something he wanted to say. William pointed at Iida, and the blue-haired teen hesitantly stood up. Iida stuttered, and then he coughed to clear his throat. It's only the press. You can see them out the window. There's no need to be alarmed. But that Iida sat down and William gave Izuku back control. The dark aura almost immediately vanished, and the student sighed in relief. Wow, Midori. Kaminari said with a weak laugh as the student started to go back to normal. I didn't know you could be so intimidating. He leaned it from William. Hitachi said with a chuckle. I bet his darkest glare could convince the dead to die again. I wish. William muttered to Izuku. Would have saved me several headaches. Izuku snorted. Come on, Izuku. Hitachi said as he dramatically leaned against him. Don't you think if he tried he could do it? Izuku thought for a moment and then shrugged. He's seen stranger things in William's memories. Their friends relaxed and laughed at Hitachi's joke, glad that the tension's been broken. Chapter 30. Dark Auras. Aizawa sighed heavily as he forced his way to the front of the reporters. He knew today was going to be a bad day. What's it like working with All Might? A reporter shouted. Is he a good teacher? Another shouted as they shoved a mic into his face. How is he with the students? Yet another cried out. Man, he needed more coffee to deal with this crap. That junk they hand out in the teacher's lounge doesn't count. No comment. He said deadpanned. And, you shouldn't even be here. This is school property. We have a right to ask questions for a story. One persistent annoying reporter claimed with a defiant grin. The other reporters shouted in agreement and started to throw more questions around like candy. Aizawa held back a groan of frustration. This was why he became an underground hero. He hated the press. They were a pack of vultures that swarmed when they sensed a juicy meal or in this case, a story. Once again. Aizawa said with forced politeness in his own gruff way, at least. This is school property, don't make me call the police. You can't do that. One reporter foolishly claimed. We have a right to the truth. The others cheered the stupid, naive or at least just plain dumb agreement. Shota. President Mick called as the blonde forced his way through the mob to make it over to the out of his depth, tired underground hero. Mick. Eraserhead sighed in relief. At least the loud blonde will be able to take some of the attention off of him. Present Mick. A reporter yelled, getting the voice hero's attention. Can you answer some questions? The other reporters stood at attention, eagerly awaiting for his response. They hoped they could finally get some material. Sorry, listeners. The voice hero stated loudly, only to be met with a chorus of groans. I'm going to have to ask you to leave the grounds. This is school property. You can't do that. A reporter shouted, desperate and angry. We have the right to have our questions answered. This is a school. Aizawa growled lowly, finally losing his rapidly dwindling patience. It's illegal for you to be here without permission from the principal. You are trespassing. He's right. President Mick said more kindly as he sent his colleague a look for his temper. Please leave before we have to get the authorities involved. One of the reporters looked like he was about to protest again, but before he could, a dark aura flooded the grounds from the direction of the school. The reporters shifted around as they looked around their surroundings. As they weren't a focus of the aura and they were a good distance away from where it was located, the pressure wasn't that strong. However, the danger it radiated made the reporters skittish and had the pros on edge. Well, what is that? One reporter, brave or stupid, the pros couldn't quite decide, asked. Leave. Aizawa commanded, taking the chance that the press would be too skittish to argue with him this time. The reporters didn't have to be asked twice this time. They didn't want to be around the person who created that terrible presence any longer than they actually had to. Shota. President Mick whispered, as best he could, unnerved with this turn of events. Come on. The underground hero said, ignoring the question as his protectiveness started to well up. Our students could be in danger. The pros quickly made it back to the school building, but by the time they did, the dark aura had already dissipated. Dang it. Aizawa said, now even more worried. Come on. They immediately headed for the cafeteria as that's where the majority of the students would be at during this time of day. Meanwhile, Aizawa was dialing the principal, glad that the rat, dog, bear thing, possible a chimera to be completely honest, convinced him to get a phone that had speed dial. Eraser. Nezu said, confused. To Aizawa's utter horror, Nezu was almost never confused. What's wrong? There was a strange dark aura that was emitting from the school. Aizawa answered, panting from the effort he put in to be faster. It was strong enough to reach us near the front gate. Did you not feel it? Aizawa heard the principal's sharp intake of breath, and he got his answer. Even if it was the one that he was dreading. It took a lot to surprise Nezu because of his high-specs quirk, and knowing this was just building up his dread. Mick and I are on our way to the cafeteria to check on the students. The raven-haired man said. The aura completely disappeared when we reached the front steps to the building. Good thinking, Eraser. Nezu stated, his voice clipped as he switched into hero mode. Continue with what you're doing. I'm going to check the cameras to see if I can pinpoint what caused the aura that you felt. Stay safe and vigilant. Yes sir, the pro said as he hung up. What did he say? Mick asked desperately as they finally made it to the cafeteria's doors. Do exactly what we're doing. As always said simply. He's going to find the source. Right. The blonde hero said as he took a steadying breath. There was no reason to scare the students, at least not more than they must have already been from the alarm and that dark aura. Let's go. The voice hero said, a false smile painted on his face. Izawa grunted and pushed open the doors, worried about the pandemonium that could be behind them. The students all quieted down to both pros' surprise, and not only because they were actually quiet, but because they seemed more calm and normal than they were expecting as they walked in. Is everything okay, sensei? Iida said, slightly nervous when he noticed the tension rising in the room. All eyes turned to the strict teen, and he fidgeted. Yes. Izawa said to him, voice bland. We just wanted to inform you that the press somehow got on campus. President Mick quickly jumped on the excuse for their unexpected presence. That's right, little listeners. The voice hero chirped as he slapped on a megawatt grin. There's no reason to be alarmed. Oh, we already know about that. A third year said, now relaxing knowing that there wasn't any unexpected danger. Really? Izawa drawled with a raised eyebrow, hiding his curiosity. Yeah, Iida told us. Ashido chirped from her seat by Bakugo, Kirishima, and Shiro. Ah, Midoriya-san saw it first and informed our group. Iida said as he embarrassingly straightened his jacket. Yeah, and he even quietened the whole cafeteria with his glare. Uraraka said with a giggle. Multiple students shivered at the reminder, and Izawa caught it. His eyes hardened as his suspicions started to rise. It wasn't actually possible, right? Midoriya was only a student. He could have enough killing intent to make such an aura. Oh, really? He drawled lazily. The students from his class stiffened nervously, recognizing his tone. Now he knew something was up. Well. President Mick said, trying to dispel the tension. Good job helping to contain the situation. Right. Izawa drawled. Now all of you should be heading back to class. The students immediately started to head out. However, his eyes stayed glued on his problem children. It was about time he got his answers. He was going to have to make a home visit after all. Chapter 31. Serious discussions. The rest of the day was tense for Izawa. He knew he would have to speak to Midoriya and Shinsu soon. He couldn't wait for them to come to him any longer. To hell with privacy and confidentiality. That aura was dangerous, and this was his students he was talking about. He needed answers. Now. Izawa stalked through the halls towards the teacher's lounge. It was the second to last period and he was on break. Usually he'd spend it in his classroom to nap or occasionally to actually do his paperwork because the lounge would be too noisy on most good days. However, today he was on a mission. He hadn't heard from Nezu yet and it was making him nervous. Most likely, the principal was just gather more evidence to validate his suspicions, but the silence was starting to grate on the underground hero's patience. He burst into the lounge and all eyes snapped to him. Several of the other pros looked at him in surprise. Eraser. Vlad King said questioningly as he took in his friend's appearance. It was unusual for him to be here at this time of day, especially after such a stressful day. And, the air around the normally collected and lazy man was charged with tension and a sense of urgency. It honestly worried the white-haired pro. Izawa ignored the question, and the other heroes in the room all gave each other worried looks. What the hell was going on? All Might. The underground hero said firmly. My office. Now. Whoa, Shota. Midnight said taken aback, her worry shone blatantly across her face from the drastic change of attitude exhibited by her friend. Hold the phone. What's going on? Izawa. All Might asked, confused and concerned. Now, All Might. The tired raven-haired hero said more firmly. I need answers. All Might paled and the others in the room looked at each other completely lost. What answers? Did they have some kind of disagreement? What the hell was happening? We talked about this. The number one hero said. What's going on, Eraser? Vlad King asked, now alarmed. His colleague wasn't usually like this. This had to be serious. Things changed. Eraser told the blonde hero, once again completely ignoring the others' questions. I need answers. All Might started. I'm not saying you have to be the one to give them. Izawa growled, confusing the onlookers more. But, I'm getting my answers. Now, my office. All Might sighed in defeat and stood up to follow the determined underground hero. It seemed like there was no getting out of this or changing the man's mind. Shota. Midnight tried again. Once again, she was ignored. Izawa gave All Might a fierce look that clearly said that the pro better follow him or there would be consequences, and then he marched out the door. All Might? Cementus asked, confused and hopeful that he could explain what was happening. Ah, this is actually private. The blonde pro hero stated awkwardly. Don't worry, though. Everything's fine. But, Shota's never like this. Midnight whispered, disbelievingly. Really, everything's going to be fine. All Might assured. If you say so. Hound Dog said with an unsure growl, and he mentally promised himself to talk to Izawa later to check up on him. All Might gave a reassuring grin, and then hurriedly ran after the impatient underground hero. Once they arrived at Eraserhead's office, All Might barely got through the door before Izawa slammed it shut and locked it for good measure. Sit. The raven-haired man demanded. The number 1 hero was unsettled enough by his colleague's attitude that he did it without question. Now, here's what's going to happen. The sleep-deprived pro said in a deep drawl. We're going to make a home visit to Midoriya's. I'm going to ask my questions. You're going to make sure they answer, and answer truthfully. If necessary, we tell Nezu. Got it? Izawa. All Might started to say. No, All Might. The tired pro said. I can't wait any longer. My students might be in danger. But, there's no danger. All Might said firmly. Bull. Izawa hissed, and All Might actually flinched at the venom in the other man's tone. Today Mick and I felt a dark aura coming from the school from the front gates. The press could feel it. The students were terrified when it was mentioned. I want answers. All Might gulped. There was no getting out of this, was there? William, what did you do? Fine. All Might said. We'll go, but you'll have to persuade them to tell you. But, try to calm down. It's actually not dangerous like you think it is. Izawa let out a growl of frustration, but nodded in agreement. What were his students hiding? Izawa, are you okay? All Might asked concerned. This isn't just about young Izuku and young Shinsu, is it? No. The underground hero admitted. It's the way the press got in. It was a quirk. Nezu thinks it may have been caused by a disintegration quirk of some kind. The gate was ash. Villains? All Might asked alarmed. That's what we think. The raved-haired said with a sigh. And, with that mysterious dark energy. All Might winced. Izawa was about to question the blonde about it, but his phone rang. The tired and stressed pro sighed, but answered it anyway. Very few people actually had his number. Izawa. The tired man said in his normal dry voice. Hello Eraser, a chirpy voice answered seriously. Nezu. Eraserhead said as he sat up, now more focused. All Might's attention zeroed in on him concerned. Sorry to get back to you so late. The principal said. I pinpointed where the dark aura was coming from. You did? Izawa said, relieved. Where? One of your students actually. The mammal said, dragging this out. Midoriya or Shinsu? Izawa asked, a weight settling on him now that his suspicions were confirmed. Midoriya. The principal said, only mildly surprised. I figure you're speaking to All Might about this as we speak. Yeah, we're going to do a home visit. The raven-haired pro said as he gave the number 1 hero a hard look. You'll inform me if it's dangerous. The mammal stated. Of course. Izawa agreed. Good. Nezu said. Good luck, Shota. Nezu then hung up. Izawa gave All Might another look, and the blonde swallowed hard. He hoped the boys were ready for this. Izuku felt on edge the rest of the day. It wasn't just his classmates occasionally taking glances at him either. You feel it too, don't you? William drawled in his mind. Something's wrong. Izuku sent back. I just can't put my finger on it. William sighed. It was weird that the press just got in like that. It's never happened before, right? You think there's more to it, don't you? Izuku asked, shaken as he now realized what was eating at him all day. Why would the press do it now? William drawled. If they had the ability before, why didn't they use it? Why use it at all? It's illegal. They know that. What company wants to be sued for damaged property as well as trespassing? So, it was a distraction. Izuku said with a groan. And, the only thing that's changed. William said, trailing off for Izuku to finish. Is All Might's teaching now? Izuku finished. This isn't good. No, it isn't. William agreed, serious. They're probably going to use the students against him. More training then. Izuku said, determined. Exactly. William said. Better tell the other brat. Springtrap said, finally speaking up. Izuku gave a nod and sent a note to Hitachi in Latin. The purple and red-haired boy looked at him in worry, but his eyes were hard with his own determination. Things were about to get interesting. Chapter 32. Theories and Side Effects. Midoriya, Shinsu. Izawa called. Please wait after class. Izuku and Hitachi looked at each other in confusion while their friends looked on in worry. They didn't remember doing anything to get in trouble. Did they accidentally turn in an assignment written in Latin? Izuku and Hitachi waited for the class to while out on edge. Aizawa looked unnaturally serious, the tiredness that usually clouded his face missing. "What's wrong, sensei?" Izuku asked when the last person had left the room. "Are we in trouble for something?" "No." Aizawa answered shortly. "But, we're going to have a serious discussion." The two teens tensed, and William came closer to the surface. His thoughts were restless and his fingers continued to twitch. "Why?" Izuku asked, tone casual yet cautious. "We're still waiting for somebody," Aizawa said. "He's planning to meet us at your apartment." "And?" Izuku asked, now genuinely worried. "Why?" "Midoriya," the underground hero said. "I know you and Shinsu are hiding something. All Might said he told you to come talk to me. I was going to wait, but recent events convinced me otherwise." Izuku narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. How dare he? This was none of his business. "It's not school-related, sir," Izuku said firmly, with forced politeness. "But, it could affect my students," the raven-haired man said just as firmly. "I think I need to know. What he needs to do is to keep his nose out of our business," Springtrap said with a derisive snort. "Hush," William said with a small, amused smirk, but he didn't disagree. Izuku just clicked his tongue, annoyed at the whole situation. "Will?" he asked. "We listened to his questions," the purple-haired man said after a moment of though. "No need to make the man more suspicious. Besides, listening doesn't mean we have to answer." "Fine," he ground out, mentally sending his agreement to William's previous statement, and the pro smirked. "Izuku?" Hitachi whispered, confused with his friend's sudden agreement. Izuku gave him a look that said to drop it for now, and he'd explain later. The violet-haired teen sighed, wishing he could be a part of the three silent discussions, but nodded in understanding. Hopefully William can handle it, the teen thought. "Now that we're all on the same page, let's go," the underground hero said. The two tensed, but nodded. "Good," Aizawa drawled. "Mick's driving us. Follow me." The two dual-haired teens looked at each other, but followed their sensei out. William was in the back of Izuku's mind, watching just in case. Contrasting the typical setting these events would have caused, present Mick smiled and joked with the teens for the whole drive. He even teased Eraserhead, much to their sensei's consternation. And, seeing how comfortable it made them to the voice hero's confusion, he constantly spoke in English. This confused the underground hero, and he struggled some to keep up with the conversation. Thankfully, he's been friends with Yamada since they were in school, and the blonde voice hero forced him to help him practice and learn the language. However, this just added another question to his frustratingly growing list. Despite the light-hearted conversation, the two dual-haired teens refused to let down their guards. Oh, they played along, sure, but they refused to let anything slip until they had all the information they needed. William was proud of this paranoia that the two have cultivated. It would end up keeping them alive. And, from what he could see, the underground voice hero was studying them through the rearview mirror. For all the respect that he had for the man, he wanted to be able to glare the man to submission now. Maybe even release his toxic tongue. It was with bittersweet relief that they said goodbye to present Mick. They almost wanted him to stay to help keep the tension diffused. However, they didn't want any more people in on their secrets as it was, and the voice hero needed to stop by his studio before his patrol. Izuku sighed as the voice hero drove off. "Come on, brat," William said. "Let's just get this over with." Izuku drew back his shoulders and sent Hitachi a held tilt. He could see the violet-eyed boy gathering himself too. Without any words, they both turned to head up the stairs. They both hoped that Inko would be at work. Most likely, William would have to take control of this conversation once again. And, while she was comfortable with him now if not Spring, they didn't want her to see William verbally spar with a pro hero. "Izuku, Tashi," Sifra yelled as he zoomed over to the two teens, causing Aizawa to activate his quirk in surprise. "You're home." However, Izuku couldn't hear the small bunny. His heart was beating wildly, and, to his immense horror, he felt springlocks going off. The green and purple-haired boy screamed in agony as he fell to his knees. Springlocks were tearing through his stomach and sternum, blood was flooding his lungs, and he couldn't breathe. He reached out for William, but nobody came. He reached out to Springtrap, but nobody came. Why weren't they answering? "Izuku," Hitachi yelled as soon as the first cry of pain left his friend's lips. The violet-eyed boy panicked further when Izuku fell to his knees. What was going on? He turned to look at his sensei for direction, the only adult in the house at the moment, and he noticed the red eyes and floating hair. Hitachi immediately felt cold. Ever since the first day of class, the four of them theorized what would happen if Izuku's quirk got erased. It wasn't a normal quirk, and how it developed was even unnaturally strange as well. Now they knew. "Stop," The violet-haired boy whispered at first, until he just up and yelled at the pro. "Stop. You're hurting him." The underground hero's eyes widened in horror as he immediately shut off his quirk. "Izuku!" Siffer yelled as he ran to the downed teen, and Hitachi followed the little bunny's example. Izuku's eyes were distant, and he was panting as he held his chest. "Izuku!" Hitachi whispered as he knelt next to his friend. "Are you okay?" However, Izuku didn't answer. "Izuku?" Hitachi asked again weakly. William was panicking from the mindscape. His connection to Izuku was just cut. The connection to his brat was cut and he was being springlocked. Again. William repeatedly beat on the blocked connection yelling for Izuku, and then he yelled expletives when nothing he did worked. Springtrap wasn't much better. In fact, it could be argued that his state was worse. He was back to his rage-induced haze as he clawed at the block. His eyes were glowing a vicious red, and the anthropomorphic bunny was snarling threats at the man who unknowingly put them in this situation. If William wasn't so ticked off at the man himself, he'd pity the underground hero. "I'm going to kill him." Springtrap hissed, voice deathly low. "I'm going to rip those eyes of his from his head and make him eat them." "We'll discuss this later," William said, eyes and voice full of dark promises. "Right now, we need to worry about getting to Izuku." Then, the barrier broke, and William didn't even wait to sigh in relief, he just immediately pulled his brat into the mindscape. "Watch him," William ordered as he took the reins, wishing he could be with his brat as well, but knowing that he needed to deal with Izawa. "Give the man hell, Will," the humanoid rabbit ordered. William's smirk sent shivers of fear and excitement up Spring's spine. "This will be good." Chapter 33. A Deal with the Devil. Hitachi was a complete wreck. Tears pooled in his eyes as he pulled the unresponsive teen into his lap on the couch. Izawa was across the room calling present Mick. He wanted to take Izuku to the hospital, and Mick was closer to them than an ambulance would be. Hitachi tried his hardest not to glare at the man as he ran his fingers through Izuku's long, soft curls. The underground hero didn't know that would happen. Hell, William and Izuku didn't know that would happen. It was just inadvertently or not, Eraser had just hurt three of the most important people in his life. It was really hard not to blame him at the moment. "Mick's on his way," Izawa said, voice rough with guilt and self-loathing. Hitachi only nodded. "Shinsu," the underground hero said, trailing off awkwardly. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know." "You better not have." A dark, hoarse voice growled. "Izuku," Hitachi said lowly in relief, and the teen tried to sit up. "Don't move. You should rest until we find out what caused this reaction." Izuku looked up at him, and Hitachi was only mildly surprised to see his eyes flash into silver blue. "William." "Don't worry," William drawled, residual anger lacing his normal lazy tone. "I know what happened, and as long as Eraserhead keeps his eyes turned off it won't happen again." Eraserhead looked at William with a hard gaze for the disrespect, but his eyes were sad and guilty, and William was satisfied with his slight flinch. "I won't do it again," the pro promised. William's gaze darkened, and the pro shivered. "You better not," was William's cold response. "Are you okay?" Hitachi asked as he put a steadying hand on William's shoulder, relaxing the man some. "I will be," he said with a tired sigh. "It's only phantom pains now. You should still get checked by a doctor," Izawa said, concerned. "What if there were side effects?" "I'm fine," William growled, and the underground hero had to force himself to not take a step back. "Besides, don't you want your answers?" The tired pro flinched at the reminder. He still wanted answers, needed them really, but that didn't mean that he didn't care for his problem children's safety. "Midoriya, we don't need to do that right now if you're hurt," the pro said, voice carefully blank, not wanting them to know that they had actually hurt him. "Your health's more important." William snorted and said, "I'm not in the mood to debate this. Ask your questions. This is the only opportunity I'll give you." Izawa searched the teen in front of him. This wasn't the Midoriya he's come to know. His whole personality seemed to have changed. Izawa's eyes narrowed. Nothing about today was adding up, and it was starting to give him a migraine trying to sort it all out. Not to mention he felt like crap for accidentally hurting his student. "Can you explain why my quirk affected you the way it did?" Izawa carefully asked. "I want to avoid something like this happening again in the future." William hummed as he looked at the underground hero. He was still ticked off, but he was happy the pro seemed to be genuinely remorseful. That was a point in the man's favor, at least. "My situation's unique," William finally said with a carefully crafted lazy drawl. "Call of the hospital ride, and I'll fill you in some." The pro's eyes narrowed as he said, "I will when I know for sure you'll be okay." William's smirk softened a touch. "I promise that I'll be fine," William said seriously. "It was only because my quirk's connection cut off." Izawa's brows furrowed in confusion. "That doesn't make any sense," the pro muttered. William shrugged and said, As long as my quirk stays on, I'm fine. Izawa nodded and called Mick to let him know that Izuku was okay. William? Hitachi whispered as Izawa stepped away. What happened? Somehow his quirk blocked our connection with the brat. William explained. And, because I literally share the same soul with Izu, the brat went through being springlocked again. Hitachi winced in horror. Is he okay? The teen whispered in concern. He will be. William assured the panicking teen. Spring's with him at the moment. Hitachi nodded and sighed in relief. Are you two okay? The violet-haired teen asked. William chuckled in fondness. Yeah, brat. He said, voice warm. Spring and I barely even felt it from behind the barrier. Hitachi was going to say something else, but Izawa stepped back in. Nick said he's glad you're alright. The pro said as he tiredly sat down. He still thinks you should at least get checked out, but he relented when I said you're refusing to go. William nodded his head. So, I guess we need to have that talk, huh? William drawled lazily. Though, I thought you said someone would meet us here. Izawa sighed tiredly in irritation and nodded. He should have been here before us. The constantly exhausted pro said with a heavy sigh. Just then there was a knock on the door. Cipher. William called out, kindly, to the little animatronic bunny. Can you get the door for us? Yes, Sir Willie, the little yellow and sea green bunny said cheerfully as he set down the tea that he was making, since Hitachi had sent him out of the room when Izuku wasn't responding. Willie? Their sensei asked with a raised brow. William cursed to high hell internally. What was with their luck today? He completely forgot the little animatronic could tell when they switched after being around them so often. I'll explain in a minute. William said, still cursing himself for putting back explaining why Cipher shouldn't call him by name when around company, even if they barely received company in the first place. I want to know who you included into your little interrogation scheme. Izawa winced at the man's dry tone and the way he described their future discussion. Hello young Izuku. All Might said, though he paused slightly when he noticed that William was in control and he was still laying in Hitachi's lap. I'm sorry I'm late, but is everything okay? It's fine. William said, lying through his teeth. He was slightly relieved that All Might was the one who was accompanying Izawa's interrogation. At least it was someone already, partially, in the know. All Might looked to Hitachi and the teen mouthed that he would explain later. The blonde nodded and sat down next to Izawa. So, what did I miss? The late pro asked. Nothing much. William said breezily with a sarcastic smirk. We're only just now starting. All Might gave the man a searching look, still worried for his friend and his successor, but he dropped it. Instead, he said. Okay then, Shota. What did you want to ask them? The underground hero folded his hands like he was about to pray and then brought the tips of his fingers to his lips. There are a lot of explainable things about you too. The pro said. However, there are two pressing issues at the moment. Oh. William drawled, feigning disinterest. You're not Midoriya Izuku. Izawa said firmly. William smirked and said. What makes you so sure, sensei? Izawa's eyes narrowed and his brows creased in his frustration. I'm not an idiot. The pro said as his gravelly voice got darker. Your mannerisms are different, your voice changed, and don't forget that bunny robot. Animatronic. Hitachi interrupted. Animatronic. The ruffled man corrected with an annoyed huff. Called you Willie. You're obviously not Midoriya. Explain. All Might winced at the underground hero's tone, while William let out a low growl. The number one hero looked at the purple-haired man, pleading for his patience. However, William had a dark protectiveness in his eyes that deeply shook the hero. This conversation wouldn't be easy. Please. The blonde pleaded his friend. William studied the injured hero, his hollow eyes were begging him to play nice. William wanted to sneer at him, but the blonde hero didn't know that the underground pro heard his brat. Please. The blonde begged again. Will. Hitachi said calmly as he stroked his hair and the purple-haired man looked at his other brat. While he could see the residual anger, he also saw that Hitachi still trusted his sensei. It wasn't his fault. The violet-eyed teen gently reminded him. William let out an annoyed hiss, but said. I know. William then turned to study the underground hero again and then sighed. The brat, both brats, would want him to play nice. Fine. He said, reluctantly. My name's William. How are you in Midoriya's body? Izawa asked suspiciously. I'm a part of him. William said. There's actually 3 of us in here if you include the brat. 3. The underground hero repeated with a dumbfounded blink. Yep. William said with a darkly amused smirk. However, you don't want to meet Spring at the moment. Why? Izawa asked warily. He'd attack you. William said, a dark light in his eyes as he chuckled lowly. What? All Might yelped. Spring's usually belligerent, but I've never heard him blatantly threaten someone before. Both Hitachi and William had to hold in a snort of amusement. You have no idea. They though simultaneously. Izawa frowned as guilt aided him. How was he going to make it up to his student? I am sorry. The pro said again. William just snorted dismissively. Action spoke louder than words. Any more questions? The man asked. You said you're a part of Midoriya. The raven-haired pro said. Are you a part of his quirk, or is this a case of dissociative identity disorder? Both. William said vaguely. Izawa just blinked as he took in the information. How did it come about? The pro asked gently. Are you comfortable with sharing it? William hummed in thought, not expecting to be given a choice. Go ahead. Izuku weakly said from the mindscape. Brat. William said, voice brittle, relief and concern warring in the center of his being. I'm okay, Will. Izuku said, gently, touched at the genuine care and vulnerability that the man was displaying. Just sore and a little shaken. That good? The blue-eyed man said as he let out a sigh of relief. Will? Hitachi asked, worriedly, yanking the purple-haired man back to reality. Sorry. William said with a small shake to his head. Izu woke back up. Izuku okay? Hitachi pleaded hurriedly as he gripped William's shoulder in his worry. What's wrong with young Izuku? All Might asked urgently, his whole face a mask of worry. It was an accident. Hitachi said, bitterly. Cipher spooked Izawa-sensei into using his quirk and it had a bad effect on Zuku. Is he okay? The blonde pro asked looking at William. He'll be fine. William said with a warm, relieved smile startling Izawa, who couldn't immediately process the difference in the cold man. All Might let out a relieved breath. Anyways. William said as his mask slid back in place. The brat gave me permission to explain. Izawa immediately sat at attention. However, I have a request. William said, a sly smirk accompanied his dark gaze. And that is? Izawa asked cautiously. If you're like me, and I know you are because my brats have compared us often enough, then you'll want to tell the principal. William said with a huff of annoyed amusement. Izawa nodded, not sure where this was going. I don't mind explaining, since the brat obviously still trusts you, William said with a warning glare. But, in exchange, I'm only doing it once and I want revenge. Revenge? Izawa said with a cautious tension. Not on you. The man said with a dismissive snort. You'll understand when I explain. Izawa and All Might gave each other thoughtful cherry looks. I'm not going to kill anyone. William said with an annoyed groan. Maybe just humiliate and or destroy reputations. The look he gave them sent shivers down their spines. The pros wanted to say no, just so they didn't have to introduce him to Nezu. The two would get along too well. Against my better judgment. Izawa said with a heavy sigh. Fine. Then we have a deal. William said with a smirk and a dark chuckle. The underground hero couldn't help but think that he made a deal with the devil. Chapter 34. William's devil deal. Despite all this misgivings about his deal, Izawa pushed them to the side and called Nezu. Their conversation was extremely brief and the mammal promised to arrive within 30 minutes. So? Izawa asked as he watched a Animatronic. He corrected himself. Cipher lay out more tea and some cakes. Where did you get Cipher, did you call him? Yes, his name is Cipher. Hitachi said as he affectionately patted the little bunny on his head. And Zuku built him. Izawa blinked in complete astonishment as he looked at the little yellow and sea green bunny. Midoriya, his first-year student, built him. It's true. William said as he saw the bewilderment on the underground hero's face. I taught him how and supervised his progress. William's voice was warm and full of pride. Izu's really smart. The animatronic chirped happily as he handed the pros their tea. Tashi's smart too. They let me help them in their lab. You boys have a lab? Izawa asked in incredulity, a migraine starting to form again. For some reason he felt that his problem children were even more problematic than the problem children he had in the past. And now there were 4 of them. He mentally noted to buy more ibuprofen in the future. Seriously, what else were his problem children hiding? Well, it's not really a lab. Hitachi said embarrassed as he ran a hand through his long purple locks. It's really more of an unused office that we're borrowing from Inko. William said. We're working on raising money so we can buy an actual space to make a lab. Izawa groaned as he ran a hand down his face. They really were problem children. William just smirked at the man's discomfort. Did you know any of this? The underground hero hissed at his blonde colleague. All Might looked embarrassed as he said. William's really responsible with them. And, the boys actually know what they're doing. I wouldn't be surprised if they had their robotic and mechanical engineering degrees before they finished school. Don't forget their chemistry degrees, All Might. William said with a smug grin, proud of his brat's progress. Izawa sputtered in shock. How? The man finally asked. Well, Izuku is a genius. Hitachi said simply. And, Hitachi has an above-average IQ as well. William said as he ruffled the teen's hair. Will. The violet-haired boy protested as he flushed in embarrassment. Not in front of my senseis. William just snorted and patted the teen's head. All Might chuckled at their easy affection, and Aizawa hid his grin in his scarf. Maybe he's not so bad. The raven-haired pro thought. I hope his hostility was just him being protective. I'd do the same for my students. Any more surprises? Aizawa asked as the two settled down. William hummed in thought. There's a few I'm waiting for Nezu for besides that. I guess you just need to know that I've been training them with the help from Spring. Oh? Aizawa asked curiously. Yeah. Hitachi said. They're both really strong, and William's probably as smart as Nezu. The underground hero looked to All Might for confirmation, and the blonde nodded. Now, Aizawa dreaded him meeting Nezu even more. Before he could comment, a knock was heard at the door. That's probably Nezu. All Might said, a faint shiver traveling down his spine. Cipher? William asked softly. Can you please go greet our new guest? Yes, Sir Willie, the yellow bunny said cheerfully as he bounced to the door. Oh, what a marvelous creature. A squeaky voice exclaimed. And who might you be? I'm Cipher. The bunny said sunnily. I'm an animatronic. Why hello Cipher. Nezu said politely. Are Midoriya-kun and Shinsu-kun in? Yes, Nezu, sir. The little bunny answered the chimera. Willie, Tashi, and the other guests are waiting for you in the sitting room. I made tea. Oh, I love tea. The mammal said as he followed the animatronic to the sitting room. But, may I ask, who is Willie? I can answer that. William said in his lazy drawl from where he was sprawled out on the couch, his arms and legs crossed. Nezu's eyes darkened as he took in the teen who was supposed to be Midoriya Izuku. However, the principal could see that this teen's eyes were older and darker than what they should be. His posture was too closed off, and his jaw was too tense. Even the tone of his voice was carefully designed to be perfectly aloof. This man was dangerous. Oh. UA's principal asked lightly, playing along. How do you know him Midoriya-kun? Cut the crap. William demanded, and Nezu and Aizawa twitched at the disrespect. We both know I'm not the brat. Then are you this Willie? Nezu asked, now on guard. William said with a sharp smirk. And, to catch you up, the brat has 3 people living in his head. We're all connected and a part of each other. We're so integrally connected that when Aizawa used his quirk, it caused the brat pain. Nezu's eyes widened, and he said. Spit personalities. And such deeply connected ones. It's been a while since I've come across that. William hummed and leaned his head back against the couch. So, are you intertwined with his quirk? Nezu asked as he jumped up onto Aizawa's left and took a teacup. Spring is. William said. I probably could, but it's not something I'd be completely comfortable with. I'm an inventor, the strategist, and the one that evidently ends us delegating. William snorted at this. Oh. Nezu asked, curiously. Do you have a problem with that? I'm not really a people person. William said with a sardonic grin. I couldn't tell. Aizawa said sarcastically, and William chuckled. Anyways, we didn't call you here to talk about my non-existent people skills. William said. You and Aizawa have more questions. Plus, I want my deal fulfilled. Yes. Nezu said, serious. I know did doesn't just come about. Can you please tell us what happened? William's eyes went dark and flashed a silvery blue in anger as he thought of Izuku's memories. Aizawa, do you remember when you met Izu at the hospital? The raven and purple-haired man asked. Yes. The underground hero said carefully. Do you remember what he told you? William asked. Aizawa's eyes widened and he said. You're the William he mistook me for. William chuckled and he nodded. Yes. He confirmed. But, that's not what I was referring to. Aizawa hid his embarrassment and said. Is because he thought he was quirkless. No. William said. It's because he was quirkless. Are you saying his quirk manifested because of this incident? Nezu asked intrigued. Yes. The blue-eyed man said simply. It actually awakened Spring and gave him the ability to transform. He can transform into other things. Aizawa asked surprised. Only into Spring and my likeness. William said. Though, he could also adopt some of our features if he so desired. Nezu looked thoughtful. Can you show us? He asked, and William let the transformation wash over him. The now raven-haired man rolled his shoulders. It felt good to be back in his body. Fascinating. The mammal said as he studied William. You're also partially blind. Aizawa stated in surprise. Yeah. William said. But, Spring's got 20/20th vision. How old was Midoriya when he developed his quirk? Nezu asked. 14. William said. Life was hell for him before he got it. Nezu's eyes and body language radiated his sadness. The suicide rates for the quirkless were extremely high. He was glad that even despite the split personalities, Izuku was as stable as he was. I hate to ask this, Nezu said. But just how bad? He was relentlessly bullied by his peers, William said. His partial blindness was a result of it, as well as many scars. The teachers either ignored it or encouraged it. His mother didn't even notice, though the brat actively tried to hide it from her. All three of the pros clenched their fists or their jaws in their anger. I'm guessing you want to take revenge on the school, Nezu asked, his eyes twinkling in a dark, sadistic mischief. William smirked back darkly. I can allow that, Nezu said as he gave an evil chuckle. William's smirk widened and his eyes blazed with cold fire. Izawa and All Might shivered. They almost pitied the poor fools. Almost. I have another question, Izawa said, and William nodded. Was it your spring that created that dark aura today? Me? William said. Izawa raised his eyebrow, but nodded. At least he knew his students weren't in danger. How often do you switch control? Nezu asked. At least once per day, William said. The brat's usually in control during school though. Izawa and Nezu nodded. That was good to know. Is there anything we need to know? Nezu asked. The brat and I have severe insomnia, William said as he tapped a familiar beat. So, our body is usually up for long hours for different periods of time. We drink a lot of coffee and have to eat a special energy bar. Hitachi also has insomnia and will either be up with me or the brat. Though, he does get at least enough sleep that he won't be in danger. We let him eat an energy bar if he gets too tired though. Nezu nodded and Izawa wrote this down. He needed to make a note in his problem children's medical file. Anything else? Izawa asked. We don't know how getting injured in a transformation will affect the brat yet, the purple-haired man said thoughtfully. Tashi knows how to fix animatronics in case it comes down to that. Make sure he's there before trying to heal him if he's in either his animatronic form or spring. Izawa nodded as he wrote that down, and Nezu looked both intrigued and concerned. His mother knows of his situation? Nezu asked. Yes, William said. I'm guessing you want this to stay quiet, the principal asked. Yes, William growled. Alright, Nezu said with a calm sip of his tea. Now, we just have one more issue. William's guard shot all the way up at the mammal's deceptively light tone. And what issue is that? William growled. Shinsu-kun, why have you moved in with Izuku and his family? Nezu asked the violet-haired teen gently. I've noticed that Midoriya-san doesn't have all your paperwork, even if she has gotten some of it. Itachi shook in dismay. No. They were going to make him go back. He didn't want to go back. Why are you asking? William growled, eyes dark and narrowed as he pulled Hitachi into a half-hug, the teen visibly shaking. The raven-haired man was tense and looked like he'd spring into action at any moment. Whoa. All Might said. Calm down, William. Nezu won't take young Shinsu away. Right. Izawa was on guard, ready to restrain the angered man, while Nezu stayed calm though. You could tell that he was extremely cautious if you looked hard enough. That's right, the mammal said, and William relaxed slightly and Hitachi leaned into the man in relief, but the pros could tell that William was still ready to attack if they made the wrong move. I'm only asking. If it's serious, I want to make sure Midoriya-san has the legal right to Shinsu-kun in the next 24 hours. Plus, don't you want her to be his medical contact? This time William fully relaxed. Brat, it's your choice, the blue-eyed man said gently, squeezing the teen tightly. Itachi closed his eyes, took a steadying breath, and leaned heavily on the constant support that was William. They were awful, the violet-haired teen muttered. They hated me because of my quirk. They didn't allow me to speak, and sometimes they'd gag me or force me to wear a muzzle. They hardly fed me as well. Everyone in the room was furious, and William let out a dark growl as he held his brat tightly. Nezu, William said. He's staying here and I'm taking those wastes of spaces down. Nezu was forced to agree. Chapter 35. The cursed field trip begins. All four of them were on edge for the rest of the night. None of them got much sleep and they couldn't even think of eating. They ended up holing themselves up in the workshop. That's where Inko found them when she got in that morning, passed out over their workbenches. She scolded them as she forced them into the kitchen chairs as she cooked them a special breakfast and extra strong coffee. However, she settled down when they explained what happened yesterday. William, she said as she became completely serious. William took control and transformed. Inko, he said, equally serious. Protect my boys, she said firmly. Always, he promised, protectiveness in his eyes. No one hurts my brats and gets away with it. Those monsters are going down. And, if the legal system won't do it well, Spring would like a word with them. William chuckled evilly at that, and Spring cackled from in the mindscape. It actually took a lot for Will to give him new toys. Good. Inko said, a satisfied gleam in her eyes. And that was that. Shinsu-kun, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka called as she walked up to them with Iida and Kaminari. What happened with Aizawa-sensei yesterday? Uraraka-san. Iida said, shocked. It's rude to ask that. That's between sensei and them both. Izuku chuckled at their antics. It's okay. He said. He was just worried about how tired we were yesterday. We explained that it's because we both have severe insomnia. Yeah, Izuku actually needs to eat a special energy bar because of it. Hitachi explained. Shouldn't you be taking something to make you sleep? Iida asked, concerned. They don't work right. Izuku said with a shrug. The three friends looked at each other worried. For today's hero training we'll be taking a field trip. Aizawa said as he walked into the classroom, taking a secret glance at his two well-for-problem children. The students around them all burst out in excitement, but the four of them felt dread. They were still exhausted from last night's impromptu panic, insomnia attack, and planning sessions. What will we be doing? Shiro asked curiously. Rescue training. Aizawa said lazily, and the class got more excited. Disasters, shipwrecks, and whatever's in between. Today's class will be supervised by 3 instructors. All Might, me, and one other person. The class started to whisper excitedly, curious to who else would be coming with them. Quiet. Aizawa snapped, and the class became quiet. I wasn't done. You can decide whether or not you wear your costume this time. The training will also be off campus, so we'll be taking a bus. Izuku and Hitachi sighed as they got up to grab their costumes. Just our luck, right, Izuku? Hitachi muttered. Yep. The green-haired boy sighed back. While they were waiting outside to get on the bus, Izuku pulled out one of their energy bars. I'm glad you grabbed one of those. Hitachi said with a relieved grin. Not that they help much. Izuku nodded and said. Better than nothing. Amen to that. The violet-eyed boy said, groaning. Hey, are you two okay? Kirishima asked worriedly. Yeah. Izuku said as he took a bite of his half of the bar. Super. Hitachi muttered and he started to eat his bar. Do you need some coffee? The spiky-haired boy asked, and their eyes lit up. Please. Izuku begged. If you have some. Hitachi agreed. Kirishima smiled and took out a thermos. I brought some after yesterday. The shark-teethed boy said. Just in case. Thank you. The two said in chorus. No problem. Kirishima said. Just remember to give the thermos back. After that, everyone finally started to load on the bus. I say whatever comes to my mind. Asui said as she looked at Hitachi and Izuku. Yes, Asui? Izuku asked. Call me Tsu. Asui asked. Then call me Midori or Izuku. The freckled-faced boy asked. Call me Tashi. Hitachi said, and Tsu nodded in agreement. They're both really strong, Kiro. Tsu said. They are. Uraraka cheered. William must be a really amazing sensei. And, that gets me to my point. Tsu said as she tapped her chin. Your training sounds really weird. Is this William a villain? The whole bus hushed at this accusation, and both teens tensed in anger. No. They growled firmly. He's no angel. Izuku admitted. But, he's not a villain either. He saved us. Hitachi hissed as he glared at the frog-corked girl. How dare she insult one of the people to save him? His family. Is he a vigilante then? She asked, quickly changing tracks. Or a former one? No. Izuku said as the two disgruntled teens settled down. Then, how does he have the skills he does? Tsu asked with a head tilt. The engineering isn't so weird, but he seems to know an awful lot about fighting, Kiro. Izuku sighed and tipped his head back against the window. Will? He mentally asked. Go ahead. Will said, reluctantly. They're going to keep asking. I just want to let you know you're forcing me to divulge private information. Izuku said, giving his classmates a sharp, disappointed look. His classmates looked guiltily at him. I'm sorry, Kiro. Tsu said as she bit her lip. I didn't know it was private. Hitachi snorted. Of course it's private. You all will keep asking anyway. Izuku muttered bitterly, and some of his classmates winced. Anyways, what you have to know is that Will's led a difficult life. He's been bullied for most of it for things he couldn't control. Was it because he's quirkless? Kirishima asked gently, his eyes sad. Izuku nodded, not able to say anything else lest he give away that Will was from a completely different time. I'm sorry, Midori. Mina said sadly. You don't have to say more. No, you all wanted to know. Izuku said, still bitter. Before he had other means, Will fought in underground rings. Everyone's eyes widened, besides Hitachi. Why? Uraraka asked, concerned for her friend's mentor. To help pay the bills. Izuku said sadly. We're here. Aizawa said as they pulled up to a sphere-shaped building. Everyone quiet down. Everyone. A spacesuit-wearing teacher announced as everyone exited the bus. I have been waiting for you. Space Hero 13. Uraraka squealed as the class stared in awe. I love them. Whispers spread through the class like a forest fire as they walked into the building and looked around in awe. Wow, it looks like Universal Studios Japan. Kaminari whispered. This is a training ground I built with different types of disasters in mind. 13 said. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Hitachi chuckled at the irony. 13, where's All Might? Aizawa asked with a frown. He was supposed to meet us here. 13 dropped their voice and held up 3 fingers. Izuku frowned as he eavesdropped on their conversation. It looks like he ran out of time on the way here. The space hero whispered. He's resting in the lounge. That's the height of irrationality. Aizawa sighed. I don't have a good feeling about this, brat. William warned. Me either. Izuku sighed. Shall we begin? Aizawa said loudly, getting the class's attention. 13 started to explain how dangerous their quirk was and how the students should be responsible with their own quirks. However, Izuku was on edge. He kept glancing around to the different zones as the feeling of wrongness continued to grow. Izuku, what's wrong? Hitachi asked, but Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. It was at that moment that the light started flickering and a warp gate slowly and dramatically appeared in the middle of the building. Chapter 36. Warp Gates. A hand emerged from the inky black warp gate, slowly revealing a man that had shaggy powder blue hair that wore a disembodied hand. Villains. Hitachi hissed, and Izuku subtly stepped in front of him, eyes dark. What's that? Kirishima asked as he leaned forward, trying to get a better look as more people stepped out of the warp gate. Is this a part of the lesson? Kaminari asked as he scooted towards Izuku and Hitachi, feeling much safer closer to his friends. Don't move. Aizawa ordered, and the students near him flinched. Those people are villains. Izuku finished, and Hitachi noticed a slight echo of William's voice layered with Izuku's. Aizawa grunted in agreement while he put on his goggles, and Izuku transformed into his animatronic form. The class gasped when a ginormous black monstrosity walked through the warp gate, and William began to curse. Brat, stay alert. William said. If you get overwhelmed, we'll take control. But, stay safe. Izuku nodded, completely serious. Protect each other. William said. We will. Izuku said. Eraserhead in 13A. A voice hummed and Izuku focused on it, hands clenched. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was supposed to be here. Izuku gasped, and William hissed. I knew it. The press was a distraction. Where is he? The voice hissed, annoyed. I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd too. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder, do you think he'll come if we kill some kids? The man dressed in hands chuckled darkly. But, unlike with Will, it was unhinged and evil. Izuku could feel the madness radiating off the man from where he stood. Izuku? Hitachi whispered as he stepped closer to his friend. Don't worry. Izuku said, his voice surprisingly steady. We can handle it. Hitachi's subtle shaking stopped, and the teen steadied himself. He trusted William and Springtrap. Plus, they had 2 pro heroes with them. Right. The violet and red-haired teen said. 13 stood in front of the students as the rest of the class panicked. No way. Mina said in disbelief. It's not possible, right? Villains. In UA. There's no way they could have got into a hero school, right? Sensei. Yaoyorozu said as she turned to Aizawa. What about the intruder alarms? We have them, of course, but 13 said worriedly as they trailed off. Did they only appear here or around the whole school? Todoroki asked, and something about his posture was off, though Izuku was too focused on the immediate threat to question it. Either way, if the sensors aren't responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when the class is supposed to be here. They may be fools, but they're not idiots. The surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Hitachi looked at the dual-haired teen in surprise. That explanation sounded like something William and Izuku would say. 13, start the evacuation. Eraserhead ordered. These villains even countered our sensors. It's possible someone's quirk is interfering. Kaminari, try to contact the school with your quirk. Yes, sensei. The blonde teen said. What about you, sensei? Hitachi asked worriedly. Your fighting style is more suited to ambush and capture. Even if you can erase all their quirks. You can't be a hero with only one trick. Eraserhead told the violet-haired teen, trying to be reassuring in his gruff way. I'm leaving it to you, 13. However, before he leapt over the railing, he gave Izuku a look. It was like he was asking William to protect his students as well. For a moment, they just watched Eraserhead tear through the cannon fodder. His scarves were flying through the air like bullets, and his hair floated dramatically behind him. Come on, brat. William gently nudged him. We got to trust him. Izuku nodded and tapped Hitachi and Kaminari lightly on the arm. He quirked his lips in a small smirk to reassure the two and led them towards the entrance door, snapping 13 and the rest off the class out of their shock. However, before they could get to the entrance, the warp gate appeared before them. In the back of his mind, Springtrap growled. "I won't let you leave," the mist-covered man said in a dark yet weirdly polite monotone. The low growl spilled out of Izuku's lips. "Nice to meet you," the warp quirk user said. "We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes in order to have the symbol of peace, All Might, take his last breath. I believe he should have been here. Has there been some kind of change?" One of 13's fingers popped off as they prepared to suck in the warp gate. Izuku and William tensed as they prepared to shout out a warning. That's not a good idea with this villain. They could redirect the pro's attack anywhere. However, before the pro could make a deadly mistake, two students made another stupid decision. Bakugo and Kirishima rushed at the warp gate and Bakugo sent out an explosion. "Oh dear," the warp gate said, and they all stiffened in anticipation. "That's dangerous. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs." The warp gate user then created several portals and multiple people were caught. Izuku could feel himself falling through the floor. He could hear Hitachi call out for him and he tried to reach out for him. However, the warp gate was too strong and all he could see was black. "Izuku!" Hitachi screamed in terror as his best friend was sucked into the black portal. However, before he could panic further, he fell into a portal of his own. It was cold, dark, and he felt like he was being squeezed through a tube. Hitachi was relieved that he only fell through it for what felt like a few seconds because it was suffocating. Well, at least at first he was. When he finally left that dark hole, he hit a large body of water, knocking the air out from him. He almost coughed out in pain, but he forced himself to hold the rest of his breath. His lungs were burning from the effort, but doing anything else would cause him to drown. Hitachi started to kick himself to the surface. In the corner of his eyes, he saw a dark shape. Hitachi tensed. Was it a villain? He kicked faster. His lungs were burning, and he didn't have a lot of time before his body would force him to breathe. "Here he comes," a voice said, and Hitachi looked to his left to see a villain with a shark quirk poised to attack. "I don't have anything against you, but see ya." Right before he was attacked, Sue hoisted him into the air by her tongue. "Ashi, Kiro." The frog quirked girl yelled as she started to bring him toward the boat. Hitachi sighed in relief as looked down, only to see Kirishima sinking as he fought off a villain. "Oh, hell," Hitachi whispered. If Kirishima didn't drop his hardening, he would drown. Not even thinking about it, Hitachi forced Sue to release him and plunged back into the water. He swam as fast as he could to reach the naive teen, who didn't seem to realize that he was going to drown soon. Luckily, Kirishima had forced the villain back for the moment. Kirishima then tried to swim up, but he was too heavy and continued to sink. Kirishima struck and kicked faster to the same effect. Now, the redhead was panicking. When Hitachi finally reached him, Kirishima was already struggling to breathe. Hitachi mentally cursed and grabbed onto the teen and started to swim as fast as he could. He was extremely grateful that the red-headed boy's quirk wasn't activated anymore. Once they reached the surface, Hitachi screamed for Tsu. She shot her tongue in their direction and he sighed in relief. Then he was dragged under and Tsu screamed in panic. He looked down and he saw the shark-quirked villain grinning up at him. Hitachi's eyes narrowed and he kicked him squarely in the nose, instantly breaking it. The man screamed and Hitachi raced for the surface. However, another black figure was heading quickly for the still unconscious passenger in his arms. Thinking quickly, Hitachi twisted around and he felt his back rip open painfully as he was hit with the villain's serrated nose. Hitachi cried out but forced himself to keep swimming up. He was close to the surface now, but his lungs were burning and he felt lightheaded from the blood loss. He could feel his body weakening. Izuku, Will, Spring, Inko. He thought weakly and he wondered if he'd ever see them again. Izuku huffed in pain as he landed on asphalt. Great. Though. Where am I? He started to move to his feet and cursed the rain obscuring his vision. Wait. Rain. That's when he noticed that the spring locks were loosening. Chapter 37. Fight for their lives. Brat. William yelled in panic. Transform now. Izuku instantly let the transformation wash over him and then sighed in relief. That would have been bad. Hey, Squirt, are you okay? Spring asked. Fine. Izuku said, still reeling. But that was close. Izuku stood up and looked around. He was in an abandoned city and the wind and rain were so strong that he could feel the pressure trying to push him back. Visibility was horrible and the wind was starting to give him a headache. We need to get out of here, Izuku said. Izuku took a quick stock of his surroundings and started to head in the direction of the entrance. Kaminari was panicking. Yaoi Rozu and Mina were transported to the mountain zone and he had no idea where Midori and Tashi were. It's not that he didn't trust Yaoi Rozu or Minal, it was just that Midori and Tashi were so smart and they had this presence around them. It was like they always knew what to do. "Hey Kaminari," Mina said with a shaky smile. "It's going to be okay." Kaminari gave a weak smile, but he secretly wished that Midori and Tashi were there. The Tashi floated suspended in the water. His grip on Kirishima was getting weaker. "Zuku?" he thought, and his grip slipped again. Suddenly he saw a dark shadow below him. "Sorry Zuku," he thought. Memories started to play through his mind as the shadow approached. Then, his mind landed on the first time he met his new family. "I can't die here," he thought fiercely. The shadow was now on him and Hitachi kicked it as hard as he could. He heard a cry of pain. The violet-haired teen grinned slightly, but he winced in pain as his leg burned from the new laceration. Hitachi forced himself to swim up to the surface. "Tashi!" He heard Tsu yell in relief and then he was jerked into the air. He wanted to cry out in pain, but he forced himself to remain quiet in case he startled the green-haired girl into dropping him and Kirishima back into the lake. "Tashi!" Tsu scolded. "What do you think you were doing?" "No time." The violet-haired boy snapped at her. "Kirishima needs CPR." Tsu drew back like she was slapped and then turned to look at the red-haired teen. She had been so worried for Hitachi that she didn't realize the other teen's condition at first. Tsu nodded and quickly went to help her classmate. Hitachi, meanwhile, practically collapsed on the floor. He took off his jacket and tied it as tightly as he could around the wound on his back. He then ripped his pant legs and tied it around his left. That was going to have to do for now. Hopefully Yaoi Rozu was still at the entrance. That or the pros arrive soon. "You're injured?" Tsu gasped once Kirishima started to cough up water. "I'll be fine," Hitachi said, leaving no room for questions. "We need to get to shore. It's too dangerous here." "How are we going to do that, Hitabro?" Kirishima asked as he weakly sat up, still occasionally couching. "And, thanks for saving my life." Hitachi smiled at the always sunny teen. "It was no trouble," the violet-haired teen said, and Tsu nodded in agreement. "And, I have a plan, or at least a potential one." "You do, Kiro?" Tsu asked in surprise. "Yeah," Tashi said as he struggled to stand. He nearly fell, but Tsu caught him. "Thanks," he said, and winced in pain when he finally got steady on his injured leg. "No problem, Kiro," the frog-quirked girl said as she watched him in concern. "Anyways, I need to check to see what type of materials we have here," the violet-eyed teen said as he walked unsteadily into the cabin. "But, I'm warning you now, this is dangerous and stupid. The only reason I'm even considering this is because we don't have any other choice." Both of their faces hardened and they nodded. "Okay, now I'm going to teach you how to make a homemade bomb," Hitachi said with a sardonic grin. Bakugo immediately got up when he landed and started cursing at the warp gate user. "Dang it," the explosive blonde yelled. "I almost had him. And look at how well that turned out for us," a female voice asked sarcastically. Bakugo spun around, ready to blow the person sky high, when he recognized the girl as the goth extra. "TCH. He'd sked. Not my fault. Warp gate was gonna do it anyways." Giro only rolled her eyes and snorted in disbelief. "Whatever," she said. "We need to get back to the class." Giro then slammed her earjacks into the ground to check their surrounding. She paled when she heard that they were surrounded. "Bakugo," she whispered. "What is it, earlobes?" he asked with a growl. "We're surrounded," she whispered, and the red-eyed teen grinned dangerously. "Then let's show them why they shouldn't have screwed with UA." Kaminari cursed as him and his classmates were surrounded. He really wished that his support item was approved. "Yaoi Rozu," Kaminari said, seriously. "I can't direct my quirk. I need you to make me a long wire or a conductive whip. Just something I can use to direct it with." Yaoi Rozu nodded seriously and quickly made him a long copper whip. "Thanks," Kaminari said, sighing in relief as he grabbed it. At least now he wouldn't hurt his classmates. He's glad he took Izuku and Hitachi's advice to heart about practicing with a weapon. It didn't take long for the villains to start attacking. Kaminari quickly charged his whip with a painful, yet non-lethal voltage, and started to swing his whip around. He targeted the villains who were ganging up on his classmates and tripped anyone who got too close to them. However, soon he realized that no matter how weak these guys were, they outnumbered them. "Hey guys," Kaminari said, getting the girls' attention. "We need a plan. There's too many of them." Yaoi Rozu bit her lip and said, "Do you remember the battle trials?" Both of them nodded, wondering where she was going with this. "What if we combined both of your team's plans?" the creation quirk user asked. "I can make containers for you, Mina, and then Kaminari can use him whip like he did with the wire." Mina smiled and cheered. "We can do this." Just distract them while I work my magic. Aminari smirked as he refocused on taking out as many villains as he could while Mina worked to set up their plan. He'd prove that he could stand by his two friends. That, maybe in the future, he could protect them. Todoroki calmly walked through the flames as he froze all the enemies he came across solid, besides their nose and mouths. At least he knew that they wouldn't get frostbite and die. The fire would ensure that. Do they really think these D-rank villains will be enough to beat All Might? Todoroki scoffed. No, they must be counting on that bird monster. Todoroki clenched his fists. He had enough to deal with already. The dual-haired teen sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He needed to get back to the entrance. He could think about that later. Itachi held his breath as they poured the cleaning supplies together. This was so stupid and William was going to chew him out later. Are you sure this will work, Kiro? Sue asked worriedly as she watched him work. Yeah. The violet-eyed teen said. Hey Hitabro. Kirishima called from where he was watching the villains. They look like they're about to attack. I'm almost done. Hitachi said as he quickly closed the lid. Sue, are you sure you can carry us a good distance away? I'm sure, Kiro. The frog quirk girl said with determined eyes. My tongue is really strong and my quirk is perfect for the water. Itachi blew out a worried breath. Alright then. The injured teen said. Get ready to drag me to shore. Itachi then walked to the edge of the boat. There, multiple villains were watching them. Hey. Hitachi shouted. Leave us alone. All or at least most of the villains laughed and jeered at his declaration. Perfect. The only nerve-wracking part was he couldn't have gotten all of them, especially the ones that were underwater somewhere. Okay, then. Hitachi said as he watched their blank looks. Ignore the bucket I throw in the lake and let my two classmates pass. If anyone tries to stop them, hold them off. Hitachi crossed his fingers and motioned for Tsu to get to shore as quickly as possible. She'd pick Kirishima up while he planted the bomb and then pick him up before it exploded. Tsu nodded and quickly jumped off the boat. She swam as far as she could away, but still close enough where she could grab the red-haired teen. Hitachi watched the lake and tensed when he saw a couple shadows start to move toward her. Kirishima. Hitachi said. Get ready. The red-headed boy nodded seriously. Right as Kirishima was picked up, Hitachi threw the bomb into the water as far as he could. He counted down with worry as he waited for his pickup. Luckily, Tsu picked him up right before the bomb went off. The force was so strong that they were slammed into the shore. Are you both okay? Hitachi asked with a pained groan. I'm okay, Kiro. Tsu said. I'm okay, Hitabro. Kirishima said as he helped Tsu to her feet. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hitachi said as he stood up with a groan, pain searing through his veins. What do we do now? Tsu asked. We need to get to the entrance. Hitachi said. Then let's go. Kirishima said with a bright confident smile. Aminari bit his lip as he continued to try to trip as many of the villains as he could. His arms were starting to go numb and he felt like he was getting close to his limit. At least he hasn't been forced to use his indiscriminate shock. That would have fried his brain and he'd be useless. Mina, are you ready? He asked, his voice noticeably strained. Yeah. She said with a small pant. Get ready to zap them. Mina handed off the acid bombs to Yaoi Rozu who took aim and soaked the villains while creating a thin puddle of acid near their feet. Not waiting for the plan to be noticed, Kaminari swung his whip through the puddle and created a high enough voltage to knock the villains out. They waited with bated breaths and then cheered. They won. Chapter 38. The Great Escape. Izuku cursed. The storm was obscuring his senses. It's been years since he felt like he was stumbling blindly. Brat, pay attention. William snapped, worried for his reincarnation, but not being able to do anything to help. I'm trying. Izuku cried. I can't see anything. And, I can't use my advanced hearing or the storm will deafen me. William growled in frustration as he tore at his hair. Can you sense anybody nearby? William pleaded. Maybe. Izuku said, hesitantly. Everything feels kinda muffled. William put his head in his hands and groaned. He knew he should have forced them to train in the rain more, but Inko never liked it. She was too afraid of them catching a cold. Well, catching a cold is better than being dead. Can you use my eyes? Springtrap asked. I can't transform in the rain. Izuku said, baffled. The spring locks. Not a full transformation, squirt. Springtrap said with a scoff. Just the eyes. Izuku bit his lips in thought. He's never tried a partial transformation before. It's worth a shot. William said, and Izuku nodded. He just hoped he didn't accidentally fully transform. Izuku took a deep breath and focused on his eyes. He willed them to change as he thought about spring. Slowly, he noticed a change. Everything was sharper than it normally was, and he wasn't seeing in red. Wow. Izuku mumbled as he took in his surroundings. This is so cool. Just don't forget what situation you're in. Springtrap muttered, embarrassed. Izuku chuckled, but nodded in acknowledgement. William just breathed a sigh of relief. Izuku quickly started to head in the direction of the entrance, his eyes peeled for danger. However, before he got far, he heard panic screeching. Izuku cursed and ran towards the direction of the noise. He desperately hoped his classmates weren't in trouble. Uraraka and Iida stood frozen, along with their other classmates, watching as the Warp Gate user turned 13's quirk against them. You turned yourself to dust. The Warp villain taunted. He's got me. The space hero uttered as they stopped their quirk, their back torn apart. Sensei. Hajikar cried in despair. What would Zuko and Tashi do? Uraraka desperately thought as she tried not to cry. They'd have a plan, right? Idea, run, Sato exclaimed. Hurry. Iida opened his mouth to object to leaving his classmates behind. Iida-kun, he's right. Uraraka said as he bangs covered her face, leaving it in shadow. What would Midoriya-kun and Shinsu-kun do in this situation? Iida closed his eyes and nodded as he fired up his engines. Wait. Uraraka yelled before he could rush off. What is it, Uraraka-san? Iida asked, puzzled. Quickly, Uraraka touched his costume and he instantly felt lighter. There. She said, forcing cheeriness into her voice. Now you'll be even quicker. Thank you. Iida said sincerely and he rushed off. The warp villain tried to stop Iida, but Aoyama used his naval laser to distract him and the light reflected of Hajikar which shot off a blind light. The villain screamed in pain and with the help of his costume being feather-light Iida escaped to the cheers of his classmates. Hurry Iida. Uraraka prayed internally. When Izuku reached the area where he heard the screams, he was surprised to see Dark Shadow going on a rampage. Midoriya. Ejiro called as he hurried over to his classmate. What's going on? Izuku asked when the tailed team reached him. We were fighting the villains together when one of the villains got me pretty good. The blonde said as he showed Izuku a decent-sized slice on his chest. After that Tokoyami lost control of Dark Shadow. Izuku nodded. Wish we had a light source. Izuku thought. That would make this easier. Do any of these buildings have supplies? Izuku asked. Maybe we could make a chemical fire or find something that'll light up to weaken Dark Shadow. If worse comes to worse, I could try what I did in the cafeteria. Ejiro's face became determined. It's worth a shot. The teen said. It took a few minutes, but both teens came back with a few items they could possibly use. I can't believe they keep these things here. Ejiro said while shaking his head in disbelief. Just be grateful that they do. Izuku said as he filled Kirishima's thermos with homemade grease, paint thinner, lighter fluid, rubbing alcohol, and a ripped piece of his costume. If not, we'd be in trouble. Ejiro nodded. Right, let's go. The tailed boy said, jittery. Izuku nodded and carefully picked up the thermos. He's going to have to apologize to Kirishima later. Iida ran as fast as he could without using his recipro burst. He had to find help. He needed to get the teachers. His classmates and friends were in danger. Iida felt so useless just running away like this. He wanted to be with his classmates. He was the vice class president. But he was the only one fast enough to get help. If this was what he could do, he would do it to the best of his ability. Iida ground his teeth as he forced himself to move faster. His lungs were burning and he could feel his engines starting to strain. However, he could see UA's main building in the distance, so he pushed the pain away. He'd save his classmates by bringing help. Iida burst through the doors with a stained smile. At the moment, he wasn't the hero he wanted to be, but he was the hero his friends needed. Sensei. Iida yelled as he burst into the teacher's lounge, startling All Might and the principal. There's been an attack on the USJ. Izuku was perched up on the roof across from the raging Dark Shadow with Ejiro. Ready? The dual-haired boy asked the blonde. Are you sure this will work? The tailed teen asked his companion. Yeah. Izuku said. At least 80% sure. Ejiro looked at Izuku stunned and then he asked warily. What about the other 20%? Be prepared to run. Izuku said with a lazy drawl. We'll need to make it out of this stupid rain zone so there's enough light to give Tokoyami control. Well, that's if I can't subdue him with my aura or can't know him out. Ejiro nodded. So, at least we have options. The muttered. Izuku hummed. I just prefer my chances with this. I was trained in subterfuge before my quirk developed. And I still like working from the shadows. Ejiro nodded in understanding. Izuku smirked and then said. Be prepared, I'm about to blow this joint. Ejiro gulped and nodded. On my mark. Izuku drawled lazily, eyes alight. 10. Ejiro tensed as they watched Dark Shadow destroy another building. 9. Dark Shadow threw a villain into a group of their comrades. 8. Tokoyami screamed again as he tried to control his rampaging quirk. 7. Dark Shadow laughed as he tore up a mailbox and threw it through a window. 6. Bajiro crossed his fingers praying that this plan would work. 5. The villains that regained consciousness tried to work together, but Dark Shadow was too strong. 4. Tokoyami pleaded with the quirk to stop. 3. Bajiro prepared to run if things went wrong as Izuku quickly lit the end of the thoroughly grease-soaked cloth. 2. Izuku readjusted his hold on the thermos and prepared his throw. 1. Izuku threw the thermos, and the two teens watched as it burst into bright yellow-orange flames. Dark Shadow screeched, and he started to shrink. When Dark Shadow was about halfway shrunk, the flames started dying, and Izuku cursed. The rain must be too strong. William? Izuku asked, dismayed. Just wait. William reassured the teen with a smirk. Then, the thermos exploded. Spring laughed manically in their mind space. Dark Shadow rapidly shrunk under the now bright fire, and Tokoyami fell to his knees, panting from the exertion of trying to control his quirk. Izuku and Ejiro quickly and carefully ran down the fire escape to check up on their classmate. Thank you. The raven-headed boy said with a relieved smile. No problem. Izuku said with a reassuring smirk. Thanks for taking care of the villains. Tokoyami chuckled, self-deprecatingly. I could have seriously hurt you both. The bird-headed boy said. But, you didn't. Izuku said, shaking his head. And, you'll gain more control with training. This is the first really stressful situation you've been in. Cut yourself some slack. We need you focused. Tokoyami looked at the dual-haired boy with grateful eyes, and Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably. You're right, Midoriya-kun. Tokoyami said. Thank you. No problem. Izuku said softly as he ran a hand through his long, soaked locks. Anyways, let's get back to the entrance. His two companions nodded. Chapter 39. Shigaraki's mistake. Aizawa was exhausted. He wasn't used to such long drawn-out fights. Especially, not against so many opponents. He was starting to slow down, and soon it would start to be noticeable. Dang it. The underground hero thought. I can't go on for much longer like this. Where the hell is our backup? Surely they would have noticed something was up by now. Aizawa blinked once again, and he quickly dodged someone throwing energy beams at him, and then tried to knock out as many opponents as he could. Then, once again, he activated his quirk. His eyes were burning from the strain of overusing his quirk, but he refused to give in to the pain. His students were counting on him. The blue-haired man wearing disembodied hands then started running toward him, his pale white palm held out in front of him. The final boss. Aizawa announced, giving a drawn-out, internal sigh in exhaustion as he slung his scarf at him, eyes burning a bright red underneath his golden goggles. 24 seconds. The villain grabbed his scarf. 17 seconds. Aizawa yanked his scarf back and elbowed the villain in the gut unknown to him. 6 students on opposite sides of the courtyard watched the fight in awe. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's an instant where your hair falls. The villain laden with hand stated, and Aizawa's eyes widened at the villain's deduction. That's when your ability to use your quirk grows shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. The villain quickly grabbed Aizawa's elbow before the underground hero could get away, and his elbow's skin started to decay. Aizawa refused to scream in pain, not wanting to give the villain the satisfaction. Aizawa pushed the man away and jumped back, his arm now hanging limply at his side. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? The blue-haired man said with a toothy, deranged grin. Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is short fights against a single opponent and a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? Aizawa kept dodging as the hand-wearing villain kept swiping at him wildly. As another villain joined the fray, Aizawa used his scarf as a shield and then kicked them away before turning to the blue-haired man once again. You're so cool. The clearly insane man muttered before he grinned madly at the exhausted and injured pro. By the way, I'm not the last boss. Before Aizawa could react, the raven-haired pro's head was slammed into the ground and his goggles shattered from the force. Blood and glass splattered across the ground like raindrops. The villain laughed manically as Aizawa tried to gain his bearings. Hahaha. This is the anti-symbol of peace, Nomu. The crazy man declared as he gestured at the beast with his arms. Engineered to take down All Might. Eraserhead tried to erase the beast's quirk, but the Nomu just slammed his hand down on his good arm, shattering it like a porcelain doll. The hand-wearing villain just laughed and started monologuing about power. However, Aizawa couldn't concentrate due to the overwhelming pain. Suddenly, the Warp Gate villain warped beside his boss. Shigaraki Tamura. The villain greeted his boss. Gurujiri, have you disposed of 13? The blue-haired man asked. I put 13 out of commission, but one of the students got away. the newly named Kurogiri reported. Shigaraki turned to look at his underling, completely ticked off, as he obsessively scratched his neck. "Kurogiri, you imbecile," he hissed at the mist-covered man. "If you weren't our getaway transport, I would dust you. We can't win against an army of pros. It's game over. Let's go home. But before we leave, let's tear down the pride of the symbol of peace." In a blink of an eye, Shigaraki was over by a group of watching students and aiming his destructive palm towards a green-haired girl. She closed her eyes reflexively while her companions gasped in shock, and one of them grabbed her to pull her out of the line of fire. However, the blue-haired villain clutched her head before they could complete the action. To their immense relief, there was no reaction besides the sound of his palm slapping against her forehead. The hand-wearing man growled out his frustration as he turned to look at their sensei. "You're so cool," he grudgingly admitted to the down pro once again. "But, you're annoying. Nomu." The bird creature once again slammed the underground hero's head into the ground. Then, the villain turned back towards the students. "Now, where were we?" he asked, with a sick, sadistic twinkle glowed in his eyes to complement his sharp evil grin. The man reached out towards Tsu again, and Hitachi quickly pulled her behind him, taking the incoming blow to his stomach. His screams echoed around the whole building. The blue-haired man laughed in glee at Hitachi's pain as he disintegrated the violet-haired teen's skin and muscles to the horror of his companions. Suddenly, a dark, oppressive aura filled the air, and Shigaraki immediately stopped laughing. He released his hold on Hitachi on instinct as he backed away and looked around for the source of the dangerous presence. Then, a low, dark laugh shook the silence as its menacing tone laced the air around them. Shigaraki shivered as the air became colder, and the tension was created by the heavy weight in the air. What was going on? This couldn't be the work of the heroes. Izuku watched in shock as his sensei was so easily taken down by that monstrosity that couldn't have been naturally made. "Brat," William said. "It's time to get serious. Be prepared to switch at a moment's notice. We're on our own now and the other pros most likely won't get here in time." Izuku nodded as his eyes narrowed. Then, the unthinkable happened. The villain injured Hitachi. Izuku let out a feral growl that startled his classmates. "Midoriya?" Ejiro asked cautiously. Izuku smirked dangerously and didn't answer. "Spring." Izuku purred sweetly to the humanoid bunny. "Would you like a new plaything?" The man laughed dangerously in delight. "You know I would, Izuku." The yellowish-green bunny purred back in response. "Then give them hell," William ordered, giving his permission with murder in his sharp silvery blue eyes. Izuku quickly slipped away, much to his classmates' distress, and then he gave Spring full control. The split personality quickly took the driver's seat and let his aura run free. It was dark and dangerous. Cold chills ran up the backs of everyone who felt it. Then, the bunny started laughing. It's been forever since he was set loose. This was going to be fun. Those idiot was paid for daring to hurt someone who was under his protection. And William gave him his full permission too. Hahaha. If that blue-haired idiot wanted a game, then he would play one the idiot could never have imagined. Chapter 40. Cat and Mouse. Shigaraki hated to admit it, but he was panicking. His plan had fallen apart and now he had this unknown player to deal with. "Do you want to play a game?" A mechanical echoing voice growled out. The voice was low and dark and it seemed to fill the whole courtyard. Shigaraki shivered as it washed over him. The voice oozed wicked intent and it held immense presence just like his sensei's. However, somehow this voice seemed even more terrifying. "Who are you?" The shaken villain called out, not wanting to back down and show his fear, though his voice shook just enough to give it away. The mysterious person just laughed again. "No matter." The voice growled out, as it seemed to come from everywhere. "You don't really have a choice." And, before the blue-haired man could react, a large broken-down animatronic lunged at him from the shadow's mechanical eyes blazing a hellfire red that seemed too hollow and unearthly to be human. With a loud, soul-shaking scream, the robot tore at his chest, and blood flew through the air. Shigaraki stumbled back in immense pain, thanking his lucky stars he was able to at least dodge enough that he was bisected. The animatronic tried to continue its attack, but Kurogiri used the momentum of his boss's fall from the hurried dodge to have him fall through a hastily erected warp gate. The enraged animatronic growled in fury and in a blink of his eyes, he was once again hidden in the shadows. "Are you okay, Shigaraki Tamura?" The warp gate villain asked in his polite monotone. "What was that?" the man screamed. "Nobody mentioned that in our reports. It's not fair." There showed the hidden boss. Shigaraki growled as he forced himself to his feet. He wasn't going to let some reject robot beat him. Springtrap laughed in delight as he continued to taunt the hand-wearing villain. Occasionally, he would pop out from his hiding places or from the trees that littered the grounds and land a blow on the man and disappear when the mist villain would warp the blue-haired man away again. He could see the hand-wearing villain slowly losing his composure as he became more and more paranoid and enraged. "Spring," William said admonishingly. "I know I said you could play, but you need to end this." "Oh, come on Willie," the humanoid bunny purred. "Don't you want this man to suffer?" "Yes," William admitted. "But our brat needs treatment." Springtrap clicked his tongue, but he didn't argue. "Oh well," the animatronic bunny said with a disappointed sigh. "It was fun while it lasted." Springtrap once again launched himself out of the shadows, but this time Shigaraki had enough of the game of cat and mouse. "Nomu," the villain cried, and the bird creature let go of Izawa and seemingly teleported in front of Springtrap. The monster backhanded the humanoid rabbit so hard, the animatronic got hurled into the base of the water fountain hard enough that the tile cracked with a loud bang that echoed around the courtyard. Izuku and William yelled out in concern from the mindscape. Springtrap groaned as he felt the broken parts digging into his body. Luckily he didn't have to worry about the spring locks in his broken suit. "I hope this won't hurt the squirt," Springtrap thought with a worried growl. "Sorry Brad, this will probably get worse." The students all around the building who could see the fight screamed in fear as they saw the monster who brutally defeated their sensei sent their classmate flying. "Izuku!" Kaminari screamed from where he watched at the edge of the mountain zone. "Midabro!" Kirishima muttered with tears in his eyes. "Hurry, Kiro!" Sue said weakly, tears falling down her face in guilt and shame. "We need to get Tashi and Izawa-sensei out of here while they're distracted." Kirishima nodded and picked up his violet-haired classmate as gently as he could, while Tsu used her tongue to discreetly bring their down sensei to them so they could escape. "What a mad blanket of darkness." Tokoyami muttered sadly as he bowed his head. Hajiro just laid a hand on the black-clothed teen's shoulder, eyes bright with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Uraraka was hanging off of Hajikura bawling her eyes out. Two of her best friends were critically injured, if not dead. Both of her senseis were also critically injured. She was so lost. Were they going to die? Springtrap tested his movements as he slowly got up. Hopefully the damage to his suit would be manageable. "Spring, are you okay?" Izuku asked frantically, worried for his friend. "I'm fine, Squirt," the bunny said with a fanged smirk. "One little hit's not going to take me down." "Thank goodness," William muttered. "Be more careful you idiot rabbit." Springtrap chuckled at his longtime companion's concern. "Sure, Willie," he said. "Just watch the brat." "Look, Uraraka," Hajikura shouted in joy and relief. "He's okay. Midori's okay." Uraraka tore her head from the invisible girl's shoulder to look back at the courtyard. She watched in disbelief as her friend slowly stood up and stretched his limbs. "How?" she whispered in awe at his strength. "I don't know," the other girl cheered. "But at least he's okay." All around the building similar conversations were repeated. But one thing was sure. Their hope was restored. "How?" the blue-haired villain shouted in rage as he saw his adversity stand back up. "My Nomu is as strong as All Might." "Are you sure?" Spring taunted the childlike man. It felt like a love tap. The animatronic personality was lying through his teeth. He couldn't take many more hits like that, and the three people living in his head knew it. Just one hit was enough to dent his suit's torso and lodge several pieces of scrap metal into his torso. He was lucky to still be on his feet. Shigaraki growled and ordered Nomu to attack again. However, this time Springtrap was ready and he jumped onto the fountain and then launched himself in the air and over the monster. Then, the animatronic launched an attack from behind. He racked his claws through the beast's stomach strong enough to bisect a normal human being using his own soul's energy. Then, he got the hell out of dodge. "Ah, wasn't it tough?" Spring said as he shook the blood off his claws. The blue-haired villain started to laugh hysterically and Spring looked at him growling in annoyance. "What's so funny?" he demanded, his eyes flashing a dangerous red. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Shigaraki mocked as the Nomu once again punched the unsuspecting Spring across the room. Nomu was engineered to take All Might on at 100%. "Dang it," Springtrap growled as he took stock of his injuries. His front and back armor was ruined and blood leaked from the deep gouges in his frame. He was glad that he was dead as he couldn't feel any pain. However, if he wasn't more careful, he would kill all three of them. "Will, how do I defeat that thing?" Spring growled. "I can't take another hit. Our suit's been taking most of the damage with the help of me using power from our soul. But if we keep taking damage, that thing's either going to drain our life force, rupture our insides, or shatter our soul." William muttered non-stop as he went through plan after plan. "The brain," he yelled. "Go after the brain. It can't regenerate if it's damaged hopefully. On second thought, tear it out and chuck it as far away from the monster as you can." Springtrap grinned darkly as he growled. "Gladly." Springtrap started to laugh hysterically and then he once again disappeared. Giving up. Shigaraki yelled as he looked around the courtyard. Have you finally figured out that you have no chance? Springtrap, not wanting to potentially give away his position, didn't answer the childish man. Instead, he put his all into one more burst of pure speed as he launched himself at the bird-like monstrosity from behind. The monster screeched as it desperately tried to pull him off as he used his claw to keep his balance and to pull him onto the beast's shoulders. However, Springtrap was too determined to be detoured and he frantically dug his claw into the monster's head when he regained his balance. What are you doing to my Nomu? Shigaraki screamed at him while the beast screeched in pain. Springtrap just chuckled in victory when his claws finally dug out the bird's exposed brain and the monster collapsed like its strings were cut. However, just before it fell, a go-one luck hit on Spring and the bunny once again went flying. Springtrap panted as he tried to get back up but his suit was now too damaged. Blood soaked the suit and the humanoid bunny concluded he probably cut an artery. No. Shigaraki yelled in pure fury. It's not possible. Nomu was built to defeat All Might. How did this NPC turn into a hidden boss? Shigaraki screamed in fury and then he rushed for the downed Springtrap. Springtrap tried to force himself to move but his suit wouldn't respond. Everyone else was too far away now to help as well. Sorry, Squirt. Springtrap thought as he sighed in self-loathing. Sorry, Will. I hope you're ready to die together once again, old friend. Spring. Izuku screamed as he watched as Shigaraki lunged at his friend. Spring. Move. He can't. William said grimly as he clenched his fists. We're too injured. Izuku started to cry uncontrollably. Help. Izuku internally begged and unknowingly, his soul lit up with his plea like a beacon. Help. Somebody, anybody, please. Right as Shigaraki's hand brushed against Spring's suit, Izuku saw something in the corner of his eye. However, he didn't pay the event much mind due to the mind-blowing event that was happening. Shigaraki's hand was phasing through them. 41. Obsession. What the hell? Shigaraki yelled in frustration as he continuously tried to disintegrate the man before him. How are you doing this? However, Springtrap was so dumbfounded that he couldn't speak. No way. William said. This isn't possible. No one in your class can phase. And, this isn't normal phasing. It's almost like we're glitching. William's eyes widened in horror and he paled. It can't be. The raven-haired man whispered. Please, it can't be. Ah, Willie. A familiar voice purred. Are you glad to see me? I did just save your life after all. Will's body froze in horror as his mind screamed no over and over again. It was him. How the hell was he still around? How did he find him? Izuku studied the new intruder while William had a mental breakdown. Sprawled across the couch acting like he belonged there was a tall humanoid-looking bunny. He was a bright golden color and he had long golden hair that got brighter closer to the ends. He had dark purple bangs that he must have copied from William that framed his face and hypnotic fuchsia eyes with purple spirals. He wore a gold and maroon striped shirt, a purple night guard's hat with yellow embroidered decals, a purple night guard's jacket with 2 golden stripes near the cuffs, dark purple leather pants, purple tennis shoes, and a purple scarf. On his face he was wear a pair of purple post-quirk VR headsets, the lenses being fuchsia. Honestly, if it wasn't for his creepy smile and the way William was reacting to him, Izuku wouldn't have suspected him to be a psychotic murderer. You never answered my question, Willie. The bunny purred as he looked at William like he was the only water in the middle of a desert. It made his skin crawl. No. William said firmly as he finally got a hold of himself, and the bunny frowned. How did you get here? You called. The yellow rabbit said, eyes lighting up and his smirk returned. I could feel it how desperately you were calling for me. Glitch trap for it could only be him then glitched off the couch and in front of William, his hand holding the raven-haired man's chin. William's eyes were firmly closed and tremors were racing down his spine. Now, that's no way to repay the one who saved you. The man said with a smirk. You're glitch trap, aren't you? Izuku asked, trying to get the mentally unstable virus away from his past self. I am. Glitchtrap said as he glitched in front of the dual-haired teen floating upside down in the air. Who are you? Leave him alone. William screamed at the glitch bunny. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku said as he stared down the virus. I'm William's reincarnation. They're more than one of him. The yellow bunny said, eyes lighting up as he draped himself over Izuku. Marvelous. Get off him. William hissed, and Glitchtrap switched to draping himself off of William. Jealous. The rabbit purred in the blue-eyed man's ears. As if. William hissed as he threw the yellow rabbit off of him. Glitch, is it okay if I call you Glitch? Izuku said carefully, getting the homicidal rabbit's attention, and the rabbit nodded with a wide smile as he glitched over to Izuku and, once again, draped himself over him. As nice as it is to meet you, we're still in the middle of an attack. And, our friend is critically injured. We need to get back out there. Glitchtrap hummed as he studied the green-haired teen. The boy was interesting. He could see William in him, but the boy was still so innocent. A part of him wanted to completely ruin it, but William would never talk to him again if he did. "I'll make you a deal." The virus purred, eyes calculating. "Hell. No." William shot down firmly. "I'm not talking to you at the moment, Willie," Glitchtrap said, voice tight with restrained anger. "You're not going to make a deal with him," William said as he stalked toward the computer virus. "You're not going to control him. I was stupid and suicidal when I made my deal with you. But he has a full life ahead of him. You are not going to ruin that. He's going to be a hero." William got right in the yellow Glitch's face, eyes alight with dark righteous fury. "Fine," Glitchtrap said, and William froze, stunned. "I didn't want to control him anyways." "You don't?" William asked, completely thrown to a loop. "Nope." Glitchtrap purred, amused at his favorite human's confusion. "That's boring." "Then, what do you want?" Izuku asked cautiously. "Access to William," Glitchtrap said simply with a shrug. "I missed him." William's jaw dropped as he stared at the insane virus. "What?" he asked, voice hoarse, not sure if he heard that right. "You heard me, Willie." Glitchtrap purred with an amused manic smile. "I want to be able to visit you whenever I want. I know you'd never let me near you otherwise." His grin was sharp as he watched the two closely. They'd take his deal. They needed him. Izuku looked at Will with searching eyes. He wasn't sure what to do in this situation. What could they do in this situation? William himself was struggling with what to do. He had to make a decision soon. They needed to get back to reality, and Spring would be panicking at the moment no matter how slow time was in the mindscape. "Well, Willie," the virus said with a smug grin, the jerk. "What do you say? You won't try to control Izuku?" William asked a psychotic rabbit with a dark growl. "Come on, Willie," Glitchtrap said with a honeyed purr. "You can trust me." "Like hell I can," William hissed as his eyes darkened. The yellow rabbit chuckled at this response. "I promised I wouldn't, William," Glitchtrap said, and this time he was serious. "I won't control him. You'd find a way to delete me if I did, wouldn't you?" William's answering smirk was all the Glitch needed. "See?" he said. "Plus, why would I risk my fun by getting you angry with me? Aren't we friends?" "No," William said. "Oh, Willie," the rabbit said, pouting. "What about all our time together?" William just gave the virus a blank look and Glitchtrap huffed. "So, our deal?" the yellow bunny asked, now disgruntled. "What do we get in return?" William asked, still not sold. "Oh, Willie," the virus said with a sharp grin. "I thought that was obvious. You get my assistance." "What if I think we don't need it?" the raven-haired man asked. Glitchtrap snorted and said. "Can you really survive if I left right now? You called me for a reason." "We didn't call you," William said with a dark glare. The virus just gave William a look that clearly said he thought the normally bright man was being an idiot. "Will, I felt your soul calling out for me," the humanoid rabbit said seriously. "You may not have meant to, but you did call me." This shut William up. "Alright, how about this?" Glitchtrap said. "I'll give you my permanent assistance, give little Zuku my ability to glitch places, and link your mind with the friend you're so desperate to save." William blinked in surprise, and Izuku gasped. "You do all of that just so you can come bother me?" William asked in disbelief. "You're fun, Willie," Glitchtrap said with a honeyed voice, and he hung off the raven-haired man. "And now I know you didn't just leave me by choice. I want to continue to play with you, William." William bit the inside of his cheek. Surprisingly, the idiot rabbit was being more than fair. He just wasn't sure if he should trust him. William looked at Izuku as he debated his options. "Fine," William said. "We'll take the deal." "Wonderful," Glitchtrap purred as he glitched in front of William and kissed his forehead. A purple glow surrounded them, and the deal was made. Chapter 42. Side effects. Spring was almost frantic. It has barely been a minute and the animatronic personality was on tenterhooks. William and the brat were alone and stuck with that psychotic excuse for a computer virus. And he couldn't help. He couldn't even reach them. The only good thing about this stupid situation was that the stupid glitch was still glitching him out and Shigaraki couldn't get to him. And the villain was so focused on him due to his frustration that he was leaving his classmates alone for a while or he forgot about them. Either way, it was good for him. "Come on, Will." Springtrap sent his message desperately. "Please answer me. Please tell me that you're still alive and that the crazy glitch didn't take control of you and Zuku." "Wow," a familiar voice said in fake hurt. "I'm hurt that you think I'd do that." "Glitchtrap," Springtrap growled out. "What did you do?" "I saved all of your lives," the virus said with a smug smirk. "You're welcome. But, Willie will explain all about it later. I have a promise to keep." "Who are you talking to?" Shigaraki ground out in his frustration, panting from the effort of trying to hit him repeatedly with his injuries on to no avail. Or are you just insane? That's saying something coming from you. Springtrap said with a snort of contempt. The blue-haired villain screamed in his overloading irritation, and Glitchtrap laughed at him from where he was perched floating in the air unseen. Before Shigaraki could charge him again, Glitch took hold of Springtrap's arm and then glitched him up to the entrance. Spring, you have to switch with one of us. William said, and Springtrap felt a moment of relief before his guard went up. Hell no. The split personality growled. I don't trust that Glitch. Plus, we still have no idea what will happen when we're injured and we transform. But, we need to make sure that Shigaraki can't harm the class. Izuku begged, frantic. Just then, Shigaraki started to run up a stair though he staggered slightly from the blood loss and slight exhaustion and the class screamed. Spring. Izuku yelled, desperate now. No. Spring growled, decision firm and unyielding. There are enough students here to defeat him. He's not that bird monster. I'm not risking it. William. Glitch said as he grabbed Spring's chin, his face a blank mask. Please forgive me. Before anything could be said, Glitch's eyes glowed a bright violet and strings of energy connected the two through their eyes. In the space of a few seconds, Glitchtrap took control of their body. Glitch. William growled in anger and betrayal. This isn't a part of our agreement. Sorry. Glitch said distractedly as he forcibly transformed into Izuku and then gave the dual-haired teen control of the body. But, he was about to get you killed with his stubbornness. Zuku, you can have control back. I'll start connection your minds. Call me if you need to Glitch. I haven't imprinted that ability yet. Agreement. Spring growled from within the mindscape. You made a deal. Not the time. William said firmly, completely relieved that Glitch was still sticking to their deal unlike he had feared, and Glitch snickered in amusement at the infighting he had caused. Oh, shut up you parasite. The raven-haired man yelled at the virus. Eyes, stop fighting. Izuku yelled. We have a problem. Izuku's torso was bloodied and his ribs were broken. Izuku. Uraraka screamed, horrified at the sight of her friend. You're hurt. I'll be fine. The green-haired teen said as he turned to her with a pained but reassuring smile. You can't fight like this. Will said as worry colored his voice. No duh, Sherlock. Springtrap yelled at the blue-eyed man. Luckily, Kitsuki exploded onto the scene and knocked back the injured Shigaraki right as he was getting within attacking distance. On the other side, Todoroki came and froze the man in place as well as the awakening goons. Oh, thank goodness. Izuku said, breathing a long sigh of relief. And then, the doors burst open as the pros finally stormed into the building, Iida right behind them. Leading them was All Might. Shigaraki screamed in absolute fury. His plans were in ruins. Gurigiri. He yelled. Get us out of here. Gurigiri, on edge with all the pros now on the scene and his boss and their ace now defeated, quickly warped his injured leader away as he followed him into his own portal. The students cheered in relief as the pros ran in to round up the rest of the cannon fodder that were now awake and encased in ice and to check on all the students. Izuku, ignoring the fanfare, stumbled his way to Hitachi and then collapsed by his friend. Soon, he passed out from all the pain, the forced transformation, and the blood loss. Izuku woke up to the sight of Glitchtrap sitting on the edge of his bed watching him sleep. The dual-haired teen yelped and tried to sit up and then immediately hissed in pain. Whoa, calm down, Zuku. The rabbit said with an amused smirk and soft snicker. You'll hurt yourself. Don't you think it's a little too late for that? The green-eyed teen spat in annoyance at the rude wake-up call and mocking. The crazy yellow virus on snickered more in response, and the teen sighed. Anyway, Izuku said as he eyed the psychopathic Glitch. Is there a reason you're watching me sleep? MHM. The yellow bunny said as he leaned his head against his hand. Are you going to tell me why you were doing it? Izuku asked in frustration as his eyebrow twitched and his head throbbed as a migraine started to emerge. Maybe. Glitchtrap sang. Izuku groaned as he pinched his nose. Please, Glitch. Izuku pleaded. For the love of all that is good, just tell me. I'm not in the mood for your games. The computer virus sighed. Fine. The Glitch said with feigned annoyance. I'm watching for side effects. Side effects? Izuku asked confused. Yep. The bunny said with a toothy grin that sent shivers dancing down the teen's back. I just finished my part of our deal well, except for being your personal backup. Glitch's eyes were alight with glee, and it put Izuku on edge. You do know that this means I'll have to train you, right? The insane virus said with a sadistic grin. All of the color drained from Izuku's face as he groaned, and Glitchtrap laughed at the teen's expression. Oh. This was going to be fun. The groan sounded from across the room, and Izuku immediately looked over to the sound. Hitachi. Izuku whispered as he saw his friend blink in confusion. Izuku. The violet-eyed teen whispered. Why is there a giant yellow bunny sitting on your bed? Glitchtrap blinked in shock. You can see me? The confused computer virus asked as he started to come to a dawning revelation. Yeah. Hitachi said, groaning as he gently sat up, wincing in pain every once in a while. You're kinda hard to miss. The psychopathic glitch snorted in amusement as he said. I see we found one of the side effects. Side effects? The violet-eyed teen yelped, now fully awake. Wait. You're not Spring, and you're definitely not William. Who are you? Izuku stuttered. That's actually a long story. Hitachi eyed his friend and then said. Well, we have time. Chapter 43. Painful backstories. Hitachi watched Izuku warily as the green and purple-haired teen shifted around on his bed. This was extremely abnormal for him. Not here. Izuku finally whispered, but he didn't directly look at him, and that worried the violet-eyed teen. Don't you want to introduce me, Zuzu? The yellow bunny asked creepily as he laid over his friend's legs. Get off me, you stupid virus. Izuku said with an annoyed huff. Is that any way to thank the person who saved your life? The rabbit asked silkily, its grin sharpening. Izuku just gave him a blank stare. The rabbit huffed in irritation and turned to look at Izuku fully once again. You're just like Willy. The yellow rabbit whined with a pout. So rude. Anyways, Zuzu, I've got a split. I was in the middle of something. Suddenly Izuku paled and he became really nervous. You're leaving? He asked, voice weak. Now? So soon? You're already missing me. The bunny said as he disappeared in a weird faded that resembled a computer glitching and then reappeared in front of Izuku's face as he floated in the air. So cute. Izuku blushed a furious red and smacked the rabbit upside the head. I'm not cute. The teen protested. And, I'm more worried about the chaos you're causing. The yellow rabbit laughed insanely and his fuchsia eyes sparkled with a gleam of madness that put Hitachi on edge. Just who was this man? And, how did Izuku know him? I still say you're gonna miss me. The rabbit said with a mocking tease. Bye-bye, Zuzu. But that he gave Izuku a mocking pat on the head and winked at Hitachi before he disappeared. Izuku groaned and muttered several expletives in every language he knew. You're explaining this the moment we get home. Hitachi said with a hard stare and a firm tone. Izuku nodded in resigned agreement, knowing that he wouldn't be able to get out of it. The two were in the hospital for the next 3 days, and tension was rife in the room. Hitachi always seemed to be bursting with questions, and Izuku's refusal to answer them until they got home was frustrating him. The purple and red-haired teen understood the need for privacy, but this man seemed really dangerous. And not in the same way that William was dangerous. Hell, even Spring was a different kind of dangerous. What the hell did Izuku get himself into? What was even worse was that Izuku seemed to be constantly on edge. Even William was more guarded than usual. Spring was even refusing to talk to William at the moment. Hitachi was becoming increasingly worried for his friends. It didn't matter how many times Izuku and William claimed that everything was fine and that nothing was wrong, Spring's silence was telling. Something seriously bad had happened, and that strange man was at the center of it. When they finally got home, Hitachi grabbed Izuku's wrist and dragged him into their workshop, ignoring Inko's protests. Their workshop was the most private room in their apartment, and William rigged it so it couldn't be bugged. Explain. Hitachi demanded flatly. Izuku sighed and ran a hand through his hair in nervousness. Hitachi softened slightly at this rare show of nerves from his friend. Izuku? He said, tone more gentle. You three are worrying me. What's going on? Izuku groaned and sat heavily on a workbench, head on his arms. Let me. William said, and Izuku gladly gave up control. Hitachi was startled, though he felt he shouldn't be after all the time he spent around the three when William took control and transformed into his own form. William? Hitachi asked, confused. It's my story. The dual-haired man explained with a weary sigh. Let me explain. Hitachi nodded and sat on a bench opposite William. I truthfully don't know where the whole story started. William said bitterly as memories started to speed through his mind. Was it my parents and my non-existent relationship with them? Was it my meeting Henry, who I once considered my first true friend? William laughed a painful, almost broken laugh that broke Hitachi's heart. I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? William said sadly as he leaned his head against his palm. Hell, let's just start with Henry. But, what does this have to do with that bunny? Hitachi asked, confused, but he felt extremely guilty for interrupting what must have been a painful story. Everything. William said with a stiff shrug, pain burning in his eyes. Anyways, Henry and I met at college. We weren't instantly friends like you and the brat. You see, I was the weird kid, a loner. It wasn't odd for people to spread nasty rumors about me. I was too quiet, my words were always too sharp. I had dyed my hair purple since high school, and I always wore dark clothing. My emotions were always pretty controlled and I normally looked bored. People thought I was creepy. Hitachi nodded and winced in understanding. I never tried to stand out, but I never tried to not stand out. William said as he ran a hand through his long hair. I just didn't care. Henry, bless him, was the opposite. He did his best to blend into the background. He sculpted himself to be unassuming. However, he watched everything. That's what caught my attention. How so? Hitachi asked as he cocked his head in his curiosity. He tried to be normal when he wasn't. William said with a smirk. We were in the same class a couple times a week and I watched him. Like me, he sat where he could see everyone and all the exits. He did just enough to get an A, but nothing too noteworthy. I watched him pretend to write notes while he was really sketching multiple different projects. Kinda like me and Izuku? Hitachi asked. Except we're hiding Spring and my existence. William said. Henry was just hiding. Hitachi hummed in confusion. I watched him for about a month and Henry got progressively more paranoid. William said with a nostalgic smirk. It all came to its head when we were paired for a project. You see, Hen wasn't too thrilled to work with me. William chuckled at that. What happened? Hitachi asked. I invited him to my apartment. William said. We both lived off campus. He lived with his parents and I refused to live in the dorms or with my abusive and negligent parents. Anyways, I ended up spiking his drink and tricking him into doing a couple IQ tests. William smirked smugly at this admittance while Hitachi chuckled along with Izuku. That was just so William. Of course, Henry was completely ticked off, but I confirmed my theory. William said. Henry was brilliant. It took me another 2 months to get him to forgive me, but when he did, I showed him some of my own sketches. After that, we ended up talking almost every day until we became friends. That's cool and all. Hitachi said. But, how is this important? I'm getting there. William said. It was the middle of our sophomore year. Hen and I were inseparable at this point. Hell, we probably were codependent. He even moved into an apartment with me. We were at a coffee shop and he was acting strange. Kinda nervous. He kept flicking his coffee lid and glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. To be honest, I was growing frustrated. He had been acting off for about a week at this point. Finally, I just asked him what was wrong, and to my confusion he asked me about my plans after college. I told him that I didn't have any plans yet and he told me that he had something to show me. That was the night Freddy's was born. Freddy's? Hitachi asked completely confused. Freddy's was our restaurant chain. William explained and recognition lit up in Hitachi's eyes. It started with Fredbear's Dinner, then we added multiple Freddy Fazbear's pizzerias. We even had a sister location called Circus Baby's Pizza and Rentals. I've never heard of them. Hitachi mumbled. I'm not too surprised. William said with an amused chuckle. Remember, I lived before the dawn of quirks. Hitachi blushed in embarrassment and William chuckled even harder. It was hard to remember that William lived before quirks even existed. William just seemed so at ease in this time period. So, how does Freddy's factor into this? Hitachi asked and William's face darkened. It's where everything went downhill. William said. We spent the rest of college raising money to build our restaurant and our first animatronics. I actually went back to underground fighting right much to Henry's protest to help raise money. I invested my winnings in stocks, I created a small smuggling ring at school. We tutored students for cash. Henry babysat and mowed lawns. I built and repaired electronics as well as other things. Basically, almost everything we could do to get money. We were lucky we didn't have to study much to pass classes. Wow. Hitachi said with wide eyes. It was worth it at the time, though. William said in a low mutter. Anyways, 2 years after college, we finally had our first restaurant built. We both also had families. William trailed off then, and his face was clouded by a deep heart-wrenching grief. Hitachi stayed quiet and gave William a moment to think. When my youngest, Chris, was 5, our restaurant was extremely popular. William continued. We were able to expand quite a bit. We already had Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria opened and were in the process of opening Circus Babies. On Chris's 6th birthday, we decided to have it at Freddy's Pizzeria. I sadly had to work, and Clara, my wife Clara, was distant with the kids. Chris didn't want to go. Why not? Hitachi asked, confused. It was his birthday, right? Yes, but he was scared of the animatronics. William said, sighing sadly. Mikey, my eldest, always picked on him and scared him wearing his Foxy mask. Foxy? Hitachi asked, lost. And, Mike bullied him. Our Fox animatronic. William said. And, yes. I always scolded him when I caught him doing it. I even grounded him, but he wouldn't stop. On Chris's birthday, Michael actually pranked him and it went wrong. What happened? Hitachi asked when William started to cry. Mike and his friends put Chris's head into Fredbear's mouth. William chalked out. Fredbear was having mechanical issues with the spring locks in his jaw. I told Henry about it. Fredbear was supposed to be fixed. Oh hell. Hitachi muttered when he realized what happened, but William didn't hear him, he was too lost in his grief. Chris's head was crushed. William sobbed. He lost his frontal lobe and he was in a coma until he died. William. Hitachi whispered, heartsick. Lizzie was next. William said, and Hitachi felt sick. She ended up going missing one day when I took her to work. Clara wanted to go out with her friends, Michael was a mess after Chris died, and we didn't have anyone else to watch her. Henry pulled me into a mandatory meeting. The people at work who I asked to watch her for 30 minutes lost track of her, and then she disappeared. Hitachi teared up, and William was bent over on the workbench choking back sobs. His back trembling from the effort. At this point, I was a mess. William admitted. I started drinking and I couldn't help blaming Henry, so I distanced myself from him. Soon, Clara and I started fighting. She blamed me, you see. One day, we fought and she stormed out. She ended up dying in a car crash. That was also the day I found out she was cheating on me. You don't have to continue. Hitachi said as tears ran down his face. Yes, I do. William said, voice rough. Scott, a friend of mine at work, but newbies ended up calling him Phone Guy because he recorded messages they received by phone, ended up becoming my new best friend. He was the only one I could talk to and feel normal around. He was the one that started me on game testing. Game testing? Hitachi asked. Yeah. William said. Our investors were interested in basing a game around our animatronics. Anyways, that's when I met him. Him? Hitachi asked when William was silent too long. Glitch trap. William growled. Chapter 44. A horrifying realization. Who's glitch trap? Hitachi asked hesitantly, but deep down he knew. He's that virus you met in the hospital. William said. Why do you call him a virus? The purple-eyed teen asked confused. Is he wearing a suit? Is he another game tester? How does he have a quirk? William let out a dark, bitter chuckle that froze Hitachi to his core. That stupid rabbit isn't a game tester. The raven-haired man said with a sardonic grin. He's not even human. He's a computer virus. Somehow, and I don't know how, he gained sentience. Henry actually had him locked up in the game. I stumbled upon him when I was testing it. Then how? Hitachi started to ask, but then he froze in horror at the realization. No. No. Please, tell me you didn't. William just looked down in defeat and Hitachi chalked up. Why? Hitachi cried. My kids. William whispered, voice heavy with his guilt. He said he could bring back my kids. And you believed him? The dual-haired teen yelled in disbelief. William sighed as he rubbed his temples. Hitachi. He said seriously, getting the upset teen's attention with his change in tone and his broken posture. I was a mess. Obviously. The violet-eyed teen muttered darkly. William winced at the teen's tone as pain shot straight through his heart, though he knew he deserved it, but the raven-haired man continued. I was drunk almost all the time, I started cutting. Hitachi shot up in shock and horror. I wanted to die. The blue-eyed man confessed in a soft, broken tone, and the violet-eyed teen launched himself at his mentor in his sorrowed horror as he cried into the man's shoulder. I was at the point where I just didn't care anymore, so when Glitch offered the deal, I took it. I knew I shouldn't trust him. I knew he was going to do something horrible. But, I still took the deal and it was the worst decision I ever made. What did he do? Hitachi whispered, and his voice was rough with his despondency and tears. He possessed me and murdered 6 kids. William hoarsely confessed. Hitachi couldn't say anything, he just closed his eyes in his horror. After William's confession, Hitachi left for his room. The violet-haired teen needed time to think. He couldn't believe that William went through all of that. How much pain has the man been through? He also couldn't believe that William would do something so stupid. How could he ever trust someone like Glitchtrap? William seemed too smart for that. Just how messed up was he during that time? Hitachi bumped his head against his pillow. This was way too much to process. William immediately went back to the mindscape when Hitachi left the room and laid down on Izuku's lap. He hate me? The raven-haired man said. No, he doesn't. Izuku said with a small, nervous smile. He just needs to process it. Did you not see the way he looked at me? William moaned as he buried his head on Izuku's leg. He was just confused. Izuku said as he gently ran a hand through William's long, dark locks. You have to admit it was out of character for you. William just hummed dismissively. Izuku sighed. He didn't know what to say. It'll be fine. A gruff voice said, breaking the awkward silence. That boy adores you. Spring. Izuku cheered, glad to see the pear green rabbit. So you're talking to me now? William asked bitterly. Oh, I'm still ticked off. Springtrap growled. I can understand you taking the deal before. You weren't in your right mind. This time, however, you freaking knew better. I didn't have a choice. William yelled. Yes, you did. Springtrap growled. We would have died. William said deadly quiet. Then maybe we should have died. Springtrap answered back monotoned, completely serious. Izuku sat there stunned for a moment. Hey. He then yelled. Stop fighting. I don't like the situation either, but we did the best we could. All of us did. I think Glitchtrap gave up more than he was planning to anyways. Plus, now that we know that he's here, we can keep an eye on him and try to stop him. Or, at least, distract him. Springtrap hummed in thought. I still don't like this. The altar growled. Neither do I. William confessed with a tired sigh. Neither do I. The next few days were tense for Izuku and Hitachi. Hitachi was avoiding William, or at least, he was only talking to him during their training or to help fix up Izuku's animatronic form. This of course, made William moody and depressed. When he gained control, he'd keep himself buried in their stock portfolio, his personal projects, and he even confessed to creating small side businesses where he sold small gadgets and jewelry. He was actually starting to make them pretty wealthy. Inko, of course, was becoming increasingly concerned for her boys. She hated them fighting. However, Izuku told her it was just a misunderstanding and that it would all work out eventually. Inko wasn't sure she believed that, but she ended up letting it slide for now. If it didn't resolve soon, she would fix it herself. The only really notable things that happened during the break before classes started again was that Aizawa and Nezu came by with Detective Namasa when he came to ask them about what happened at the USJ. Flashback. William had control that day after training. Izuku hoped that by letting William take control more often that it would help Hitachi to talk to William more. It hadn't really helped yet, but Izuku still held out hope that it eventually would. However, that day, there was a change in William's routine of trying to earn more money for their future. William was startled when a knock sounded at the door. He cursed when he dropped his wire cutters and cut his hand. Cipher. He called. Can you get the door? Yes, Willie, the chipper bunny animatronic sung as he skipped to the door. Hello, Cipher, a tired, bored voice drawled as another one squeaked in surprise. Is Midoriya and Shinsu home? Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Cipher said happily as the little bunny bounced on the balls of his feet. Shall I get them for you? Please. The detective asked awkwardly, and the yellow bunny skipped away to collect the requested residence. What is that? That's Cipher. Izuku said, who had taken control after William bandaged their hand while he heard the commotion. He's an animatronic. Problem child built him. The raven-haired pro said, secretly proud of his student's accomplishment as he sprawled out on a chair. Oh. The detective said in surprise and sat down on the couch, Izuku joining him, and by that time Hitachi came in and sat by Izuku. Sensei. Hitachi asked as he and Izuku took in the underground hero's appearance. Are you okay? Aizawa was completely wrapped in bandages, his arms in slings and his eyes were barely able to be seen. I'm fine. The raven-haired pro said dismissively. It's illogical to let a small injury like this stop me from doing my job. All four of them deadpanned, though Izuku, William, and Springtrap were being hypocritical because they would do the same thing. So, detective. Izuku said to change the subject, and Detective Namasa blinked in surprise. What can we do for you? I'm actually here to ask you about the USJ. Namasa said. Do you mind answering a few questions? The two teens shook their head to show their consent, and the detective began his questioning. The questions were mostly simple, and both dual-haired teens retold how they first saw the villains, how they all got separated, and then they recounted their experiences in their different zones. William, Spring, and Izuku growled in unison when they heard how Hitachi was hurt and nearly drowned. However, Springtrap laughed in glee when he heard about the bomb. We both resorted to explosives. Izuku teased and Aizawa groaned. Problem children. After they both retold their stories, the detective moved on to Izuku's fight with Shigaraki and the Nomu. Why did you engage Shigaraki? The detective asked. He was going to kill Tashi. Izuku answered frankly. Then he would have killed the rest of us. Aizawa-sensei and 13 were already down. What else was I supposed to do? Run. At that point, there was no running, and like hell I would have left Tashi to die. Tashi smiled at Izuku and squeezed his arm. Aizawa felt pride for his student, and Detective Namasa was stunned at the teen's resolve. The report said your form was different and your voice changed. The detective said, and Aizawa subtly sat up in a mixture of curiosity and worry about how the green-eyed teen would handle this. It's another aspect of my quirk. Izuku said vaguely. Can you tell me about your battle? Namasa said with a nod at the teen's answer as he noted it down. Spring, you're up. Izuku said mentally, and Springtrap took front seat and began detailing his battle with Shigaraki and how it led up to the battle with the Nomu. Izawa took notice of the shift in demeanor and paid closer attention to the green-haired teen. The undertone gruffness and the more aggressive posture made him certain that this wasn't William. It must be the second personality Springtrap, wasn't it? And how did you defeat the Nomu? The detective asked, and Izawa noticed that the unknown alter was subtly smirking and the underground pro tensed. Ripped out its brain and chucked it across the courtyard. Springtrap said, and the detective paled. Can't regenerate if the signal's going nowhere. I see. The man said. The report said you phased through Shigaraki's next attack. How did you do that? That's not in your quirk registry. It was a surprise to me too. Springtrap huffed, still ticked off about the glitch trap situation. I think it's a new part of my quirk. I call it glitching. Detective Namasa nodded and wrote it down next to the fact that he could take multiple forms. Okay. He said as he gathered all his notes. I think I'm done here. Thank you for your cooperation. No problem. Izuku said, now back in control. Glad we could help. By the way, Cipher was making brownies. Stop by the kitchen if you want one. Thank you. The detective said, smiling, thankful for the teen's hospitality. I think I will. Once the detective left, Nezu popped out of Izawa's scarf and Hitachi yelped in his surprise. Good afternoon, students. Nezu said with an amused grin. He did so love startling people with his stunt. I'm glad to see you're doing well. We're just happy that everyone's okay. Hitachi said once he had calmed down, and Izuku nodded his agreement. We all are. Izawa said seriously, and they all sat quietly in contemplation for a moment. Anyways. I wanted to speak to William. Nezu said. I have news. Chapter 45. Ace. News. William asked when he took control, transforming into his own form at the same time. Izawa, even though he was expecting it, still flinched slight at the sudden change. To the pro's embarrassment, William caught his action and smirked at him in amusement. The tired pro had to hold in a groan of frustration. Yes. The principal said as he seemingly pulled files from thin air, but William could tell that they were really hidden in Izawa's scarf. I've been looking into Aldera Junior High since we last spoke. I demanded all of their reports and camera footage for the time you started the cursed school, until the time you graduated. Of course I didn't reveal that information. I've already went over the information they gave me, and I saw that one of our students was one of your main instigators. Here he gave William a stern look for withholding that information, but the raven and purple-haired man stayed aloof. Why did you not inform us that Bakugo was involved? Nezu asked when he realized that William wasn't going to volunteer the information. The brat wouldn't have wanted me to. William said simply with a small shrug. I've already dealt with the Pomeranian non-violently, might I add, and since then, he's stopped harassing us. Nezu nodded thoughtfully, but Izawa was annoyed. Maybe he should have a talk with the explosive teen. I see. The mammal stated. We won't expel him, but we will probably need to have a talk with him and his parents. William hummed and said. Can you at least make sure he knows that we didn't report him or in any way inform your sensei about his involvement? If you believe it will help. Nezu said, and William nodded. Have you considered what you want to be done with Aldera Junior High? Nezu asked and William smirked. Yep. William said, popping the pea. But it'll need to be done after the sports festival. We don't want it to be lost in all the media craze, do we? All three sadists smirked in glee, and Hitachi shivered in second-hand fear. He was so relieved that their game wasn't directed at him. You know. Izawa thought as he smirked. As long as the two aren't after me, maybe this will be fun. The tired pro saw the tapes too, after all, and he couldn't wait for the principal and William to get their hands or paws in Nezu's case on the perpetrators. The next day found the two teens back in their workshop. That morning they finally had their driver's test. Both of the dual-haired teens were ecstatic and couldn't wait to show Inko their new licenses when she got back home from work. No more trains. They were both working on their projects, and Hitachi was excited to see that his animatronic was almost complete. All he really had to do was put in the memory chip. You know. Izuku said nervously. You're going to have to speak to William at some point. I know. Hitachi said with a tired sigh. And, I'm not mad at him or anything. Could have fooled me. Izuku muttered dryly, and Hitachi shot him an annoyed look. It's just. Hitachi said slowly, and then he trailed off. Just. Izuku pressed as he stopped what he was doing and looked at Hitachi. I'm still just trying to process everything. Hitachi sighed. I get it. Izuku said empathetically. It was a lot of information to unpack. And, we didn't even get to tell you what happened at the USJ. Hitachi groaned at that reminder, and Izuku snorted in amusement. The point is. Izuku said. I think what you need to do is talk this out. Tell each other what you feel and all that jazz. Hitachi laughed at Izuku's statement, and the green-eyed teen bopped him over the head playfully in retaliation. I'm being serious. He snapped. I know. Hitachi sighed, still chuckling. Alright. I'll give it a shot. That's all I ask. Izuku said with a small smile. Hitachi gave him a small, hesitant smile in return before he put in the memory chip. Izuku was now completely focused on his friend, realizing that he had finally finished his first animatronic. The little guy opened his bright emerald eyes, and Cipher, who was cleaning unused equipment, squealed and ran towards his new brother. Hello. The yellow and green bunny chirped as he bounced on the balls of his feet in his boundless energy. I'm Cipher, your new brother. Tashi, what's my new brother's name? Tashi chuckled at the little bunny's excitement and the new animatronic's confused hopefulness. Ace. Hitachi said as he looked over the animatronic. Your name is Ace. Ace was in the form of a cat. Like Cipher, Ace's base color was white. However, on his face there were aqua and orange stripes. The small cat was around 3 feet tall. His hair was a pale orange at the roots as well as his ears and bleed into a sea blue. His tail was striped pale orange and sea blue. Ace was wearing an orange knit sweater with 2 golden stars on the front, chestnut brown shorts, tan loafers, and yellow knee-high socks with orange stars. He wore an orange choker with a yellow star and yellow and orange bracelets. On the top of his head he wore burnt orange sunglasses, the frames in the shape of a star with the lenses in a light red tint. Welcome to the family, Ace. Izuku said with a small smirk. Ace smiled widely, and Cipher gave the new animatronic a big bear hug. The rest of the afternoon was spent introducing Ace to the apartment and introducing him to William, Springtrap, and Inko. William, of course, congratulated Hitachi on completing his first project, causing the violet-eyed boy to blush a bright red in embarrassment. Izuku, however, could see that the violet and red-haired teen was also glowing with happiness at William's praise. This greatly relieved him. Hopefully things will be fixed soon. Inko, of course, found Ace to be extremely cute. She, along with the rest of their odd family, watched in amusement as Cipher drugged the still shy animatronic around the apartment, talking a mile a minute. The poor little guy must have been lonely. Eventually, both the little animatronics found their way back to Inko and the teens. How was the tour? Izuku asked as he snickered in amusement. Cipher was still bouncing on the balls of his feet. The little guy had boundless energy. It was fun, Zuku. Ace whispered quietly. That's great, Ace. Hitachi said with a small fond smile as he gently ruffled the kitten's hair. Izuku smirked at his fluffy-haired friend. The violet-eyed teen always teased him on the way he treated Cipher, but Ace has already gotten him wrapped around his little kitty fingers. We hope you like it here. Inko said as she smiled sweetly at another one of her boy's amazing creations. She was still amazed with how smart they were and what amazing things they could create. Cipher was a little sweetheart and she was sure she would adore Ace as well. Ace just beamed at them sweetly as he fidgeted in shyness. Chapter 46. The announcement. Shinsu-kun, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka called out to them as she ran up to the two. Thank goodness you guys are both okay. We were so worried. Yeah. Kaminari said as he twisted in his seat. I can't believe you took on that monster alone, Midori. Didn't really have much choice. Izuku said with a shrug. If I didn't, everyone would have been in danger. A grim look spread across his classmates' faces. They were lucky that Izuku was able to fight like he had. They didn't want to think of what would have happened otherwise. They all felt a collective need to get stronger. Mina shook her head to get rid of her morose feelings. Who do you think is going to take over the class today? The pink-haired girl asked. I mean, Aizawa-sensei should still be in the hospital, right? All the students around them started muttering and making theories on their possible substitute. Actually, Hitachi said, and all eyes turned to him. Zuku and I saw Aizawa-sensei a couple days ago. He was accompanying Detective Namasa when he asked us about what happened at the USJ. Izuku nodded in agreement with Hitachi. Yeah. The green and purple-haired teen said with a head tilt. He was really bandaged up, but he was up and about. Oh really? The pink-skinned girl gasped in disbelief. Should he really be out of the hospital? What a mad banquet of darkness. Tokoyami whispered. Everyone quiet down. The familiar tired drawl of their sensei drifted through the room and the class immediately silenced. Your fight's not over yet. Panicked mummers floated around the classroom as Aizawa walked in. Like the time he helped interview them a couple days ago, he looked like a mummy. Aizawa-sensei. Uraraka asked. Are you sure you should be out of the hospital? Well, I appreciate your concern. The underground hero said with a bored tone, hiding his deeply hidden fondness for his students and his gratefulness at their obvious concern for him. I'll be fine. Broken arms won't stop me from doing my job. Such dedication. Kirishima whispered in awe. So manly. Aizawa hid a smirk in his scarf. Anyways, back to the subject at hand. The raven-haired pro drawled and all the students added attention. The sports festival is coming up. Excited whispering broke out among the students as they all got reared up. Quiet. Aizawa started calmly and all chatter stopped. Sensei? Momo nervously asked. Is it a good idea to have the sports festival so soon after the villains attacked? Aizawa sighed. While he didn't agree with the decision either, he understood why it was being done. It was decided to go through with the festival to show that UA is still strong. Aizawa explained to the confused class. However, we have beefed up security. Momo nodded her head in understanding. Now, the underground hero said seriously. In preparation for the festival, your core classes will now all be held in the mornings, so you will have all afternoon to train. You will also have access to UA's facilities to train this week. Don't be shy in asking your senseis for advice during this time. Remember, this is one of the 3 opportunities you will get in your years at UA to impress the pros. Good luck. But that little speech, Aizawa went to the comer and zipped himself up into his sleeping bag. He was absolutely exhausted and his body was aching. However, he refused to stay on bed rest. His students would need him here. He wouldn't fail them again. He wouldn't make one of his students risk his life to defend him. While Aizawa was getting his much needed rest, Class 1A was grouping together in excitement. This is so exciting. Uraraka exclaimed, bouncing in her seat. Yeah. Mina said, pumping her fist. I've always watched it on TV, but I can't believe that this year I'll be a part of it. It's a great honor. Iida said with a small smile. I'm actually really nervous. Kaminari admitted with a nervous grin, small sparks dancing around his fingers unconsciously. It is a big deal, Kiro. Sue said. The UA Sports Festival has replaced the Olympics as Japan's most watched events. Uraraka then looked at her 2 dual-haired friends, biting her lips. Something seemed off about them. What do you 2 think? She asked them. You've been quiet since the festival's been announced. Izuku sighed as he leaned about in his chair. I don't think it's a good idea to go through with the festival. Izuku said plainly. Why not? Iida asked, confused. As UA students we should be showing our strength and proving that the villains can't stop us. What Izuku means is that's exactly why we shouldn't go through with the festival. Hitachi said. Huh. Kirishima said, not understanding what they meant as he and surprisingly Kitsuki joined the conversation. What are you scared, nerd? Kitsuki asked. Think about it. Izuku said seriously, catching everyone's attention as he looked at each of them in turn. I mean, really think about it. The festival's live. It's broadcasted all over Japan. Over the world. They'll get to analyze us. Our strengths, our weaknesses, everything. The people around him shifted nervously, and the more nervous among them winced in fear. None of them ever thought of that. So what? Kitsuki said arrogantly. If they come after us again, we'll blow them to bits. Yeah. Kirishima cheered, mood once again lifted. We did it before. Don't be arrogant. Izuku said harshly. Some of us nearly died. The red-headed teen winced as his good mood was burst. Sorry man. He apologized. It's okay. The green-eyed boy said with a tired sigh. So, what do we do? Momo, who was listening, asked. Sadly, this is also one of our only chances for the pros to see what we're capable of. Hitachi groaned. Yep. Izuku said bitterly. The festival's one big advertisement for the pros to decide to invest in you for the future. This is where you get picked for internships. It also starts our popularity with the public and allows us to show that we can keep them safe. Izuku sighed. Basically, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Hitachi said. Their classmates looked at each other in worry and in indecision. However, Kitsuki snorted. Well, I'm gonna do my best. With that, he walked out of the classroom presumably to go start training for the festival. What about you, Midori? Kaminari asked. Izuku groaned once again and said. I believe we need to do well enough to get the pros' attention at least. Good internships will be important for the future. However, I do believe we need to keep some hidden tricks up our sleeves. The villains will be watching. Everyone gulped. This was intense. Everyone also needs to train as hard as they can. Izuku said with a smirk. Remember, this is a competition. With that, the tension was released somewhat. But, no one would forget what they said. Midoriya-kun? Uraraka asked nervously. You know, you can call us by our first names. Izuku said with a teasing smirk, and Uraraka blushed in embarrassment. Izuku? She said, and the freckled-faced teen hummed in response. Do you really think that the league will watch the sports festival? Yeah. Izuku said, shoulders slumping. They'd be idiots not to. And, even though their leader, Shigaraki, is a man-child, he's not a fool. He planned that attack. Uraraka bit her lip, shaking with nerves. Uraraka. Hitachi said gently, and she looked at him, fear in her eyes. Achako. It'll be alright. You saw how hard Aizawa-sensei fought for us. Do you really think he'd let us go if he wasn't sure we'll be safe? Ochako gave a weak smile. He's right, Izuku said with a gentle smirk. He gives William a run for his money with his protectiveness. We'll be fine. I'm sorry to make you so worried. I shouldn't have said anything. No. Ochako said firmly, surprising the two dual-haired teens. I'm glad I know. Now we can make sure this isn't used against us. That's right. Kaminari said with a double thumbs up. You probably saved us again, Midori. I agree, Iida said with a head bow. We need to make sure we're prepared. Izuku hummed in agreement, deep in thought for a moment. You know, he said slowly. If you want, maybe we should all train together. Really? Ochako said, overflowing with excitement, and Hitashi's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah. Izuku said awkwardly. We're friends, right? MHM? Ochako said bubbly. Are you sure? Iida asked. This won't inconvenience you both, will it? No. Hitachi said slowly as he shook off his shock. We'd be happy to help. However, Hitachi sent Izuku a look to ask what he was doing. This is going to be awesome. Kaminari exclaimed. I can't wait. Here, give me your numbers so we can work out the times. While they were all exchanging numbers, Hitachi pulled Izuku to the side. What the hell, Izuku? He hissed. Would you do that? Ashi, the villains targeted our class. Izuku said. They'll probably do it again. They need to be ready. And, right now, they're not. We're extremely lucky everyone survived the USJ attack. Next time, someone might not. Hitachi sighed as he ran a hand through his fluffy hair. Okay. He said with a nod. He really couldn't argue. Izuku was right. Chapter 47. Training with Sadists. Enki was ready to kill his two best friends. This wasn't training. This was hell. No way they did this every day. He wouldn't believe it. The worst part was that the two were laughing at the three of them as they collapsed onto the beach, panting and sweating in exhaustion. Why you do this every day? Uraraka asked incredulously as she gasped for breath. The girl was completely soaked in sweat, her oversized t-shirt clinging to her body, and her normally neat bob a mess. Yeah. Hitachi said flippantly, and Denki just knew that the jerk was teasing them. This is our normal morning workout. Izuku said with a smirk, getting in on the joke. There's more. Denki whined, and the two sadistic jerks chuckled. Yep. Izuku teased them, popping the pea. The three of them groaned in pain. Denki honestly thought that the two were trying to kill them. There was no way that they would make it to the sports festival at this rate. Hum one. Izuku said, with exaggerated cheer. You can do it. This next part should be fun. Denki shivered. Judging by the freckled-faced boy's smirk, he wouldn't like this definition of fun. He didn't trust the teen one bit. While William never liked the idea of his brats training the other brats of his class, he couldn't say he disliked the idea. It even helped Hitachi to start talking to him again. And, William would never admit to how big of a relief it was. He had really missed his other brat. They had to have a longer conversation about his past and what had led up to that night, but they were able to work through it. Honestly, what had hurt Hitachi the most was that he had never told him before he met that stupid virus. William had wanted to tell him, but it was so hard to even think about. He honestly liked his life better now, even if he was still technically dead and only a soul construct in Zuku's head. That was really sad actually. William sighed. It didn't matter anymore. The past was the past. Tashi forgave him, and Izuku always understood. Now all he could do was look towards the future. William watched as his brats lead their classmates through simple katas randomly, asking them questions on strategy or quirk analysis. He smiled softly when the pink-haired girl tripped and fell, and Tashi helped her up, while Zuku gently told her what she did wrong as he demonstrated the kata. Her face lit up in understanding, and she jumped into the training again. Then blonde Kaminari, he thought, subtly shifted his stance into the right position. They're good brats. Springtrap said gruffly as he came to stand beside him. Yes, they are. William said softly. I'm sorry. Springtrap said after a few moments of silence, voice rough and hesitant, but completely genuine. William was caught completely by surprise. Spring never apologizes. He had no idea what was up with his friend. For what? William asked, deceptively calm. For ignoring you like I did. Springtrap said, sighing as he watched Izuku teach the blonde how to use his whip more efficiently, while Hitachi was teaching the other two how to fight someone that fought using long-range techniques. I've thought about it more. I wasn't there. I have no idea what you three were talking about or if my presence would have made any difference at all. William looked at the pear-colored rabbit in complete shock, but he didn't say anything. He had no idea what to say. Say something, Will. Springtrap said harshly, but William knew the altar was really pleading with him. I really don't know what to say, Spring. The raven-haired man admitted as he ran his fingers through his long, dark locks. You know it hurt when you stopped speaking to me. That you were so mad you wouldn't let me explain until Hitachi stopped speaking to me as well. I wasn't really mad. Springtrap said softly, almost too low for William to hear. Oh really? William asked sarcastically in disbelief. It sure seemed like you were. Okay. The rabbit alter admitted. It wasn't all anger. Mostly, I was scared. Scared? William asked taken aback. You? Yeah. The pear-colored alter said lowly, not looking at William. I saw what he did to you last time, Will. How much he hurt you. How depressed you were. I don't want to see that again. I don't want Zuko to go through that. Or Tashi. Spring. William whispered, stupefied. I'm so sorry. Springtrap finally turned to look at William, and the raven-haired man was surprised to see oil leaking from the altar's eyes. Was Spring crying? Spring. William whispered, his heart aching with guilt for putting his friend through this, tears gathering in his own eyes. I know I don't show it. Springtrap said gruffly, his hands tightening as his knuckles paled and his fists shook from his repressed emotions. But, you know that I care about you all, don't you? William's heart broke when he heard Spring's voice shake and crack. Of course I do, you moronic bunny. William said as he slung an arm around his altar and gave him a light squeeze. We all do. Spring lightly pressed his forehead against William's. Thank you. The pair green rabbits said. They stood there like that for a minute and then they separated, once more watching their brats train. This time, the two were throwing rocks at the three, teaching them how to dodge. And, to help keep them off balance, they were giving them lectures on previous sports festivals and randomly asking them how they would complete the tasks. Springtrap laughed as he watched them. It was amusing to watch how much they rubbed off on the two dual-haired teens. We really trained those brats well. The altar said as he burst out laughing when Izuku nailed the strict blue-haired teen in the one place where no male wanted to be hit. William grinned sadistically as he silently agreed. Boy, did he love his brats. Enya panted as he continued to try to dodge the stones. His legs were burning and his whole body was sore. He couldn't believe that his classmates went through this type of rigorous training. And, even before entering UA. It was amazing and slightly terrifying at the same time. It made him worried about what drove them into this type of training. Who was William really? He really didn't think underground fighting rings required this type of training. But, he trusted his friends. They both nearly died to save everyone during the USJ attack. Plus, they were always trying to help them. They saw so many things that everyone else missed. And, it was obvious that this William cared for them. He may not have met the man, but the way they unconsciously emulated him from their stories, how they spoke about him, and how carefully and proudly they wore his gift to them, spoke of how much they adored him. And, with their subtle actions, he could see the care this man must have given in turn. It reminded him how he acted towards his brother. He wondered if William was their motivation for being heroes like Tensei was his. Tenya really wanted to meet this man. He wanted to see the man that inspired his friend so much. He hoped he got to see him in the week they were training together. Tenya felt like he was learning a lot and not just about being a hero. He was learning a lot about his classmates as well. However, one thing has been annoying him. He hasn't been able to use his quirk. Midoriya. He called. You can call me Izuku. Izuku said. All three of you can. Same for me. Hitachi said. Call me Hitachi. Then you can extend me the same courtesy. Tenya said as he nodded his acceptance. So, Tenya. Izuku said. What's up? Why are we not allowed to use our quirks for this exercise? The blue-haired boy asked as he cleared his glasses of the fog and sweat. Wouldn't it make this easier? Izuku smirked and a glint sparked in his eyes. As William would say, you can't take the easy way out, brat. If you can dodge this stone without your quirk, you can be darn sure you can dodge it with it. Plus, what happens if you're in a situation where your quirk doesn't matter? Will the stone hit you? Hell no, because you're going to learn to dodge this stone blindfolded. Izuku quoted. The three of them gulped. Now they understood why his eyes were glinting. However, this way, and they didn't want to be liabilities. So, the three of them took a quick glance at each other and nodded. They would do their best and they would master this skill. Good. Izuku said with a manic grin, and the three of them winced at the pleasure in his eyes. We were taking it easy on you. Now that you seem to be getting the hang of it, how about we kick it up a notch? Wait. That was easy. What sort of hell did they get themselves into? Both of the dual-haired teens chuckled at their classmates' horrified looks. Maybe they spent too much time with Spring. Nah. Who's ready to begin? Hitachi asked with exaggerated cheerfulness. Denki actually whimpered, and the two teens wore proud smirks. Chapter 48. Winging it. Loud cheering filled the air loud enough for the vibrations to actually shake the wall that Izuku was leaning against. The green and purple-haired teen frowned, pale green eyes dark and nearly lifeless. He looked a million miles away. The freckled-faced teen still hated the idea of the sports festival. He hated that they were showcasing their quirks to current and future villains. He hated that all these students were walking advertisements and that the crowd would only focus on the hero core students. But what he hated most was that they were exploiting children and having them beat each other to the point of serious injury for entertainment. "You okay, Izuku?" Hitachi asked gently as he placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku flinched, being broken from his heavy thoughts, and then he smiled apologetically when he noticed Hitachi frowning in concern. Hitachi gave him a pointed look and Izuku sighed. "No," he admitted. Hitachi quirked his lips and tilted his head towards the door leading out into the stadium. Izuku scowled at it and Hitachi sighed in understanding. "I don't like it either." The violet-eyed teen sighed as he rubbed his temples. "Let's just try to keep our heads low and do enough to get a good internship. We want to be underground heroes anyway, so the festival doesn't matter much." Izuku nodded but frowned in concern. Hitachi's been rubbing his temples a lot lately. He's been claiming it's migraines and he partially believes him because he has been having them, but he's also been having trouble sleeping. More than usual at least. He's starting to get really concerned. It hasn't even been a week and the symptoms are already bad enough. Even William and Springtrap are concerned. His mom has been begging him to go to the doctor, but Hitachi has refused. He says he just needs to get better over-the-counter pill. He strongly disagrees. William's concern radiated through the mindscape and Hitachi frowned. "I'm fine," the fluffy-haired boy insisted. Their mind link had finally shown up on the second day of training and it freaked them all out. They had to do a lot of fast talking to calm down their friends. The link was still pretty weak at the moment, the reason why they didn't realize that it was activated for so long and, so far, they could only send emotions. But they finally had proof it was there. "I'm not convinced." William snorted in disbelief and Hitachi scowled. Then, he blinked in shock. "I heard that," he whispered in amazed excitement. "It was really quiet, but I heard it." Izuku grinned in complete giddiness. Now all four of them could communicate. He didn't have play translator or more accurately, be the human telephone. "I told you it would come," an annoying voice said, verbally pouting. "And, Zuzu, how mean. Why didn't you count me?" "Because you're annoying." Spring growled harshly. "How rude," Glitchtrap said as he glitched into their view, making sure it was only the four of them that could see him. "I meant it to be." The animatronic alter spat. Glitchtrap frowned and crossed his arms. "So, Zuzu," the glitch said as he now ignored the irritated pear-colored rabbit. "How's your glitching coming along?" Izuku frowned in frustration. Glitching was much harder than it looked. And, as much as he didn't want to admit it, his respect for the virus rose only a tiny bit, about the size of a teaspoon. His casual show of power actually made him look deceptively weaker than he was. It was actually kinda terrifying. "I actually started to glitch," Izuku said. "But, it's been completely random. Sometime I actually glitch without meaning to. And, it was frustrating." He's been devoting hours this past week since Glitch decided to randomly pop up again. He's even had to put his projects on hold for this. However, he's made little to no progress on it. However, on the plus side, trying to get a hold of this new power had him figure out how to regulate One for All. Like glitching, One for All had to be regulated throughout his body. Now he could use up to 25% in his human form and 35% in his animatronic form. Even William and Springtrap started to train with it after what happened in the USJ. William could now use 10% and Springtrap could actually use 45%. Izuku still didn't understand the difference of their ability to use it, but William theorized that it was their physical abilities. That in Spring wasn't technically human, which their quirk might recognize. All in all, it required further study. Glitch smiled at his response and Izuku gave the yellow rabbit a glare. The annoying virus only snickered in response. "That's actually good progress," the glitch said as he glitched to lean against his shoulder. "I'm impressed, Zuzu. You must be training really hard." Izuku hummed. Of course he was. This power would be really useful in saving lives. "I'm kinda jealous," Hitachi admitted. "That's a really useful power." "Aw." Glitchtrap cooed. "Don't be. Maybe one day I'll give you a cool gift too." Hitachi winced and quickly said. "No thanks. Don't think it's worth it." He then turned to Izuku with apologetic eyes and said. "No offense." "None taken," William said, speaking up. "If we weren't about to die, we probably wouldn't have taken the deal." "You guys are so mean." Glitchtrap whined with a pout. "Haven't I been helpful so far? I haven't even done anything yet." William and Springtrap collectively snorted. Glitchtrap frowned with a mild glare and then glitched out. "Did we take it too far?" Izuku asked with a worried expression. "Nah," William said nonchalantly. "I've said worse to him in the past. He can handle it." I think he actually seemed hurt. Hitachi said with a hint of surprise, and Izuku nodded in agreement. He's probably faking it. Springtrap said, but the alter sounded unsure. Maybe we should apologize. Izuku said hesitantly. Let's just wait and see. William said. He could be faking it to gain our sympathy. Izuku nodded, but he felt a tight feeling in his gut that he recognized. Built. Is everyone ready? Tenya called as he gathered up all the students for Momo. Yeah. Mina cheered as she jumped up into the air. I'm pumped. Eyes. Achako said, and everyone turned to look at her. Let's do our best. Her face was unnaturally intense, and almost everyone shivered. What a mad banquet of darkness. Tokoyami muttered and William snorted in the mindscape. Izuku and Hitachi's lips twitched. Alright. Momo said as she changed the subject. We have 5 minutes before President Mick announces us. I just wanted to wish you all luck before the exams begin. Do your best everyone. TCH. Kitsuki sked. I don't need luck. I'll see all you extras at the top. Macabro, that's not very manly. Kirishima said with a slight frown. Yeah? Mina exclaimed. We have just as much a chance at winning as you do. Several cheers of agreement erupted from other classmates. While all of this going on, Izuku felt a pair of cold eyes on his back. He turned his head to the right as he found Todoroki staring unabashedly at him. His eyes were dark and calculating. And, something seemed almost familiar about them. Midoriya. He said coolly, and his voice was almost completely flat. Izuku had to hold back a frown. His classmate stopped arguing at the sound of his interruption. All of them sent them confused and curious looks. Hitachi, however, stepped closer to the freckled teen subtly. He didn't like the dual quirk user's tone or the way he was looking at Izuku. William even came closer to the surface, his interest piqued. Yes, Todoroki. Izuku drawled, not letting anything show on his face or in his voice, taking Hitachi's wariness to heart. Did you need something? I'm objectively stronger than you. The dual quirk user stated flatly, and Denki snorted. The lightning quirk user saw and experienced his friend's training regimen. He very much doubted Todoroki could beat Izuku. That wasn't even mentioning that Izuku defeated Nomu, a monster built to defeat All Might. Yeah, no. If Todoroki went against Zuko in the tournament, he was screwed. Tenya and Achako shushed the blonde-haired teen as the heterochromic teen looked at him with brief annoyance. Todoroki turned back towards Izuku, his face once again blank, and he continued. Today I will beat you and prove that I'm stronger than you. Is that a declaration of war? Mina asked as she started getting excited. What the hell, icy hot. Kitsuki growled. You're making your declaration of war to the wrong person. Hey. Kirishima called out as he tried to keep the peace. Why are we all fighting here? I didn't come here to make friends. Todoroki said coldly, making several people flinch, and he glared at Izuku with frosty eyes. What's got bees in his bonnet? Shiro muttered and Kota shivered. Todoroki, I'm not sure where this is coming from. Izuku drawled lazily, and Todoroki scowled at him for a brief second. But, I accept your challenge. I won't lose. Todoroki quietly snorted and turned away once again. There was silence for several minutes until President Mick announced the start of the sports festival. The UA Sports Festival, the huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Anyways, here's the miraculous new starts who overcame enemy attacks with hearts of steel. President Mick announced. The class who survived a villain attack, Class 1A. There are so many people. Kota whispered nervously. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? Kirishima asked. It doesn't seem manly. I can shine anywhere. Aoyama declared as he posed with twinkles appearing seemingly out of nowhere. Have they already forgotten your warning, shrimp? Springtrap asked as he snorted in disgust. Hey, lay off. Hitachi sent Backtroff the new link. This is a big moment for them. HMPH. The rabbit huffed. Izuku and William smirked in amusement. They haven't been getting much airtime, but this class is also full of talent. President Mick called out as the next class walked out. Hero Course Class 1B. The blonde pro hero continued announcing the classes to the continuous cheers from the audience with less enthusiasm with each announcement. Each class walked out more irritated and dejected than the last. We're just here to make those guys look good. A Gen Ed student muttered darkly as they kicked the ground. I'm not really feeling it. Another student mumbled sadly, and their friend patted their shoulder trying to cheer them up, but it was obvious they were just as discouraged. Time for the pledge. A purple-haired woman with a whip cheered as she posed seductively. This year's chief umpire is the R-rated heroine, Midnight. A boy asked, blushing brightly as he stared, and several others did the same. Is this even appropriate? William asked boredly, completely unaffected. Springtrap wrinkled his nose as he said. Appropriate doesn't even cover it. Should she even be allowed near a school? Quiet everyone. Midnight called out. Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. Izuku was taken aback, but he didn't show it as he calmly walked up on stage. No one told him that he would be making a speech. Calm down, brat. William said. You got this. That's right, Izuku. Hitachi said. Just pretend like you're talking to the class. Or us. Springtrap said dryly. Right. Hitachi agreed. Or us. Izuku mentally thanked them as he faced the crowd on stage with a confident smirk. Good afternoon everyone. He said in a lazy drawl that was reminiscent of William and his lazy sensei. As you have already heard, my name is Midoriya Izuku, and I was not told that I would be giving a speech today. Thank you for that. The crowd burst out laughing at Izuku's sarcastic remark, and Midnight blushed in embarrassment. She knew she forgot to do something. Anyway. Izuku drawled when the noise died down. You all expected a speech, so let's see if I can wind it, shall we? We all came here as students of UA, the most prestigious school in Japan. I expect you all to do your best today. Today is not just about some silly festival or a stupid trophy. It's not even about being the best. Today is about showing the world what you can do. As one of the most important people in my life said to me, if something is important to you and you don't give it your heart, then why are you even here? So, go beyond plus ultra. The crowd joined him in his cry after his pause, and then they gave a loud cheer. As he walked back to his class, several of the other students in the other class and other courses gave him considering looks. He just nodded in greeting as he passed. That was great, Midori. Mina yelled. Very manly. Kirishima agreed. It was okay. Katsuki grumbled. Oh, shut up. Denki said. You're just saying that cause you couldn't do better. Katsuki huffed in response. See? William said teasingly. Told you you could do it. It was a good speech. Hitachi agreed. Listen up. Midnight yelled, causing everyone to once again focus on her. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year many drink their tears here. Now, here is our first game. The R-rated heroine rose her hand as an illusion board appeared and spun itself until it landed on the obstacle race. Midnight quickly explained the rules and practically invalidated them all when she exclaimed. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Then she licked her lips seductively, making the four of them uncomfortable. Does she have to do that? Springtrap complained. You're just saying that because you do like anything to do with sex. William said as all the students lined up at the starting line. You three are uncomfortable too. The rabbit alter grumbled. Yeah, because this is a school. William said. And they're teenagers. She's a grown woman. Whatever. Springtrap grumbled. Just pay attention. William chuckled as Hitachi and Izuku got ready to start. Chapter 49. Dealing with obstacles. The students all shuffled around as they waited for their cue to start. Nervous mumbling drifted around them as they all looked towards the narrow tunnel. Muffled sounds of the audience buffeted against their ears. Izuku looked at the tunnel critically, and Hitachi hummed in thought. That tunnel's too narrow for everyone. William told the two-teen, and Izuku hummed in agreement. Once the others try to go through, they're all going to get stuck. It'll be a bloodbath. Hitachi said with a low whistle. Everyone's gonna push and shove each other to get through. There's no way someone won't get trampled. This must actually be the first task. Izuku said as he eyed the tunnel and several students. Who can get past this the quickest, most creatively? And safely? Hitachi added in the light of understanding. You boys should get to the back of the crowd. William said. That way you won't be in the middle of the stampede. And, you won't get caught in someone's quirk. Springtrap said as a dark gleam entered his eyes. I don't trust the Todoroki kid to not try to freeze the competition. Izuku and Hitachi nodded with slight frowns. Slowly, they made their way to the back of the crowd. There was no need to give away their strategy. So, how are we playing this? Hitachi asked once they were at the back of the crowd. We're obviously working with opposing goals to most of the people here. Izuku nodded. Most of their classmates wanted to be limelight heroes. This festival, despite the obvious danger with a league of villains watching the broadcast, was the perfect time for them to show off to both the pros and the public. This was where they started to gather their fan base. However, for Izuku and Hitachi, this festival had an extra level of danger. They wanted to be underground heroes. And, like Izawa, they wanted to avoid the press. Underground heroes stayed away from those vultures for a reason, and it wasn't just because of their intense dislike for them. They're meant to be forgotten about. They needed to stay under the radar. Their fighting styles depended on it. It was much harder to stalk and ambush a target when everyone and their brother can recognize you after all. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. This whole event was annoying. Right. The green-eyed boy said. We need to be smart about this. We can't bring too much attention to ourselves. But, we have to do well enough to get attention from the pros. Hitachi said and cursed. We should just aim to be in the middle of the scoring. Izuku said. Maybe just edging near the top 10. That way we present ourselves as capable, but not special enough for the spotlight. The violet-eyed boy nodded in agreement, shoulders untensing. Yeah. He said as he let out a small sigh. And, we shouldn't do anything too flashy either. If anything, display your brains, brats. William said with a small chuckle at their nervousness. That will get the pros' attention and go under the crowd's radar. Civilians will be drawn to the flashy quirks, not the people using smart tactics. Thanks, Will. Izuku said, and the raven-haired man sent them the mental equivalent of a cheeky smirk. Both dual-haired teens put on a smirk and shifted their weight back onto their heels as they prepared themselves for the tasks ahead. Good luck, Izuku. Hitachi said as he turned to look at his friend with a confident smirk, hands in his pockets. You too, Tashi. Izuku said, smirk settled on his own face. And, with that, Midnight yelled out a loud start. And the race through the gate had begun. Okay. Here's the play-by-play. President Mick announced cheerfully from his place in the announcement booth above the stands. Are you ready to do the commentary, Mummy Man? Aizawa's heated glare at the light teasing from his blonde colleague had no effect. The Ravenet inwardly cursed and wished he could project his displeasure like he saw William do. Let's get this started right away, Mummy Man. The voice hero said, continuing his teasing despite the underground hero's darkening scowl. What should we pay attention to in this early stage? This part right now. The raven-haired pro said, nodding to the scene before him despite the crowd not being able to see him. In the stadium, the students were squeezed into the tight tunnel just like William and the others predicted. Students were shoving each other into the competition. Elbows were being driven harshly into sides, and multiple feet were being stomped as each student desperately tried to get to the front. Ouch. A voice screamed as their foot was stepped on. Hey, watch it. Another one yelled as they were pushed into the wall. This tunnel is too narrow. Another cursed in frustration as they were just now realizing it. The first shifting. Todoroki muttered as ice crystallized underneath everyone's feet. The ice quickly rose and spread across the entrance outside as the heterochromic teen ran out of the large group of students, their feet now all encased in a thin layer of ice. Sorry. The dual quirk teen monotonously apologized before racing out. Knew it. Springtrap cursed as the sounds of people complaining and trying to free themselves drifted around them. Oh, that's cold. President Mick said as the view once again shifted to the announcer's box. It seems like Todoroki Shadow of Class 1A will make it to the first barrier. Robo wait. What's happening? In the stadium, Izuku stood there and light purple mist or pixels seemed to be phasing him in and out. What are you doing? Hitachi hissed. I don't know. Izuku hissed back. I can't control it. In the mindscape, William and Springtrap were trying to find out why he was glitching, but came up blank. His own power source wasn't causing it. Before they could find a way to stop it, Izuku had glitched to the finish line. All around the stadium, jaws were dropped. Even President Mick, UA's resident chatterbox, was left speechless at the unexpectedly quick win. That, Aizawa said, and his voice cut through the completely silent stadium jarringly, was a new aspect of Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A's quirk Animatronic that he calls glitching. But that, the stadium was finally snapped out of their shock and they began to burst out into loud applause, their cheers almost deafening the stadium. What was that? Izuku cried out in his mindscape. No idea, brat. William said. I couldn't even feel any power coming from you. So someone else activated my quirk? Izuku asked. Or someone else glitched you? Springtrap growled lowly and his dark presence filled the mindscape. Wait. You think? Izuku asked and a rumbling growl was his response. William cursed his frustration. But why? Izuku asked. Because we ticked him off. William huffed and once again guilt filled the teen's stomach. Itachi silently cursed as he listened to their conversation. He didn't even pay attention as he picked up a long pipe-shaped piece of metal that came from a destroyed zero-pointer, and because deflecting another zero-pointer's attacks while President Mick once again began announcing the event. He didn't even fully comprehend when Todoroki froze the robots, and he carefully made his way through before they became too unstable and fell. He couldn't believe it. That stupid glitch went and messed with the festival. It was a good thing that Shigaraki already saw them glitch during the USJ. But, this completely went against their plans, and that psychopathic rabbit knew it. If he put Izuku in any more danger, he was going to find a way to delete him. Itachi shook his head. He had to focus. He could worry more about what that computer virus was planning later. If you thought the first task was hard, how about the second? President Mick yelled out. It's the fall. When did they build this stage? Achako gasped as she gazed nervously down into the long drop. Sue walked to the front of the small crowd, Hitachi just behind her, with a smile that confused the normally bubbly girl. "Sue?" she asked, and then she noticed Hitachi's smirk. "Hitachi. This is like a glorified tightrope, Kiro." The frog-quirked girl croaked as she nimbly jumped onto a thin wire and started to crawl across it. "She's fast," Mina said, gasping at the green-haired girl, and Hitachi made his way toward another rope. "I'm really glad William had us doing those balance exercises," the dual-haired teen thought as he calmly walked across the wire. "This is much easier than I thought." "Wow, Eraser," President Mick shouted as he watched Class 1A dominate the first two obstacles on the course. "What have you been teaching these kids?" "I can't take much credit," the underground hero said with a tired sigh. "This is all them with what they've learned through experience. Those who experienced firsthand that world above them through the incident at the USJ, those who had fear planted in their hearts. Those who dealt with it and peeled through, they all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. You heard it here, folks," the voice hero joked. "Eraserhead is a bad teacher." At that point, Todoroki and Kitsuki have already started to transverse the minefield, and a few students stopped to look at the mine-covered field in front of them. And now the leaders of the pack are easily getting through. President Mick cheered, and Aizawa sighed in annoyance. "What are you idiots stopping for?" he drawled, and the students flinched and started to carefully make their way across. Itachi snorted as he started to casually walk through the field, hands in his pockets as he easily navigated through the mines. It was extremely easy to see where each were buried, and there was enough space to carefully walk through. Once again, it seemed like a test of balance. That and their attention to detail. Itachi made sure to take his time as he walked, carefully watching where he placed his feet. He also made sure to walk a bit further away from the entrance to the tunnel to the stadium, to stay away from the crowd that was fighting to get to the entrance before anyone else. When Hitachi finally made it to the finish line, he walked right up to Izuku. "How are you doing?" he asked. Izuku groaned, and the violet-eyed boy patted his shoulder. "It'll be alright," he said. "As long as you keep your head down, they'll forget this ever happened." Izuku smiled gratefully and nodded. "Izuku?" Achako called as she ran up to him. "That was so cool." "Yeah?" Mina said, chiming in. "I didn't know you could do that." "Thanks," Izuku said dryly, and the freckled-faced boy noticed the dark looks on Todoroki and Kitsuki's faces. "Don't worry about them, Midabro," Kirishima said with a sunny smile. "They're just jealous." Izuku quirked his lips. That wasn't what he was worried about, but he appreciated the sentiment. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Midnight cheered as she cracked her whip, showing the results to the crowd. "Now take a look at the results." Izuku was still mentally grumbling about being in first, while Hitachi was happy with his comfortable 17th. "Now, let's head to the next round," the R-rated heroine continued. "Don't worry if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. The real competition begins next. Make sure to give it your all. The press cavalry will be all over it." The same board as before began to spin. "Now then, here's the second game. I already know what it is." "What could it be?" Midnight teased with a smirk. "What could it be?" "I just said it, and now here it is, the cavalry battle." Midnight started to explain the point system only to be interrupted by students talking. "The point-based system like the entrance exam, huh?" Zero said. "That's easy to understand. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team," Achako added cheerfully. "You guys don't hold back even though I'm talking, do you?" Midnight huffed in irritation, and a point system appeared on the board allowing her to continue. "Yes, that's right. And, the points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. While the purple-haired heroine explained, the student scanned the list of points. "And, the point value assigned to first place is," the R-rated heroine explained with a sadistic smirk as she paused for effect, 10 million points. Izuku paled while William cursed violently. "That's it, guys. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. With that, take care."